Good morning. I'd like to call to order a meeting of the Ventura County Board of Supervisors. It is May 12th, and welcome to your boardroom. And I would like to start with our roll call, please.
Supervisor Foy. Supervisor Parks. Supervisor Bennett.
Here.
Supervisor Zaragoza.
Here.
And Supervisor Long.
Here. Okay, if we should rise now for the Pledge of Allegiance. Mr. Powers, would you lead us?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, thank you. Next up, we have our minutes from May 5th.
I'll move, and good job.
There's a motion and a second. Please vote. Please vote on the minutes. And that passes unanimously. Thank you. Next up, we have our agenda review. Mr. Powers.
Thank you, Chair Long. Just two items. Item 18, Public Works Agency.
Please come this way.
Receive and file countywide stormwater quality management program annual report. Request to be this item be heard as a regular agenda item and as the last regular item. Item 21, Agricultural Commissioner. Receive and file report regarding identifying, monitoring, and reporting the results of government agency pesticide tests. A board letter, Exhibit 1 and Exhibit 2 have been submitted. In addition, a revised PowerPoint presentation will be presented. And that's it. Thank you.
Okay. Anything else on the agenda review? All right, before the board for action then. We have a motion and a second. Please vote. And that's approved as amended. Next up, it is my pleasure to have in the boardroom this morning for a moment of inspiration. I'd like to invite up Jason E. Meek. He is the Executive Director of Turning Point Foundation as of December 1st of 2014. So he's still getting, as I spoke with him earlier, getting his feet on the ground and trying to get out to the community and meet members in the community. As the board knows, May is Mental Health Awareness Month, and Turning Point's mission is certainly to work in our community to help those facing mental illness to remain and become functioning and an integral part of our community. They have a long history in this community, employ social, vocational, residential programs that focus on the development of practical skills needed to live and work in our community. Jason has a master's degree in public administration, a bachelor's in psychology, and he was appointed the executive director following some big shoes with Clyde Reynolds for years as the Turning Point director. And he has also served in the field of mental health, social human services for over 20 years. Thank you for joining us this morning.
Thank you.
Mr.
Thank you for having me. I truly appreciate representing this in this month. I've always been fascinated with psychology, stemming from very, very young. I was always wondering why people continue to behave in ways that could be harmful to themselves and oftentimes others. I had two particular family members that exemplified this. I just could not understand why, indeed, they would do things and behave in a way that was harmful to themselves. And these two family members were incredibly loved. But not having formal education within my family relative to psychology or training, oftentimes loved in a way that certainly didn't help anyway. As I segued into my professional career, I was lucky enough to get real hands-on training immediately in a locked psychiatric unit. And being new to the field, I talked to the head therapist and asked him, do you have advice for somebody that is new to the field? And he told me, treat every patient as if they were your mother or a family member. Well, it wasn't long after that indeed one of my family members ended up on my unit, as well as a friend of mine from high school. Thoughts and questions began to flood my mind of, are we doing enough? Are these treatment modalities effective? Indeed, the very definition of quality of care took on a very different meaning. Now, as far as Turning Point goes and the uniqueness of it, you can sum Turning Point's mission up in two simple words, and that's mental wellness. Mental wellness at any stage of anybody's mental health position, whether they are on the street or they are in somebody's home or they are in a program. Turning Point's whole mission is to help arm in arm that individual navigate the system of mental wellness, period. And that's inclusive of mental, emotional, and indeed health, because they are very, very much all three connected. Now, again, Turning Point does this through outreach, finding the individuals, not waiting for them to decide, oh, I need help at this point, or a legal system or otherwise to force that treatment, but us to go out, meet them, establish those relationships. It oftentimes takes an incredible amount of patience and trust development, and link them to the appropriate services. We want to mitigate all barriers, culturally, language, demographic location, socioeconomic backgrounds. We want to straddle all lines and make sure we have universal access, period. Furthermore, this county has a very large amount of veterans, over 50,000 in the county at any given time, several of which have done many tours and have experienced some of those stressors that accompany that. It is our mission going forward to be an agency that provides immediate treatment, no matter what it is, no matter what it's perceived as, whether it be mental health in itself or just help somebody segue back to civilian life after active duty. We want to be a support for that. We will be a support for that. So again, Turning Point's uniqueness is to engage in mental health on all forms, all fronts, at all times. We certainly want to mitigate any barriers that are unique to different demographic regions. And at this point, we're looking at end of June, early July, opening up a veterans program that's transitional, but is so much more than that. It's so much more than that. Once you are a client of Turning Point's, we'd like to consider that lifelong access, should that person choose. One other unique portion of it is to add to Turning Point's integrity, and I think overall effectiveness, is the fact that at any given time we employ 70% of those that are lived experience, meaning they have a mental illness. And these folks are often therapists, they're often teachers, school psychologists, down to the outreach worker. We're trying to make it a point to where we support somebody in engaging in their treatment, in their recovery, provide them a way in which they can reach their goals, what they see, not our idea of what is successful, but what their idea of success is. So we walk with them through that, and oftentimes help them go through college, help them do their interns, and employ them. And so it's kind of a continuum of not only support, but it's a continuum of ongoing wellness, because it is a daily, lifelong thing when you have mental illness, and we want to encompass that as long as that person will allow us. So, to say this is, to say that this particular field and this job is meaningful to me would be a drastic understatement. It has affected me on multiple levels. Now I'm fortunate enough to be in a community that embraces treatment and an agency that can affect change in a way that I feel is incredibly meaningful and impactful to those that need it most. So, thank you.
Well, thank you so much, and welcome to the community. And as I spoke with you earlier, anything that we can do to help you to get make those connections and to help you and Turning Point in their mission, we're very welcoming to do so.
I appreciate that. I'm in a point of discovery. You know, I'm learning the landscape here. Mm-hmm. And I would appreciate any and all input, good, bad, or indifferent.
Great. I'm here to help on any level, and it's reciprocated. It's not just, hey, you know, at this point, Turning Point is doing this initiative, would you support us? That is a two-way street. I've worked with counties for years, most of my adult career.
And the impact can be greater if we're used as a service tool as well for the county. So I definitely want this to be a two-way street, and I am definitely open to
Thank you.
any and all dialogue, suggestions, or otherwise.
Thank you.
Thank you very
Board members,
much.
anyone else?
Sure, yeah, you're asking for suggestions and...
Absolutely.
And willing to listen. I appreciate, number one, welcome to District 1, where you have many of your services and stuff. I really appreciate that, and I look forward to working with you. Two, there's been, Turning Point reaches out and applies for grants and those kinds of things, and have been able to do that and win a number of those in the past. And just one suggestion that would help is if Turning Point makes sure that they stay on top of all of the accountability paperwork, et cetera, that is required.
Absolutely.
That's just essential for these departments. It's been an area where some agencies, as they have applied, have struggled in terms of doing that. Great at the people side of it and not so great at the paperwork side of it. And I hope you
Certainly.
can make sure that Turning Point Foundation is great in both sides, so that it's easier to get the kind of funding that you really need to do what you need to do.
Thank you very much. That's incredibly beneficial.
Madam Chair? Jason, thank you so much, for those kind words. Also, I just want to thank your assistant, John, you got a good assistant there.
He's
I
excellent.
think
He's
John
excellent.
Garcia is an excellent person to have in your staff. So thank you so much for your excellent words
Thank you.
and your care. Thank you.
Again, by all means, we want to be utilized to help county initiatives as well. We can do more. So,
Thank you.
thank you.
Thank you. We wish you great success.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks. Okay, board members, next are consent agenda items 10 through 19. We're bringing 18 up on the regular agenda. So with that, anything else on the consent agenda? Okay. All right, we need a motion to move the consent agenda as modified. Motion and a second. Please vote. Okay, we have 4 affirmatives on that. Thank you. This time we have an opportunity for public comment. Any citizens in the boardroom wish to speak to the board members on items? Seeing none. Board comments. Let's go with Supervisor Zaragoza.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a couple of items to report. My staff, Tracy and Bill, attended the festivities over at Oxnard College for the retirement of Dr. Richard Durant, president of Oxnard College. They had a nice festivity for him. Additionally, also Lourdes and I attended a mental health awareness conference, and Elaine and Mr. Powers were there, and it was an excellent presentation and program that we had. Elaine, thank you for a good job there. And also I attended the annual Nurses Day at BCMC.
Thank you for doing that.
And the superheroes thing, our very own superheroes, that was really great. Really, we had some really fine nurses there at BCMC. And additionally, we had a ribbon cutting for the pedestrian crossing over at the new signal light over on Rose and Collins with the El Rio School District, and it's much safer now for the children and the kids to cross Rose Avenue, which is really, some cars there travel at 50, 60, 70 miles an hour, so that it's really going to help tremendously. So I want to thank Jeff Pratt and Dave, Flesh from Public Works for putting that together, and Mr. Herrera too. And additionally, I also attended the National Boating Safety Expo at Channel Islands Harbor, and I didn't realize, I'm sure glad I had my ID with me, because I had a Bravo status, for getting into the new status that they had for security reasons. And if you didn't have an ID, you couldn't get in, so they, over at the Coast Guard. So my understanding that Delta is the highest alert that we can have, so they really were 100% asking for ID. So it's a good thing I had my driver's license. And other than that, we continue to go to different events, and that's all I have. And I'd like to adjourn in memory of the folks that I have on my list here. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Bennett, you ready?
Sure. So
Thank you. I'd like to ask the board to adjourn in memory of the people on this list, and just want to point out that also appreciate the nurses' presentation was able to stop by, and appreciate them as they were recognizing some of the top nurses for their service for the past year. But the two things that are I think, that I attended uniquely was the Dave Betty funeral service, Vietnam vet, and I know Supervisor Long, you had a representative there. And as I watched all those Vietnam veterans gather, you could really feel the sense of the bond that they had with each other. And it reminded me how different it was back then. In that essentially the drafted non-college educated students, people, young people, and it was not a fair shake that everybody was getting in America at that point in time. And so it's just great to see those Vietnam vets all hanging together. And then the Boys and Girls Club of Greater Ventura had their picnic in the park, and it was a Beatles memorial celebration. It was really fun at Olivas Adobe, and many of them were certainly very appreciative of the funding that is coming, and we look forward to seeing them very efficiently using the dollars that we have. So thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Foy.
Yes, thank you. I'm fortunate I don't have any adjourned memories of today, but one thing was interesting. A while back, Supervisor Bennett brought a PowerPoint with the robotics thing that happened. All the kids. It was interesting because we had a school out in Simi Valley, Grace Brethren School, sent 3 teams to the International Robotics Championship last week in Kentucky, and there's 29 different countries participating in that, and they got 5th out of that whole thing. So it's a big deal, and it talking to the director of the school, they've got grade schools and high schools and all that stuff, but talked about looking at putting a pre-engineering thing in high school for these kids to start doing that, and they've got some people. So what you brought last time, Supervisor Bennett, where you can see this is really generating a lot of interest with kids in a way for them to get energized in the engineering fields and stuff. So congratulations to them, and I think it's good for what we're seeing in this county. So it's good. That's my comments for today. Thanks.
All right, thank you. Supervisor Parks.
Thank you. I'll begin by asking that we close in honor of the people on this list, including Mayo Terry Overbeck, who was in the U.S. Navy and the National Guard, and also Robert Daniel Brown, also a veteran, and he was also a Navy pilot. Over the last week, I was able to attend the Southern California Association of Governments General Assembly out in Palm Desert, where we voted with 97 elected officials all in favor of that overcrossing at Liberty Canyon on the 101 freeway for wildlife. So that was kind of neat to get that huge endorsement, an effort that's being funded primarily with habitat funds and private funds from the National Wildlife Foundation. So it's nice to see that. And talking about infrastructure projects, last night we had a SOMAS MAC meeting, and Dave Fleisch was there and explained the final steps in getting the construction done at the SOMAS 118 intersection. So we're really looking forward to that. And we have a groundbreaking we're going to do right after VCTC Friday, June 5th. So hopefully some of the VCTC folks and our board will be able to attend the groundbreaking with the MAC out there. Let's see. I also at the SCAG General Assembly, we also received profiles of our county unincorporated area as well as incorporated area. So I'll make sure and get that to our planning staff. It's really critical information in terms of how SCAG will then make requirements, for example, with our RENA numbers, the Regional Housing Needs Assessment numbers. So we want to make sure their numbers are accurate and we're all on the same page when it comes to requirements such as how much housing we need to be setting aside. Let's see. We had the City of Thousand Oaks Youth Commission was able to do a great cleanup of trails and watersheds right in the Lynn Ranch area, and we're able to use our office space to, as a meetup place, and they ended up filling dumpsters with a lot of debris. It's great to see the youth getting energized and helping out with the environment. Also in Thousand Oaks, you have an opportunity to vote, right, Barry? So get your ballots in. There's a special election for the seat vacated by Assembly Member Jackie Irwin. So that will be an exciting election. Find out the outcome of that. And last week, I failed to mention that I was also able to attend the Crime Victims' Rights Week, and it was an excellent, inspirational speech that was given by Sally Henkin. She is a victim, but just seeing how she went from what an incredible change in her life from becoming from a mother who was taking care of her sons who are, I guess, in high school and starting college and doing 2 jobs, one at night, and just putting herself through nursing school, and then getting in an accident caused by a drunk driver, ending up in a wheelchair, and just seeing now that her sons now need to assist her, but just to see the spirit in this woman was just so heartening, and we all wish her the best, and you realize how something can just change your entire life in just a second. So it was great to see our Greg Totten there, and also giving an award to Catherine Dugan. As we know, she'll be leaving us. She received the Ellie Liston Hero Award, and the district attorney made a great presentation on that too. I think that concludes my comments. I also had the joy of going and seeing a tour of the Conejo Valley Free Clinic last week too, just to see what a great work they do. And one of their efforts is their fundraising efforts is to see that while there is already some funding available for mammograms and getting ladies tested, even the ultrasounds, there isn't money for biopsies, which is really important when it's found that you need to have one. And you really don't get into the medical funding until assistance until you have already gone through that biopsy. So looking at ways that we can assist them with those kind of funds in the future. And that concludes my comments. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I too have a list to submit to adjourn in memory, and thank you for that. I'll do that right next. Thank you. One person on this list I'd like to call out from Camarillo, Mildred J. Lafayette. She is one of the original Rosie the Riveters working at Lockheed during World War II. And submit that list. And up there on the PowerPoint is I was honored to be able to go up to accept on behalf of the board the California Mother Baby Friendly Workplace Award, awarded to us from the California Breastfeeding Coalition. And I'll pass that down, and I'll say it to you. And here's the program from that event in Sacramento, and it is sponsored by Dr. Richard Pan, who's a state senator, California Breastfeeding Coalition, the Breastfeeding Coalition of Greater Sacramento. And you can see on the program that they recognized 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 different groups throughout the state who have been recognized and acknowledged as mother-baby friendly. And in addition to accepting this on behalf of the board, and appreciation for the great work that our Patty Zoll went up there with me, and Lauren from my staff, the great work that they did along with their human resource department and the CEO's office, and updating our policies and our admin policy, and also now continuing to do the work to have dedicated lactation rooms and just have a mother-baby friendly workplace. And so that was exciting to do. And I just also want to acknowledge the California Highway Patrol North Sacramento area. The second slide, please. I think that shows the Highway Patrol group. And they had an officer, a 16-year veteran, and what they did at their station to embrace both the needs of that officer, but her family, and that they all became family, and really creating a mother-baby friendly workplace for her. And it was really great to see these big, tough, high chippers in their uniforms, and here they are hugging these babies, and just it was pretty sweet. But it just really, if you look at some of the recipients across the board here, and the different ways they approached it, lessons, further things we can look at to learn, but also it was really nice to be up there to represent our county. Very proud of what our county was able to do with that. So can you put the second slide up? The second, advance it once, please. There's the pictures. Oh, thank you. There's the highway patrol group, and the officer with her baby. And she was an officer who today still goes out into the field. I mean, she doesn't sit in an office. So it was great. The assemblywoman showed up. That was nice to have her impromptu show up. So anyway, I wanted you to share that with you. It was fun to do, and again, great work by our agencies to make that happen. And while I was there, earlier on the agenda, somewhere here I'll find this, CSAC sponsored, along with the National Association of Counties, the Council of State Governments Justice Center, American Psychiatric Foundation, and a lot of local representatives, an initiative called the Stepping Up Initiative. And as I said, CSAC is very much engaged in this, and it is the goal is to reduce the number of people with mental illnesses in jails across the nation. Present there was the sheriff from Orange County and the chief probation officer representatives. Anyway, the Stepping Up initiative acknowledges that 2 million people with serious mental illnesses are admitted to jails across our nation, and once incarcerated, the issues that come as a result of their illness and the human toil on this. And so although they acknowledge that counties have, and particularly I think in this state, we've taken steps forward to really go into working with that population in the jails, and then certainly out in our community. The goal in this initiative is to put stronger emphasis on the spotlight of the incarceration of the mentally ill, to look at both federal, state resources that can help our jurisdictions to really reach into our jails and help the mental illness to return to the community and have the support they need. So it is a nationwide initiative, and we'll certainly continue. I'll certainly continue, and I expect we'll be hearing more about it as it advances. So it was just happened to be up there when that was taking place, and happy to be there in support of the CSAC partnership with the National Association of Counties and the professionals working on that. Thank you. You can take that down now, or however you do that, and get that off of there. Exit it. Thank you. There you go. The last thing I'd like to mention is that because I was in Sacramento, I didn't get back in time to go to the VCLA graduation, the Ventura County Leadership Academy graduation in cohort 20. And most of you are familiar with the Leadership Academy, but this year's cohort was, again, their 20th year, and we had a few folks from our county who actually went through the Leadership Academy, and I'd like to call out Wendy, who's here from my office, went through the Leadership Academy and is now a graduate. And the program there is 9 months of really one Friday a month going to, moving around the county, looking at the different agencies and programs and services and challenges in the county. And the attendees of the Leadership Academy get to learn more about the county, and then they also make a trip to Sacramento. It's really a very good way to introduce mid-level managers, folks who are coming up in our communities to be the future leaders, both in the private sector, public sector, and to work in nonprofits. So those folks we can recruit to serve on nonprofit boards. So I was unfortunately not be able to be there, but I know CEO Mike Powers was.
Thank you, Chair Long. It was an honor to be there. And I think we had actually a record number of participants from our county family. Wendy, right? We had 6 members of our county leadership team here participating. In addition to Wendy, we had Christina Rosari Barreto, a land use planner from the Planning Division, Dr. Renee Higgins, Chief Operating Officer from VCMC for our clinic system, Dee Pupa, Deputy Director of the Ventura County Healthcare Agency, Selfa Sacedo, Manager from the Public Health Division, as well as Bill Stratton, the Director of our Environmental Health Department. So just a great cross-section, a group of leaders, and I believe they call their cohort 20 Dos Equis. So
Dos Equis.
Was it Stay Thirsty was your motto, right?
That's right.
Anyway, thank you. It was great to see that many county leaders participating, and I really want to thank the directors of those departments for supporting them, because it's a sacrifice for them to have their folks commit that time. So well worth it.
There's the programs if you want to see them.
And Chair Long, there was one
Yes.
thing I did forget to mention in my comments, and that was that we approved the hazardous discharge report, and it did also, it's like each week we have one, each week there seems to be some kind of incident, but this one had regarding produced water that had spilled out in the Ventura area as a result of a injection well.
And
Thank you, Chair Long. Very excited that on Saturday, the county won the corporate games in the large Division A category. Woohoo! That's right. I think it's 4 out of the last 5 years. Last year, Navy won. It was our opportunity to support the militaries. We wanted Navy to win. But other than that, 4 out of the last 5 years. And I really want to appreciate Christy Madden, all the team leads who participated in it. And it was great spirit on Saturday. This is a 6-week deal, and just want to read off just real quickly the names of the folks who were there, because it brings a lot of great spirit to our county family. And that included, in addition to Christy, Jesse Prater, Victoria Jump and Son, Chris Webb, Angie Clark, Julie Stewart, Cynthia Lopez, Tim and Greg Dowler, Chris Acebo, Rebecca Jimenez, Russell Tabata, Roberto Juarez, Cristina Sui, Guadalupe Gastelum, and Sergio Prada. And again, just want to thank you, because it was a great spirit, and the county took first place and actually third place as well in our second division. Not that we're competitive or anything. So it was great spirit. Thank you.
and I'm sure we'll have them in the boardroom at some point.
Yes, and I believe next week. Thank
The
you.
award. Okay, thank you, board members. That ends our comments. We're going to go to our 9 o'clock time certain, then we'll come back to 18. And that's because we have our honorables here in the boardroom, and I know they have to get back across the way to the courtroom. So this is to proclaim May 2015 as National Drug Court Month in Ventura County, and I'm very pleased to have Honorable Judge Kevin McGee here, Honorable Judge Brian Back, if you'd like to step forward, Juvenile Services Division Manager Sandra Carrillo, and Court Executive Officer Michael Planet. Happy to have you all here in the boardroom. This is National Drug Court Month, and it is the mission to break the cycle of drug and alcohol addiction and its concomitant crime. And Drug Court provides programs that combine intensive judicial supervision, substance abuse treatment, and drug testing with escalating sanctions and incentives. More than 2,800 drug courts serve over 148,000 adults and juveniles nationwide. A recent study found that family reunification rates were approximately 50% higher for family drug court programs than comparison groups, and that the children of family drug court participants also spend significantly less time in out-of-home placements. Another recent large-scale study found participants in juvenile drug treatment courts recidivated at a significantly lower rate than a matched comparison sample of juvenile drug-involved probationers. So the judges, prosecutors, defense attorneys, social workers, treatment and rehabilitation professionals, law enforcement, correction, program personnel, researchers, educators, national community leaders, and others all support the work of drug courts resoundingly. Our community-based treatment providers such as Prototypes, Women's Center, Interface, Aspiranet, Children and Family Services, Palmer Drug Abuse Program, United Parents, Coalition for Family Harmony, have provided services to more than 1,000 juveniles and mothers referred by the drug court programs in our county. And other support service referrals have been made to many other providers in our county, such as Moss Beach Homes, In-Home Parenting Skills and Therapy, City Impact, Counseling Services, Boys and Girls Clubs, Police Activities League, CalWorks Job and Career Center, Public Health, A New Start for Moms, BCMC, RAIN, Planned Parenthood, Salvation Army, and certainly our recreational sports leagues and free legal clinics. We all have a role in what we can aspire to in the results of our drug courts. So I very much appreciate we have such a engaged bench in our county and engaged professionals who understand the value of drug court, the importance of it in really helping to change lives, and by doing so, being proactive and being early in the game to do that, that we have great success rates. So I'll step down and present this and invite you to please speak.
Madam Chair, members of the board, Mr. Powers, thank you so much for this recognition of National Drug Court Month. There are obviously a lot of lives being touched by the work that not only the court does, but all the support agencies involved in those who are struggling with this problem of substance abuse, not only for juveniles, but also for adults. And it truly does change lives. And there are so many fine people, including those standing behind me here, and the agencies they represent that are helping to make a difference for those folks. We thank you for taking the time to acknowledge and understand and appreciate the work that is being done in this area. We also want to invite you to a special celebration on Thursday, May 21, 3 o'clock, courtroom 22, if you're available. Please come over. There's going to be a special celebration and reunion of drug court graduates and participants, and they would truly appreciate your being there and your support if you're able to be there. And that includes an invitation to the public to attend. So thank you, Supervisor Long.
Thank you. Thank you for being here. Your Honorable, anything to say? Oh, give him a mic. Give him a mic. You get one sentence.
On a related topic, it's always a pleasure to appear in front of the finest looking Board of Supervisors in the state of California. Is that what I was supposed to say? Yeah. And, Judge McGee is right. The statistics which we see every day, I think, Kevin, 99.9% of the kids we see have a drug or alcohol problem. That's about as a high percentage as you can get. But I think this board also needs to be proud. You remember that it was years ago that we started the mental health and drug court, which was only the 11th mental health court in the entire United States that addressed juvenile issues. And that court continues, and it's always something that deals not just with the mental health issues, but also the drug issues. And I think that Kevin presides not over just the drug court, but the recovery classroom, which has been cited as a model project throughout the state. So the county has a lot to be proud of also. And these guys, systems are important, and it's important to make that systemic change. But if you don't have the individuals, you can throw it out. It's got to both go together. So these are the individuals that make it work. So it's really, I would say on behalf of Judge McGee that we love our jobs, and these are the people why we do. So thank you.
Thank you. Why don't we're going to come down here and do a little sweep around.
We don't have to hug or anything.
You can stand back. Please. Step forward. There you go. Hold it.
Really appreciate the good work that you are all doing, and what you said resonate too. So many of the people with drug problems also have some mental illness that co-occurring, and being able to see the great work you do, trying, as we mentioned earlier, to not have our mentally ill in jails wherever we can. We just really appreciate so much your work on behalf of that, and on behalf of those in the county who are very much in need of good help like you provide. So thank you.
Madam Chair, and thank you to judges, for the work you're doing. I won't be able to be there, but my staff will be there. Thank you so much. Thank you. Okay.
At least 20 years, I would say. Yeah. Thank you again for coming over, honorables. Okay. Let's see if we can go and do our item 18 before we move into the rest of the items. Does that work? That'll work. We pulled it off of the regular agenda. And this is, it is to receive and file a report but it's regarding our annual report on waste discharge and watershed protection zones, our stormwater quality management program. So if we could do that, Tully, please.
Thank you, Chair Long, members of the board, Mr. Powers, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Tully Clifford with the Public Works Agency, and I'm the Director of the Watershed Protection District. I'm here today just to give a brief presentation about the Ventura countywide stormwater quality program and what it means as we're moving forward. The stormwater quality program is required under the Clean Water Act, but it's also specifically called out in the county strategic plan, so it's a very important program. The countywide stormwater program implements a stormwater permit required under the Clean Water Act for discharges from municipal storm drains. All 10 Ventura County cities, the county, and the Watershed Protection District work together on the program, so it's very much a collaborative effort. The principal permittee activities are managed by our Stormwater Resources section. This is a highly knowledgeable and experienced group of people, and we are supported by consultants as required. It is just a tremendous workload. The Stormwater Program's annual report provided today covers permit compliance from July 2013 through June 2014. It includes dozens of performance standards assessing the permittee's compliance and program effectiveness. Last year, a new webpage, as shown on this slide, was developed for the public to learn more about stormwater pollution and how to prevent it. The identity, Ventura County's Community for a Clean Watershed, is really the public face of the program, and it's there to highlight the fact that we all have to work together for this to be effective, that it just can't be done by this small group of professionals, that everybody needs to participate. One of our top water quality concerns is high concentrations of fecal indicator bacteria. It's a bird, it's a dog, it's a human. It gains a certain importance for us in developing strategies for controlling these bacteria sources. Our current permit required significant changes to how land development happens and their impact on stormwater quality. And so it required the development of the low-impact development concepts. And to communicate these, the technical guidance manual was developed through a very comprehensive stakeholder process. The manual clearly explains the permit requirements, the options available to developers to meet those requirements, and guidance on best management practices, design, and maintenance. This slide shows the impacts of urban runoff on the environment and the outfall monitoring stations. Now, these allow our receiving water sites to be monitored a lot more readily and assist us with strategizing for the program. This is a snapshot of our web-based water quality data visualization tool. Now anyone, a member of the public, the board, a city permittee, an environmental group, and others can view our stormwater data really readily. It also has a nice tool for the user to chart a pollutant over time, or to compare multiple sites or different pollutants at the same site. We continue to monitor pollutants from urban areas, identifying the highest priorities to enable us to concentrate our efforts appropriately. Similar to the Heal the Bay report card, we have created an A to F score as a baseline for measuring water quality. The lines you can see in the chart are the dry, the wet, and then the average of the measurements that we're seeing. In January of this year, the program submitted the application for permit renewal termed the Report of Waste Discharge. This report compiles the lessons learned over the last 20 years and uses that knowledge to recommend specific permit improvements that will assist the permittees countywide in achieving stormwater quality objectives. We anticipate that the next permit will be very similar to that of LA County, and it has some key differences. It can either be looked at individually on a programmatic basis or on a watershed basis. So we can now move forward and look at things from a watershed planning perspective, which I think will be a great deal more effective over time. Recommendations identified within the report on waste discharge are based on the assumption that the LA Water Board will develop the next permit based on LA's. I think we're well ahead of the of LA County have a good understanding of our watersheds, and we have a very effective and collaborative partnership with the cities to continue to improve water quality across the county. This is the tentative schedule, and I use the word tentative intentionally as it usually tends to slip, but we're hopeful that we'll stick a lot closer to this one as we get our new permit. And finally, I just want to conclude with a new initiative that the program is undertaking. This is to create a unified storm drain map and geodatabase countywide. With the completion of this effort this summer, all the cities will have access to the database, and the program can then develop a stormwater resource plan, and this is in accordance with Senate Bill 985. This will have the benefit of enabling us better access to Proposition 1 funding for stormwater implementation grants. The bottom line really in our stormwater program is that Ventura County is a leader in the program, in the field, and we're very creative, we're very collaborative, and we're making a difference. And I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Questions?
I do. This is great, and I've experienced the good analysis you've done as we're working with the Oak Park community, and just really having a good understanding of, giving the community a good understanding of where they're seeing pollutants in their stormwater and what we need to do about it. You had a slide here, I guess it was slide 12, which talks about the overall trend is improving. And one of the bullet points says groundwater affecting scores during drought. And I just not sure what you mean by that, and if you could explain that.
Good afternoon, board
Good morning.
Good morning.
Gerhard Hubner, Deputy Director, Watershed Protection District. Supervisor Parks, so the question is, it's a little contradictory to think that the drought may affect water quality, but in some cases of our county, we have high groundwater, and it's being discharged either purposely or naturally seeps, and it has naturally high constituents. So the salt levels go up, we measure those, and we compare them to water quality objectives, and that's where we get some of the exceedances and where our scores actually can drop. So it's counterintuitive.
Can you expound a little bit?
Up in the Simi Valley area, we definitely have in the west end of the basin artesian conditions where groundwater is being discharged. So our monitoring station in that particular location and downstream would pick up those constituents.
Okay. And the other question that I had was related to how we as a county can use the LID, the low impact development measures to reduce pollutants. And as we see in the Oak Park, they're looking at retrofitting a median was one of the examples for a biofilter. And I'm just wondering, as we develop, as we build our roads, if we have standards that say, let's just put these in the beginning, and or when we can, instead of trying to do it later.
Yeah, and I think we're in full agreement with that. The more that we can do as part of as a development or as part of new construction, the better it is. So we're getting at the problem right from the beginning. In a retrofit situation, it becomes more expensive, more difficult to do. So we're trying to encourage as much as we can to start right at the beginning rather than trying to enter our program partway through.
And also, just finally, I really enjoyed the demonstration you did for the whole board and on outside of our government center in the parking lot there, where you have a kind of a porous concrete that allows for the water to be captured instead of going right into the storm drains. And I'm wondering, as we move forward, if this might have a further application, if the cost of it might be coming down, or it's something that we can use elsewhere.
I think it's definitely something we can use elsewhere, and it's something we would like to see as part of new construction as well. So it's not just as a retrofit, but as an ongoing standard.
That would be great. Thank you.
Any other questions?
I do.
Yes,
Not a question, but just a comment. I appreciate the proactive efforts on the part of the Watershed Protection District. The stormwater plan strikes me as sort of one of those classic things that will be, at some point in time, shot at, criticized, complained about. You know, this is government at its worst, and this is government intrusion in people's lives and everything else. We are simply implementing what we have to do based on, the new state law, the Regional Water Quality Control Board, et cetera. And it's important that we be as proactive as we can in anticipating those moments are coming. And so having like your website being up front, we'll never be able to get this on everybody's radar screen appropriately. So people are going to be surprised that, all of a sudden all these stormwater regulations, are going to have impacts. They will, and I just think it's just human nature. So I really commend you for having it all ready, all tight, so we can say, look, we've tried the best we can to make sure people are informed. We've tried to be proactive. We've got this website. Get there so that when that moment comes, which we know is going to happen, we've demonstrated that we've done everything that we can from a proactive standpoint, because this is hugely significant for Ventura County, and not just Ventura County, but every county. When you're trying to deal with stormwater runoff in areas that are as flashy as ours are, where we have no runoff and then we have an enormous amount of runoff, and you're trying to control all of that, you have real big challenges with, you have bacteria that builds up for 10 months and then a big flush, and then suddenly you're legally responsible for that flush, right? That's a very difficult spot that everybody has been put into. Not necessarily that it's inappropriate, that we need to do something about it, but I really commend you for trying to anticipate that. And I just want to sort of publicly acknowledge that day will come, and we can hopefully look back to these efforts and say, well, at least we did what we could to get ready for them. Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Totally, I want to thank you for an excellent report, you and Gerhard, and we're the lead agency for the rest of the cities, right, in the county.
That's correct.
So I think it's important that we all work together, and it's going to help the entire county and the 10 cities in the county. So thank you for an excellent report.
Yes.
I would also just like to comment, it is legal, it is a requirement, but I think really the communities, if they do want to be environmental, they do want to have clean streets, they do want to have clean water, and I think we really need to emphasize that. And when we are out there, it's not just we are required to do it, but go into what they want, and they do want the clean water. And I think that is a really good way of approaching this. And seen in Los Angeles, they went and approved a sales tax measure to just clean water. I mean, everybody wants clean water, and I think that is the best approach that we can do, is go to the environmentalism in them, and I think everybody wants to have clean streets and clean water in their neighborhoods, and I think that really needs to be the approach that we have to take on this.
Mm-hmm. Okay, well, thank you. This was great to pull this up so we could have the public discussion and your PowerPoints. Very informative. Thank you. Good work. Appreciate it. There's a receive and file on this. Motion and a second. Please vote.
My thing is stuck. There it goes.
There you go. Okay, and that passes unanimously. Thank you. All right, now to our 9:15 time certain item. Sorry for a little delay there, but we're going to receive and file an initial verbal report back from our Agricultural Commissioner. Mr. Gonzalez, good morning.
Good morning, Chairperson Long, members of the board, Mr. Powers. Henry Gonzalez here, serving as your Agricultural Commissioner. So today I'm here to report back to the board on some directives from April 7th. The presentation that you received was changed, and I believe you now have the updated version of the presentation.
Mm-hmm. We do?
Yep.
Correct?
Yes, we do. Thank you.
So I just wanted to review very briefly the actual directives. And then the first one is to annually identify and submit to the Board of Supervisors any tests funded or directed by government agencies that the Commissioner is aware of that measure potential pesticide impacts of Ventura County's public health. And so these are the two monitorings that are going on that I believe are of most importance to Ventura County and would fulfill the directive number 1. It's the air monitoring at Rio Mesa High School, which I believe most folks are already aware of. And then the groundwater monitoring, which I'm not so sure everybody is aware of. So I'm going to speak a little bit about these monitorings. The water monitoring, just to share, the most recent sampling was done in 2013. There probably was sampling done in 2014, but that data is likely still being validated. But for the most recent report that exists, there were 545 well samples for 51 different pesticides here in Ventura County and in wells throughout the county. And I'm pleased to report that there were no detections of any of these pesticides in this monitoring. And this monitoring is not just conducted by the Department of Pesticide Regulation, but also by the California Department of Public Health, the State Water Resources Control Board, and regional water quality control boards. The directive number 2 identifies which of those tests the commissioner believes should be regularly monitored by the commissioner, and I've identified those. Directive number 2, this satisfies directive number 2, the air monitoring. And this slide is to share that these results are analyzed and submitted annually. I don't have the air monitoring results for the most recent year for either one of these, but as soon as I do, I will present that information to the board promptly, as has been directed of me. So although I'll pay attention to these results, they come out once a year, and I will likely be sent these results, as has been the history, and I will promptly give those to the board, as was this directive. Now, in regards to this directive here that says that I promptly report to the Board of Supervisors when one of those tests exceeds the published state standard that has been established, I will do that. But also, I'm going to be presenting to you when it's not exceeded, because I think that it would be good to know that, number one, I didn't forget, but also I think good results are also good to know. So even if they don't exceed, I'll present those facts to the board so that the board will be aware. And so the board also directed that I investigate the cost of us doing our own air monitoring sampling. And so I've worked with Mike Villegas, our Air Pollution Control District officer, and he's helped me quite a bit with some information, because this really falls into his area of expertise, air monitoring. And this is what we have so far. An estimate on individual sample taking. This would be for somebody to go to the sample site, collect the sample itself, take it back to their respective office, prepare the sample for shipment, and then sending it off. And this is based on, not my staff, but actually Mike Villegas' staff would. And if we do get to this, I would recommend that it would be Mike's staff taking the samples, because they are already trained, they are much more expert in this area, but it will cost us approximately $220 per sample.
Henry?
Yes,
Is that going to come out of the APCD funding, out of his budget, out of Mike's? No? Okay.
I don't believe so. But I don't want to speak for Mike.
Mike went like this. Thank you.
So this would be an additional, at the board's direction, we'd do additional sampling, and thereby we
Yes.
would come up with the resources.
Yes, yes. On the equipment, we're still investigating, but uncertain if we would be able to lease, borrow, or have to purchase the monitoring equipment itself. That's going to be dependent on that. So don't have that information yet. And then the testing per sample would be done by the Air Resources Board at the state level. I think that's the appropriate agency to conduct that analysis of the sample. And I'm estimating that it's going to run about between $100 and $400 per sample. And I don't have a verification. That's my own personal estimate based on what I know of other testing that the state conducts for pesticide residues.
Could I ask, the reason why I was suggesting this is so that we could have a more direct link to finding out the results of tests. We've seen at the DPR it can take years before we find out and not always sure of the information that we're getting. You're suggesting using a state agency, the ARB, then to actually analyze the results, is that right?
Yes, and actually the sampling that the Department of Pesticide Regulation conducts, they also have Air Resources Board conduct all of that work as well. So DPR pays for that agency, which is the appropriate agency to be conducting that sampling and doing the analysis. And so they do. And then DPR, because it's their charge to do the risk assessment, they do that part.
So would this accomplish what the goal of being able to get faster results and straight information to your office? Or are we going to be in the same situation that we're in right now? We're reliant on ARB. So is ARB, do they have a quick turnaround, or is the stalling happening at DPR?
It's not just the turnaround. It is also the characterization of those sample results. What do the sample results mean? There has to be a validation. There has to be an interpretation. What do those samples mean? That is the purview of the Department of Pesticide Regulation. So it would really not be appropriate for me to be doing that, because that's not my area of expertise.
No, I agree, and I agree that the air quality, Air Pollution Control District is the right agency. They're the ones that test, but I didn't realize that we would have to then go to the ARB. And Mr. Villegas is here. Maybe he can answer these questions regarding this specifically. We have the ability to gather the samples, but not to analyze them. Is that right, Mr. Villegas?
That is correct. It would probably be best if we used the California Air Resources Board to actually analyze the samples, because they have that equipment. As a matter of fact, we're in contact right now with their special monitoring branch, and it kind of gives you a feel of their expertise in work like this. They can do monitoring beyond what you would generally do at an air quality district.
And then I would imagine there will be specific health thresholds, and that's what they'll be
and there we're going to have to rely
to.
on DPR on those specific target thresholds they came up with.
So could either of you answer the question, is this going to achieve the goal of getting us a faster turnaround? And that is one of the problems we're seeing. Sometimes we're waiting for years in some cases before we find out about exceedances, for example. I'm looking at doing this as to get a more direct path to getting the answers on exceedances specifically.
I definitely hear your concern. More sunshine would be much better. Just to give you a perspective, when we complete our monitoring, we have a deadline of May 1 the following year to get all that data quality assured and through QC checks and submitted to ARB and the US EPA. So I think, and we always beat that deadline, to be honest, and we're in the April time frame. I think that's a reasonable expectation from DPR and Air Resources Board to get the data from the prior year. I think in the current, with the situation we have with the public being extremely concerned about these emissions, I think we could work with DPR and ARB to make sure they're giving us the data in the April time frame also.
So then, do you agree this would be a more expedient way of being able to get the information that we want?
Absolutely.
Okay.
I think as an air district, I think between Mr. Gonzalez and myself, we're going to have to put a little pressure on DPR to make sure that this data is released sooner than later.
To be clear, I think Mike's referring to DPR's data. I think the data that we would generate, I'm not so sure we can do it faster than DPR, merely because there's going to be limiting factors on us, because we are essentially reinventing a process that already exists. And do we copy it or what? So there's going to be those obstacles on us as well, that we are not the experts that do this work. And again, it's DPR who's going to characterize the data. And for us to try to do that, it's way outside
And
of our
when you
area
say
of
us, you mean
I
the
mean, the
agricultural commissioner, or you mean the
Mike
county?
and myself, or whoever is the appropriate. And likely, since we don't have that expertise, I don't believe Mike's shop either, I believe we would have to hire somebody. So there's, again, I think we would be reinventing the wheel. So that we would be faster, I don't know. But certainly I think that the Department of Pesticide Regulation has heard quite clearly and loudly that people want those sample results sooner than what has been the case. So I don't know what all the limitations are that DPR faces, but they certainly have heard the...
So, Madam Chair, Henry,
yes.
In order to test those, you're going to have to hire somebody or contract with someone. Is that included in the 40K?
This is only for
the equipment?
Yes. So the $220 per sample, that would be somebody, hopefully from Mike's shop, who would go there, collect the sample, prepare it, and send it off. The equipment to do the actual capturing of the sample is one. Okay. And we don't know if we can borrow it, lease it, or have to buy our own. And then the testing itself, that would be done by ARB, hopefully, and with their equipment, they would give us that result. So as far as interpreting the data, and that, again, that goes outside our area of expertise, and we would either, if we wanted to do that, we would have to hire somebody who could do that. And I think it's a very specialized field, and I'm not certain how to do that, but I believe we can find out just how close we can get to that, if that is the will of the board.
Mr. Powers, you had something you
Yeah,
want to say?
thank you, Chairman. That's what I was going to suggest, is we will explore this, and if we find that this is something we can expedite and get the results sooner, at your board's direction, that's what we'll do.
That's a good point. Yeah. Okay.
So one of the other objectives of today's report is to provide air monitoring data for the period of time between 2001 and 2010. And so I was able to find some. However, it's very different than the information that we received for the Rio Mesa testing. And here are some of the major differences.
Yeah, why don't you go to your next slide, Henry, and I just want to put this in context, so if you can put up your next slide, Henry.
I need to address this one first, if I may. Perhaps you could put it in context.
I'll put it in. Okay, thank you, Henry. Just so you know, I did speak yesterday to the Director of Department of Pesticide Regulations, Brian Leahy, and suggested that it would be beneficial for him to come down, or his team, his staff, to come down and address your board directly and answer any of these questions that you have. They certainly have the expertise, and I think they could shed a little bit more light on these issues. So we are going to work with his office to schedule a meeting for your board sometime in June.
Okay, great.
While we're on that topic, I just want to point out, I also had a conversation with Director Leahy probably 2 weeks ago, and perhaps 3 weeks ago. He asked me to create a series of questions that I had, so that when they came down, so the question was whether they would come down. When they came down, they would know what my questions were. I did create those questions, sent them to him about 2 weeks ago. Didn't hear anything back, even an acknowledgement of that he had received those questions, until after Mr. Powers talked to him yesterday and pointed out that I'd asked those questions. So when I sent my questions up, I said, what's important to me is get an answer to these questions in writing. I was willing to just take the questions in writing and save him the the trip, or save somebody from the department the trip down here. But I'm happy to have them come and answer those questions here. But I have submitted essentially the same questions that I've asked here in this hearing, pointing out how could it be that they have in one paragraph this and another paragraph that. The exact same things I put into questions for them. And so after Mr. Powers talked with Mr. Leahy yesterday, Mr. Leahy did send an email acknowledging that he had received my email and that they would be answering those questions. So I'm not sure whether they'll answer those in writing before they come down here or whether they'll do that at that point in time. But just wanted, in full disclosure, wanted to let everybody know I did reach out because it's not just the Ag Commissioner. The concerns I have are both the Ag Commissioner's performance and DPR's performance on this.
Well, I greatly appreciate that you both have reached out to the Department of Pesticide Regulation to answer these calls, because it's really their area of expertise and not mine. And I believe the more expanded answers can be issued by DPR. So I just wanted to talk a little bit about, before I get into the sample results that I found, is to share why they are so different than the Rio Mesa air monitoring results. To begin with, these results, and these are results from 2005 and 2006, they do not have annual averages, as do the Rio Mesa air monitoring results that we've recently reviewed. So they're not annual averages, so it's a bit of apples and oranges. The monitoring that I found results for was conducted during the highest use of these materials, and I'm going to focus in again on the 1,3-dichloropropene. So it was during the highest use period, not the whole year, not when it's hardly used, but the highest use period. That's when this sampling occurred. This was also prior to the Phase 1 and Phase 2 labeling, which is federal requirements that were placed on the labels of fumigants. Again, 1,3-D-dichloropropene and the other fumigants as well. So I'm just going to go quickly through the list of additional requirements that the Phase 1 and the Phase 2 labeling put into place, just to give you an idea of the additional precautions that, again, preceded this 2005 and 2006 testing. So the Phase 1, and I'm going to go through these quickly, just to give you an idea. The Phase 1 labeling at the federal level set limits on certain application methods, lowered the maximum rate of application, requires line-of-sight supervision by certified applicator during the application, requires a site-specific fumigant management plan before the fumigation begins, and includes a comprehensive post-application summary, expands who is a handler, includes respiratory protections and other work activities, mandates stop work triggers and air monitoring when sensory irritation is experienced by any handler involved in the application, makes all soil fumigants federal restricted use products, lengthens the time before tar perforation and removal, requires product registrant to disseminate information about the new labels, creates an entry restricted period, and makes certain good agricultural practices requirement such as soil preparation, tilling, and sealing. This was in 2011, the Phase 1 labeling, which was after the 2005 and 2006 monitoring that I'm going to share right now. Then the Phase 2 labeling came in right at the tail end of 2012, and it establishes site or application-specific buffer zones around the treated fields. It gives buffer zone credits to users who employ practices to reduce emissions for the site conditions that reduce emissions, requires buffer zone posting for bystanders, requires the fumigant management plan to include the Phase 2 requirements, requires registrants to provide training information to emergency first responders, requires fumigators to notify neighbors or take other site-specific measures such as monitoring, requires the supervising certified applicators to take the registrant-developed online training approved by US EPA as an alternative. States may also certify a soil fumigation category, and the state has. Requires registrants to prepare and disseminate information for handlers working under the supervising certified applicator, requires registrants to provide community outreach programs and information, and requires fumigators to notify state and tribal lead agencies about applications they plan to conduct. Now, these are the federal requirements of the Phase 2 and the Phase 2 labeling. The state, in many instances, already had some of these measures in place here in California. And the state also has additional requirements on top of these new Phase 1 and Phase 2 labeling. So that was another difference between the 2005 and 2006 sampling and the monitoring that we've recently been paying attention to. This also was pre-volatile organic compounds restrictions. Volatile organic compounds are the fumigants primarily, including the 1,3-D. And when I came here in 2008, that was the first year that we implemented this program to monitor and to restrict volatile organic compounds from escaping into the atmosphere. This is all to satisfy the Federal Clean Air Act. Now, initially, the Department of Pesticide Regulation was providing us with some funding so that we could monitor the volatile organic compounds. And we were given an allocation to distribute amongst the various users here in the county. Initially, it was lower than 50%, so a grower would want to fumigate 50 acres, but would only have enough of an allocation to fumigate 25 acres. And so there were limitations on what they could fumigate, but it was dependent in large part on the rates of the application and of the application techniques. This worked well for us, so well that some years after 2008 and 2009, we implemented a different system, not where we were issuing allocations to the various growers, but we had a trigger level. We had a trigger system, whereas we were monitoring the amounts that were applied to our allocation, and if any grower were to want to apply beyond our allocation, the trigger was that we would stop that application and any other application afterwards. So that system worked well, and there was never any need for us to issue a stop order because the growers never got to that point of reaching the allocations. The big game changer for volatile organic compounds and for all of the emissions is these new totally impervious film tarps. Now, back in 2005, 2006, we were using a polyethylene tarp. But since then, there's been tremendous improvement in the tarp quality, in the ability of the tarps to retain the materials in the soil. We went from the polyethylene tarp to the was totally impervious, virtually impervious films. We went to those, and those were way better than the polyethylene tarps, but even better than the virtually impervious or the totally impervious films, which we went to in a large way last year and this year as well. We're pushing those tarps. These tarps are of a superior quality. The emissions stay in the ground longer, so they're able to do their work, which is a good thing. They're able to start to break down more and also get tied up within the soil. And so these totally impervious films are a big game changer for everyone. And again, all of these things happened after the 2005 and 2006 sampling that I'm about to share with you.
Madam Chair, Henry, so yes. Who's using these tarps now, the totally impervious? Is that the majority of the folks using that?
It's the majority of our growers here. We have what we call the short list, and these are tarps that have been tested under humidity conditions to see that they meet the standards of the federal government, and DPR is in the process of testing these same federally approved tarps. DPR is coming up with their own list, which would be likely to be a subset of that list. But
So
currently
the
there's
fumigants stay in the ground much longer and...
Yes, sir.
Oh, okay.
Yes, sir. Yes,
All
sir.
right.
This has been a big game changer. And in regards to the volatile organic compounds, this is working so good with the totally impervious films that funding we were getting to monitor and control, we're not getting that anymore because the levels have dropped off so much that apparently there's no need for us to be monitoring and controlling that.
So that takes care of that.
Yeah, the totally impervious films have been a big game changer for us. One thing that, well, I'll leave it at that and go to the new,
Okay.
the sampling that I was able to find. So there was 2 years of sampling that I found, and one was 2005. And again, this is the Air Resources Board conducted this sampling, and this is a list of the sites. This is the list of where they had the monitoring equipment. Now that first site, Lincoln School, you'll see it's referred to in parentheses there as a background site. And this was a site selected because it was away, significantly away from an area that might be where you would suspect that you might find some 1,3-D in the air.
Is that Lincoln School in Ventura?
Yes, yes, sir. And then there's the other sites, and I'm gonna in a slide coming up, there'll be a map so you can see kind of where they are in proximity to each other and to Rio Mesa, and there it is. And you can see there's stars throughout this map, and those are the locations of the monitoring sites. And that's for the 2005 sampling. So that.
What do the colors represent?
The colors represent, you can see in the legend there on the left, it indicates the amounts of 1,3-D that were used between this period of August 20th through September 30th, which is the sampling period.
So the purple is the highest application.
Yes, sir.
And the Caltrans site there to the far right is the area that has average testing of 2.33 and highest one-day concentration of 16.9. Is that correct?
I'll have to get to that slide. I didn't commit this to memory, but I'll get to that slide. And but yes,
it's your next slide.
And,
yes.
and also, if you could tell us where that location is. I don't know what the Caltrans site is.
The Caltrans site is right there. See it?
I do, but I don't know where it is.
Is that Pleasant Valley Road?
Is it on Pleasant Valley Road?
Or Fifth, is it? I'm sorry.
I just don't know what that
I don't
location
know
is.
where exactly that is. It's right there where that star is, wherever that star is. If that is important to you, Supervisor, I'll find that, and I'll get you that.
Is that Camarillo then?
Yeah.
Past Camarillo.
It looks like Fifth Street.
I'd be happy to get that more, an address if you like. I don't have more information.
Okay. Well, if you could go to the next slide, then.
So, let me also say that the Department of Pesticide Regulation developed reference concentrations for this data. And the reference concentrations were developed by DPR to be 100 times below what the no observable effect level is for 1 day exposure and for 1 week exposure. And those amounts...
Madam Chair,
yes.
We're at 10
Yes,
o'clock.
sorry.
I just look at the number of slides left. I look at the number of questions I have. I'm going to ask that we, the Ag Commissioner, there's not that many people here for this issue of the Ag Commissioner. We have a lot of people here for the other issue. I'm going to ask that we come back to this item and go to our time certain. That's my request, but I don't know what everybody else wants to do.
I'll second that.
I'll be, this is,
Okay.
I don't want to rush this, and
Okay, if we can, we'll just put this on hold till we do a couple items, and we'll come back to you.
because I missed the
Apologies.
last statement you
Yeah.
just made, for example.
Apologies, Mr.
That's okay.
Gonzalez, but we do want to have a little more time on this, and So thank you.
Thank you.
We'll come back to it. All right, then I'll go to our next 10 o'clock time certain item, because I know folks are here for that. We'll do that. It is the Elder Abuse Awareness Month, to recognize the Elder and Independent Adult Abuse Awareness Month. And I would like to invite down Marcy Snyder to the podium to accept the resolution. Marcy is with our Adult Protective Services of Human Services Agency. And then I know we also have Dr. Judy Chrisman Yates here from our FAST team, and she'll invite her to say a few words too. I'll read this and I'll step down to present it to you. May, we're going to proclaim May as Elder and Dependent Adult Abuse Awareness Month. Seniors and dependent adults are valued members of our community and our society, and collective responsibility to ensure that they live safely and with dignity it belongs to us. Every year, more than 5 million disabled elderly citizens in the United States may be victims of physical and emotional abuse, neglect, and financial exploitation. Last year, Ventura County Adult Protective Services received over 4,300 reports of abuse to elders and dependent adults, which was an increase, unfortunately, of 8%. The personal losses associated with abuse can be devastating, can include the loss of independence, of homes, of life savings, health, dignity, and personal security. Financial abuse is a rising concern, frequently perpetrated by persons closer to the elder or dependent adult. They capitalize on the relationship with the individual and they break the trust. We're very fortunate that we have such a strong Ventura County Financial Abuse Specialist team, our FAST team, chaired by Dr. Yates, established in 2003 by Attorney Joan Virginia Allen, I remember, to combat the increase in financial abuse against seniors and disabled adults. The FAST team includes dedicated representatives from organizations such as the District Attorney, Law Enforcement, Area Agency on Aging, California Department of Insurance, Long-Term Care Ombudsman, Alzheimer's Association, the Public Guardian, the Adult Protective Services, Community Care Licensing, Gray Law, Clergy Council, attorneys, and financial institutions. And since 2012, in the formation of the FAST, has effectively evaluated 22 highly complex cases and confirmed allegations of financial abuse in 16 of those 22 cases. Once an allegation was confirmed, the protective factor was eliminated in 81% of the cases. So it is important that we take time every year to acknowledge, unfortunately, that we do have elder and dependent abuse in our county and in our nation, and that we publicly be made aware and engage the public and changing that and challenging where they may see instances occurring, and to really reach out to our elders to give them the safety net and the protection that they deserve from the abuse that may be occurring. So by recognizing this month, we're able to spotlight it and to really call on the public to really be engaged and to help us to protect our most vulnerable. So I'll step down now to present that and invite you to say a few words.
Thank you. Thank you very much, members of the board, for acknowledging Adult Protective Services and Elder and Dependent Adult Abuse Awareness Month. It means a lot to us. Financial abuse continues to be the #1 type of reported abuse against our elders in Ventura County. Our partnership with the Financial Abuse Specialist team has been vital to eliminate the vast majority of abuse cases presented to the FAST. So at this point, I'll turn it over to Judy, and she'll give you some good information.
All right. Thank you for the opportunity to be here to discuss FAST. I just, for the sake of time, I have handouts for each of you so that you can take a look at them when you do have time. We did have a recent case. We had a 97-year-old widower living alone who was severely cognitively impaired. He had received some information from a church stating that he could assist people from a church who said that they could assist people with wills and trusts. He contacted them requesting assistance with updating his trust. 2 representatives from the church came out to his home, and according to the widower, the church representatives duped him into giving him $100,000 as a charitable gift to the church. APS partnered with the Department of Insurance, who is also a consultant to FAST. During the investigators' visit to the church, She convinced the suspected abusers to return the $100,000 to the widower, and they did. It was that combination of having the networking that was invaluable in that case. And of course, working with APS they're amazing.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing that story, and appreciate that you continue to do the good work in the community that really supports our elder and our adults who are at risk. Thank you so very much.
APS, can I have you guys stand up and come down here?
Yes, please. Come
and
on
our
down.
partners, please.
Thank you, all of you, for the work you do for us in the community. For an aging community, we want to see more of this. We want to see less. We want to see those numbers go up.
I could get you guys nice and close. I can get everyone in.
Come in behind, step forward a little bit. Marcy, let's step forward. There you go. Thank you.
All right, on three. 1, 2, 3. One more. 1, 2, 3. Thank you. Thank you.
Is there a soft lens on this camera?
Not that close up.
All right, 1, 2. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, board members. Now we will go to our next item, which is item 23, a recommendation by Supervisor Bennett.
Thank you very much, Supervisor Long. This is certainly an important and challenging issue to create legislation on, and I sincerely mean it when I say I very humbly bring this forward to the Board of Supervisors for a discussion today. It's a topic that is very important to people on a deeply personal level. I'm sure today we'll hear people feeling strongly both ways about that. And so I just would like to ask as we begin this that this be the most respectful and thoughtful discussion that we can possibly have in this boardroom as we really genuinely listen to each other about this important and challenging topic. SB 128 is moving through the legislature. I think it's valuable for our community to have a discussion, for us to weigh in. Where I start right now, and I'm always open to hearing what people have to say, where I start right now is I am concerned about that patient that gets ALS, that its mind is going to stay completely intact while their body simply collapses around them. Trying to provide them an option is something that I've heard from so many people that they want to have, that know that option is there if they find themselves in that situation. At the same time, I'm not the least bit interested, and I feel very strongly that I don't want to create something that allows anybody else to put pressure on or to take advantage of anybody else. This should be a completely personal, and as for those people in those situations. I realize, again, that's what I say, creating legislation is difficult on a topic like this. I appreciate the safeguards that have been created in the Oregon law. I've tried to do the best I can to examine that and see if there are abuses, and I think that Oregon has created good safeguards, and I would not support any weakening ever in the future of these safeguards. And I know that's a conversation that I certainly had with Sylvia and her staff out there about their concern about the slippery slope. But it is absolutely important that those safeguards stay there, because you can't begin the process of allowing other people to use this to put pressure on or take advantage of people. And finally, I would offer this: one of the reasons that I'm having the position that I have at this point in time is because legislation like this is difficult enough to do at the state legislature, where they can have hearings and constantly keep modifying and crafting the bill. If the bill doesn't have the proper appropriate hearings, et cetera, at the legislative level, if it doesn't move forward, I believe eventually this will become an initiative here in California. And a legislation that requires the kind of safeguards that I think are absolutely essential, I would much prefer be written at the state legislative level rather than at the initiative level. So with that, I humbly bring this forward, and I welcome sort of this another opportunity for a community discussion as we wrestle and think about what our position is on SB 128. Thank you very much.
Okay, any comments at this time, board members? We do have public speakers.
I do. I have some comments, but what I'd like to do here, I got an email, and I'd just like to read this email. You know, I don't read things usually here at all, but just this, and then we can go on to what we're doing, because I thought it was just all the thoughts that I would have this person put into a pretty good email. And it says, according to the Star, there's a proposed agenda item to consider endorsing SB 128, which legalizes physician-assisted suicides. I strongly believe that this is the wrong direction for the board and the county of Ventura. The issue here is not whether or not people are able to take their own lives. A Google search as to how to commit suicide yields 17,300,000 sources. What is being requested here is a societal sanctioning of this step, specifically for the role of physicians to facilitate this action. This is dangerous for our county's constituents for a number of reasons. There's no logical stopping point once we have determined that taking another's life is an appropriate action. Currently in California, there's a bright line. It is wrong to assist anyone in any manner to take their own life. Once we've decided to cross this line, it's acceptable to not only take one's life, but to have others assist in this step. We have not only changed who we are as a society, but stepped into a slope without any clear direction. We may initially write those distinctions into our law, but there will be court challenges, a series that will erode it and one distinction to another, because there is no logical stopping point. If the individuals must have 6 months to live, why not 8 months? Why not 10 months, 3 years? If a reason why they would be allowed to do this is something that's subjective to suffering, why should we limit to those who define lifespan at all? Shouldn't it be chronic illness, quality, even if for the last several years? Why not allow the suicide now, because it's possible to predict that natural history, even if individual has minimal initial symptoms? If suffering is the determining factor, then why limit it to the patient? Shouldn't the suffering be to caretakers or other family members being taken into consideration? Who decides whose suffering is the most important? Would this be based on an estimate of productivity, and the suffering of the caretaker will be more important than the patient, leading to killing of those who cannot speak for themselves? What is the standard for suffering? On what basis is depression less an indication of suicide than cancer? There is no logical distinction to separate any of these issues once it's determined that it is morally appropriate for some individual to pay to help others take their lives. This proposal has been crafted to allow people to say it's acceptable because it's limited. The reality is that there is no logical basis for this limitation, and it will be the courts which allow the law to be changed over time. It's especially dangerous to our physicians. As compensation for our services has decreased, our profession has been significantly increased in physicians who are willing to sell their services that they're able to provide because of the high trust that the society has placed on them to those who are willing to pay for them. Witness the selling of prescription medication, the ease of obtaining so-called medical marijuana, or even the experience of those who have instituted physician-assisted suicide. It would appear that it would be easier for me to fly to Switzerland to have a physician help me kill myself than receive almost any other form of medical treatment. We would all agree that this is wrong, but it's also reality. If we could not control Jack Kevorkian, how can we control, and then it says in parentheses, monitor to ensure the intent of specifics of whether the law passes or follows the discipline which they are not? Which basically, how are we going to control our physicians? It is dangerous to our disabled and infirmed individuals. For an insurance company, it will become a matter of simple finances. If the drugs to commit suicide are going to cost $400 and treatment is going to cost many times that amount, that will likely be a helpful suggestion to the patient, the family. The insurance company is more willing to pay for the suicide, and the family will get a bonus. Imagine the pressure that we placed on our patients. And people say, oh, that's not true. Let me give you something right here. It says, I read an example of 2 Oregon residents who received a letter from the Oregon Medicaid denying their coverage for chemotherapy, but agreeing to pay for the cost of life-ending medication. That is happening. It's happening right now in our country. As a society, we have the technology to largely achieve relief of pain, provided that we could care for that needs as a disease that takes its course. We need to raise the standard of good patient care, including the training and payment system for the care of our patients who suffer. We have some resources in place to do better. The Hippocratic Oath recognizes the difficulty in having physicians be both healers and killers. And part of this oath is the declaration that the doctor will not be a killer. Why do we even need to have this debate again? This is a foolish step, and it's a foolish law. H.L. Mencken stated, there's always an easy solution to every problem, neat, plausible, and wrong. Physician-assisted suicide is wrong. I urge the board not to take this position, not to vote against this. You know who wrote this? This is F. Ray Nichols, our former Chief of Medical Staff in Ventura County Medical System here. This, I couldn't have said it any better. There's a lot of reasons, but this is clear. And I appreciate Supervisor Bennett's idea that nothing's going to change. The courts are going to change, people are going to change it. So before we started those, I just believed I had to read that. Thank you.
Thank you. Board members, anyone else wish to comment at this time? Okay, then we will, now we have some requests from the public to speak to this item, so I'll call you up. Martin S. Rosenberg. We have 8 speakers. We'll do 3 minutes each.
Good morning, honorable board members. I'd like to first say that the document that was read by Supervisor Foy basically spells out succinctly and excellently those of us who see the incredible dangers about a law that we're talking about with SB 128. All the good intentions in the world and all the people that say how much they suffered, I understand all that. I mean, like everyone else, I had a mother-in-law that died of a terrible illness, and I understand. And I saw my wife and myself and the family members. We've all been there, I'm sorry to say. But the fact is, the solution is, the cure is worse than what we have presently, because the moral problems that are taking place, we have to remember one thing, and I think it was, first of all, brought out in the Star Free Press, April 25th, 2015, by a lady that wrote, "Keep it simple." I don't know if you have a copy of that. I know I passed it out.
Yes, we do.
Okay, and like I say, it's a Star, but I'm just going to read it since it's so short. One of my favorite sayings is, "Keep it simple." Do we really need to complicate our lives by making abortion legal or pass a Senate bill to legalize assisted suicide? The answer is simple. The 5th commandment is, "Thou shalt not kill." let's stop bending God's rule. And no one is talking about something as simple as the soul. We're not animals that can be put to death and say it's good for the diseased animal, and we do that for animals, so why not do it for people? Well, I'm going to tell everyone here that there's one thing I'm sure of. We have a soul, every one of us, and that soul is eternal. And the fact is, if we're going to ignore this eternal soul by ending a life, are we causing that soul more harm or more good? Is it cleaning the soul by, and I'm going to use the word, God's decision about suffering? The merciful God is causing suffering. If he is, he's doing it for a reason, and he's cleaning that soul because he loves every one of us. And we have to remember the soul. And we basically have our children pledge allegiance to the flag, one nation under God. I don't hear that word mentioned very often by anyone arguing the point. But we are one nation under God.
Thank you, sir, for your comments. Your
Okay,
time is
thank
up.
you.
Thank you. Rob McCoy?
Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak. It's fitting that this issue would follow elder abuse and the recognition in our county. Nothing is proposed in the assisted suicide law that protects patients when family pressures, whether financial or emotional, distort the ill person's choice, and nothing can prevent their heirs who stand to benefit from the patient's death from helping the patient sign up for a lethal dose. We have a number of cases in Oregon, Barbara Wagner, Randy Stroop, both with terminal illnesses that were denied care from the state-funded medical plans, but were given the opportunity for assisted suicide. 100 Seconal pills are far cheaper than chemotherapy. And it's strange to me that the county would spend our tax dollars on lobbying for something like this when we could be spending our money on lobbying for issues concerning water. Why we're doing this right now is beyond my comprehension. We're following this idea of elder abuse, and I can't think of anything more profound than to protect our elderly when they're going to be pressured by family members. And to use the illustration of the church pressuring for the case of $100,000, if a church can do that, certainly a government can do that. I think we need to protect our elderly. My mother passed away 3 years ago from cancer. It was an awful death, but it was a noble one, and she was there to the very end. I would encourage the supervisors to focus on county issues and spend our lobbyist money on things that are important to us and not on issues like this. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Diana Yaquez?
Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak with you today. My name is Diana Jaquez. I'm an advanced practice nurse and the clinical director of the inpatient and outpatient palliative care services at Community Memorial Hospital, and I'm also a board member of the Hospice Palliative Nurse Association of California. As a specialist in hospice and palliative medicine, I just wanted to take this opportunity to speak to you about the broader issue of end-of-life and multidisciplinary support for the families. When patients and families are dealing with life-limiting or debilitating illnesses, it is clear that they suffer from far more than just pain and symptom management. There are many times when there are spiritual, psychosocial barriers, family dynamics that would lead to a poor legacy if the family is allowed or the patient is allowed to terminate their life early. Now, one of the things that we talk about as an advanced practice nurse in hospice and palliative care, we've dedicated our professional life and my personal life to caring for people with serious life-threatening illnesses. Dignity at the end of life consists of more than alleviating pain and discomfort. Many times the journey a patient and family take at the end of life allows them for a more meaningful legacy as they take the time to reconcile and atone both their spiritual and their family issues. In my experience, what our community needs at this point is more education, resources, and support to allow patient and families to transition through their end-of-life experiences, possibly to talk about things earlier, to have decisions made, to talk about where a family may be directed toward at the end of life, hoping to honor the patients and respecting the patient's wishes and their life goals. Just to be clear, I am not opposed to dignity and quality at the end of life. What I am opposed to is legislation that steps toward allowing physician-assisted suicide without balancing the support for patient and families and possibly decision-making earlier during their transition with possibly better palliative care, support, and medicine. Thank you.
Thank you. Jim Horstein.
Good morning. My name is Dr. Jim Hornstein. I've been a practicing physician in Ventura for over 30 years. I'm double board certified in family medicine and palliative care, and I also have an advanced degree in bioethics. I'm currently the chairman of the bioethics committees at the Ventura County Medical Center, in addition to Community Memorial Health Systems. And I'd like to make just 2 points. The first is this. Prior to speaking today, I had the wonderful opportunity to talk to the chairs of every bioethics committee in our county, including all 8 hospitals in our county: Ventura County Medical Center, Santa Paula, Simi Adventist, Los Robles, St. John's Dignity, Pleasant Valley, Community Memorial Hospital, and Ojai. Let me share with you what our consensus is on this issue. First of all, as chair of all the bioethics committees of every hospital in our county, all of us are extremely pleased that the Board of Supervisors is raising the issue of improving end-of-life care for our entire county. All of us completely support the board in helping to improve education in end-of-life care for both patients and professionals. All of us completely support improving efforts to fill out living wills, advance directives, pulse forms, and support all activities in advanced care planning. All the bioethics chairs support any increased funding that you have to improve access to high-quality palliative and hospice care, especially for the minority and underserved areas which rarely have opportunity to make those choices. So on behalf of the bioethics chairs, all of us agree, from all 8 hospitals, thank you for focusing on end-of-life care. That's my point number 1. Number 2 is how we make decisions about controversial bioethical issues in our hospitals and health systems. As bioethics professionals, our job is not to hear a case and then tell people what the right thing to do. Rather, our role is to create a safe environment, listen carefully to all people who have presence in that case to help clarify issues, and ultimately to facilitate a consensus of opinions which everybody can live with. In difficult cases, the process of decision-making is critical so that no one feels estranged from the decision that you are being asked to make. So, as all of the bioethics chairs strongly support the efforts to improve end-of-life care, there is unanimous opposition to this board at this point voting either for or against physician-assisted suicide because you simply do not have an adequate process which includes inclusiveness, transparency, and comprehensiveness. This issue of physician-assisted suicide should not be held with just individuals who are coming up with their own opinions. There are experts who have spent their entire career in both bioethics in various community hospitals, including our own, that can be a resource to this community to facilitate a much more serious conversation rather than simply having 5 individuals express whatever opinions they have without truly looking at how we make decisions in bioethics. I think the process that you resolve this bioethics will determine how credible you are in moving forward this issue and creating a consensus of opinion for all of Ventura County.
Thank you, sir. Stanley Zankoff.
Good morning. My name is Stanley Zankoff, and I'm here on behalf of Senator Hannibeth Jackson. And as you are probably aware, the Senator is a principal co-author of this bill, which demonstrates her strong support for this effort. She believes that it's critically important for individuals to have options and make decisions at the end of life. This bill is an excellent vehicle to provide individuals with the dignity to do so, and she would like to thank Supervisor Bennett for bringing this to the board. Thank you.
Thank you. Cicely Hinson.
Thank you, all of you, for the opportunity to speak. My name is Cecily. I'm the Central California Organizer for Compassionate Choices. And I just want to sort of clarify some parts of the bill that maybe you're not familiar with. This bill makes it legal for a person who is terminally ill, mentally competent, and able to self-administer. This is not something that a doctor would administer to them. It is something that they would choose themselves. There have been several amendments since it's been introduced. One of the amendments is that when a patient asks a doctor to use this medication or to use this option, which is along the spectrum of many options that are going to be presented to them, resulting, very aggressive treatment, to this would be the last option that you might have. I'm not getting counted down. I'm nervous that you're not counting me down.
Okay. Okay.
I could stand here forever. No. One of the is that addressing the concern of individuals being coerced. This is a very serious concern. And so one of the amendments states that the doctors must speak privately with the patient when they ask for this medication. I also want to indicate that in the 17-year history in Oregon, it's little used. In last year, there were 155 people who requested this medication and 105 who died using this medication. They say that there's about 31 Death with Dignity Act deaths per 10,000 total deaths. It's very, very rarely used. There have been no reported, aside from the examples that were brought forward, that those were not reported to the state health board. There have been no incidents of abuse. Most of these patients are elderly. They have cancer or ALS. And the time between they take the medication and their time of death is between an hour to 2 hours. Okay, so those are some of the facts. Now, and then speaking to the safeguards, you must be diagnosed, like I said, with a terminal illness and a prognosis of 6 months or less, and that must be confirmed by a second physician. If either of those physicians is concerned about their mental competency, they can order a psychiatric evaluation. And we are now working with the CMA to determine whether or not those psychiatric evaluations may be occurring more frequently or not. We've also removed there was a piece of the legislature. Gosh darn it, I can't believe it. You guys make me nervous. There was some controversy over how the death certificate was to be completed, and that is being removed. So the physicians are not required to say anything other than the actual cause of death on the death certificate. In Oregon, they do it differently. They say that the underlying illness is the cause of death, not the medication. So, that's been eliminated. So we're just asking you today to join with Hannah Beth Jackson and the counties on the Central Coast that support this and other communities that support this and voting in favor of support. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Oh, can I ask everyone who's here to support it to stand up? Would that be cool?
Sure.
Can I take a picture?
Everyone who's here in support, she'd ask that you stand up if you wish to express your support.
Whoa.
Our next speaker up would be Wolf Bremen.
Good morning. Yes, I carry a memory with me from childhood of a grandfather. It's just always there. I carry it with me. And of course, since this question came up, this issue of SB 128, more frequent. He died screaming. It seemed to me at the time, I was, 6, 7 years old, that it lasted for days, but I'm sure it didn't. A couple of days anyway, but it was, this man was, he was old, but he was strong and in control, you know, and he just screamed and died. And then I've known extreme pain from cancer.
We're having trouble hearing you. Could you?
Oh, yeah. I'm sorry. Is this better?
Yes, it is. Thank you.
All right. To carry that, I can't carry the memory of that. You can't. You can recall having the pain, but you don't recall the actual pain. It was, I wanted to die right now. I can't stand it now. Kill me. I can't forget that. It gets so bad. We have to remember that what real pain is, what really terrible suffering is. Remember, when you talk about suffering, and this, and we'll do this, and we do that, yeah. No, it can get really, really bad. And it can go on for a long time. And it happens. And it is happening. Oregon came up with a solution, this law, almost identical to the one that's being proposed here. 17 years. 17 years they've had this law. Beautiful, worked, it's worked. Why is this even an argument anymore? Why is this even an issue? It's done. They've done it. It's happened. We've got this wonderful thing. Read it. Talk about it. I mean, it's here it is. What's going on? It's not the only thing. So many things. Well, but people still arguing about evolution. This is similar to me. Come on.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Debbie Diamond.
Wolf is my husband. I don't speak that loudly. But he's suffering with cancer, and I worry tremendously that when the time comes that should he be in horrible, horrible pain, that there is a way out. Now, I want to just correct a couple things. People call this assisted suicide. It's not assisted suicide. It's aid in dying. No one assists you. You do it yourself, and you have to be able to do it yourself. And my mother died in our house. I watched my mother die. She suffered terribly with pain, and she starved herself to death because we didn't have a law like this. Had there been something in place like this, I wouldn't have the memory of those 2.5 weeks of her trying to take care of her while she died. And this is something so important. I don't have anything wrong with me. I'm pretty healthy other than aches and pains from injuries. But I know I'm getting up in years. I'm close to 80. And every day of my life now that I live right now would be so much better knowing that if there was a law in place and if I had something horrible, that I wouldn't be so terrified about it. There's a woman, Jen Glass, who has a stage 4 lung cancer, just got married, just in their 40s. And she said it so well. She said, I'm okay with dying. That's okay. But at the end of my life, lung cancer is an ugly way to die. And just having that prescription, I may not use it, but just having it makes my every day better. And that's how I feel. And I certainly hope that you will pass this. This is something not everybody, it's only an option. They wrote an article about my husband in the Star, and it's mentioned that 87.5% of people go to hospice and palliative care, and just about 10% would do something, ask for help otherwise. And And it's just another option. And even people on palliative care and on hospice have not had relief and have gone off that so they could have a choice to end their life when the pain was so severe. So I really urge you, and there's so much support for this. And the LA City Council unanimously voted to endorse this issue. And it would be lovely if you would do it today, too. There are so many people in such need. Thank you.
Ms. Diamond, let me ask you a question real quick. I'm up here. Ma'am?
Oh,
Here.
sure.
You said this is an assisted suicide. Can you go over the counter and get that drug to kill yourself?
Could you go over
the counter and get it?
The law is that a doctor will give you
Exactly. So you need the assistance of a doctor
No,
to make
it's
this
called
happen.
aid in dying.
You need the assistance of a doctor to get it done. Okay, thank you.
Can I tell you what suicide means? I looked it up in the dictionary, Webster Dictionary. It says suicide is when someone wants to die and wants to take their life. These people don't want to die. They're already dying. They want to live, but they don't want to live in horrible suffering.
Thank you for your comment. Okay, thank you. If we could, Michael Finney.
Thank you. I hadn't intended on speaking, but I wanted to give my personal testimony about pain medication. So some say that towards the end of life, the medical community can control pain. Well, I'm here to tell you that that's not true. I went to the pain management specialist in my plan, and I can tell you that the pain is not controlled, and if I ever get to the point that the pain is overwhelming, I would like the choice. And I underline that word choice. It's no one is holding a gun to anyone's head. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Lisa Klinger.
My name is Lisa Klinger. Thank you for the opportunity to speak for a few minutes. I urge you to support Senate Bill 128 and to have a statement in support of it. I've been a benefits attorney for 31 years in healthcare, but not in the area specifically of end of life. But I did in the Master's in Health Law program at UC San Diego, and that's one of the areas I'm studying, and I did some research on it and wrote a paper last year, so I'm not an expert, but the bill is modeled after the Oregon bill, which has been in effect for 17 years, and Cecily addressed some of those specifics of it. My parents both died in 2010 with hospice at home, and I was with them both when they died. And they were supporters of compassion and choices for a number of years before they died, and they were financial supporters and signed petitions. And after they died, I continued to give money, and then a year and a half ago, I called and said I wanted to volunteer. So that's why I've become involved in it and gotten more interested, is really because of my parents. And I just want to say that no one is required to request medical aid in dying, and it's a personal choice, and I feel it should be a choice that people can make and it is people who are terminally ill and dying of an underlying terminal illness. No doctor is required to provide medical aid in dying. The law specifically says that. Many doctors and medical professionals who work with terminally ill people want to help and are willing to help because they work with people who are dying and they know that they're aiding the dying process. They're not helping people commit suicide. On the issue of suicide, in the traditional sense versus medical aid in dying, under the medical aid in dying, the person is terminally ill and they're dying of the underlying disease. So it's really a question of the managing the dying process. In suicide, in the traditional sense, the person is not dying of an underlying disease, except life being the underlying disease we all die from. But they're depressed and they feel that they don't want to continue living. So that's really the distinction between medical aid in dying versus suicide. Also on the issue of religion, not all of us believe that God doesn't want that there are certain things that happen to the soul. People have different beliefs in God and what God means and what would be acceptable for one's soul not to be spend eternity in hell. Also in terms of aid in dying, I mean, another alternative would be someone could go buy a gun and blow their brains out, but that doesn't mean that the gun seller is assisting the suicide, and that is a horrible way to go, and most people feel they can't do that and don't want to do that to their families. My time is up, so thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Sanford Botham?
Good morning. I hope my voice holds out because I got a vocal cord problem, but I'll do the best I can. I want to commend the board for taking the time to seriously review this with the public. I think it's an important issue, very important. But I must direct your attention to the fact that it becomes much more important as you move along in life than when you're young. I'm almost 86 years old. Every day is a treasure as far as I'm concerned. I hope it continues that way until I go. But the fact is that many of us get to a point where the trade-offs are so brutal, the cost of staying alive is so painful, that to force a person to continue to go on under certain circumstances, which this bill protects against, is almost indecent. The fact is that if you took a census and a poll of people over 75 or 80 years old, I think that you would see a predominant balance in terms of those voting in favor of this proposition, this recommendation. The older you get, the more you realize that at some point, and the older you get, the more you realize, because you see so many of your fellow human beings suffering as a result of old age with chronic conditions that they can't reverse, that they want to take their life. They want somebody to help them, but they're beyond the point where they can do it themselves. So please don't view this recommendation only through your own eyes, because I think that would be selling the thing short. View it through the eyes of those who need this kind of a remedy. And I thank you very much for your consideration.
Thank you for your comments, sir. Barbara Kimmel? If there are anyone else wishing to speak, please bring a card forward. This is our last speaker that I have at this point.
Good morning, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm not old. I'm working, and I enjoy life. And I've been dealing with ovarian cancer for 8 years. I have no intention of taking any medication because I don't want to end my life. However, you need to remember there is separation of church and state in this country. I'm a practicing Episcopalian, which is very close to Catholicism. We're called left-footers. The bottom line in all of this is, when and if I face this time in my life, I want that opportunity. I don't want it legislated. I don't think that any legislative body has any right to tell me what to do with my body. And I would appreciate very much if you pass this resolution. Thank you very much.
Thank you for speaking. Okay, Maddie Park, is that right? Maddie? Okay, if you wish to speak, please. Okay, last time for cards coming up.
There's another one.
Come on, Maddie.
Another woman filling one out.
All right,
So,
then that'll be our last speaker. Thank you.
Okay. I want to thank the supervisors for taking this under consideration. I wasn't going to speak, but I just want to share my experience with my father dying back in '93. He was dying of lung cancer at home, and he was deteriorating very quickly. We had a wonderful time with him for... He died fairly quickly over a period of 3 months, but the last 2 weeks were horrendous, and he was in so much pain, and he just wanted to die. He was doing things like he was very dehydrated, and then he would ask to have a drink of scotch, which burned him, but he thought that maybe with the medications he was taking for pain, that would put an end to his life. And we did not know how much longer his suffering was going to last. We were afraid that it could last for months. You know, we did not know. And he wanted the option to be able to come to a point and end his life while he was still cognizant, while he was still able to communicate with us. He did die after 2 weeks, and we were all very relieved. I felt kind of bad at his funeral. I was happy because he wasn't suffering anymore. But if we had known that the option existed for him to take his life when he actually wanted to do it, then we would not have lived with that fear. He would not have lived with that fear that it was going to drag on for months, maybe even years, with the kind of suffering that he was undergoing. And so that's my personal experience. And my mother now is she's having her 90th birthday soon. She's very much in favor of the death with dignity, being allowed to have the choice. And as several of the speakers have said, no one is making anyone take their life. And in fact, these are people who want to live, but they're already dying. They want to manage the dying process. And to have that choice gives a sense of peace at the end of life that you don't have if that option doesn't exist. We had a terrible 2 weeks. Had we known that we could have ended that suffering when it got beyond where he could take it, we would have enjoyed those last 2 weeks with him much more than we did. So I just wanted to share that personal story. Thank you.
Karen Sikowski.
Thank you. Thank you for taking my late request. I had lots of thoughts in listening to everyone here regarding the healthcare industry and religious opinions, but what struck me most was that apparently, and I'm asking this question really, apparently the government of the United States and the state of California is requesting that I die with the nobility of suffering. And I'm not dying at all right now. I'm not even close. But I don't understand that. My nobility, if I should ever come upon any, I hope will not be the result of serious disease and pain. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Okay, that concludes the public speakers. I'd like to first thank each and every one of you who came to speak to this, and as you can hear, this is a difficult discussion and challenging discussion, and I know that there was I believe, Supervisor, in your district, a sponsored community where 200 people showed up to really speak to this. So there is great interest in the community and certainly opinions, but more importantly, life experiences. Each and every one of us, I expect, have had that. I certainly have in my last 7 years, 3 family members, difficult decisions and difficult process, and many times, and different ways that it was handled. So this is not easy for anyone. I'm sure it was not easy for the senator to bring this forward. And there's been lots of conversation and engagement in Sacramento on this. So I'll bring it back to the board for discussion. Supervisor?
Madam Chair, I just first of all want to thank all the people that are here today. And to me, this is a very, very difficult issue, because I take the position that life is extremely important. And I've also experienced my dad passed away too with similar circumstances that were related today. But consistent with my beliefs, I believe that life is extremely important. And my belief right now at this time is that I'm opposing this end of life option today. And I know that supervisors, I know that you feel that the same way, that life is extremely important. And you want to see people with terminal illnesses not have to suffer. And I know that a lot of family members are here with members that they love tremendously, and they're suffering because of pain and so forth. And I understand the good intentions that we all have, and we don't want to see our family suffer. And I have seen my family members, my dad and some other siblings too, that suffer tremendously. And I understand the good intentions of this legislation, but it's just my belief that I cannot support the end of life option at this time. So I'm just going to oppose this at this time. And thank you for allowing me to share my comments.
Okay. Down at this end?
I would just say, Supervisor Bennett did point out that it is a deeply personal issue, and that having experienced a very close loved one having excruciating pain and wishing you could help and not being able to gives me an opportunity to do something here. So I will be supporting it.
Supervisor Bennett?
I would like to make these points. One, I really appreciate the comments today. I appreciate the tone and that everybody's had in terms of bringing them forward. I had the opportunity to talk to Dr. Hornstein last night for some time, 20, 30 minutes probably, about this topic. Appreciate him being here today and reporting on where the other ethics boards are around the county. The fact that they really they haven't reached a consensus in favor of or opposed to this legislation. The consensus that they have is, if I'm paraphrasing this correctly, is that we spend more time on this issue is so that we could reach a community consensus. And I would just point out that the bill is moving through the legislature right now. Important votes will be taking place. To the extent that we are going to weigh in, now is the time for us to do that. I don't believe that we will reach consensus with the strong views that are out there, where we'll have everybody say, hey, okay, we have a consensus position in Ventura County. That's not the nature of how a topic like this would be handled. The opposition that I hear to this is primarily concerns about what else might happen. I don't hear very many comments that the current bill in its current form are unacceptable. It is, as we heard in the letter that Supervisor Foy read, where will it stop? What about the next step? What about and hypotheticals are always difficult to deal with in the political world. They are constantly something that is thrown out there, and I certainly don't suggest that you always should dismiss considering what the next step would be, but given Oregon's experience, and I don't believe we've seen some significant weakening of the safeguards in their 17-year period with that. We, I think, first have to ask ourselves, what do we think of the bill that is in front of us right now? Is it a good bill or not a good bill? And with those safeguards in it, that is what is extremely important to me, and I hope that Hannah Beth Jackson's assistant who's here today will take back the message that weakening of those safeguards is something that I would strongly oppose, because I don't want, there are too many good people in this county that are working to make sure people don't take advantage of defenseless seniors in this situation. I don't want to do anything to increase that likelihood. All of us have personal experiences. Without getting into the details, I have personal experiences, deep personal experiences with some tremendous suffering, as we've seen, but also with some suicides that were tragic events in terms of the people that had to deal with the all of, for lack of a better word, I'm not even going to get into it, but tragic in terms of the discovery of the body and the condition and all of that. There are people out there that I believe it was well said. They want to live. They don't want to die. They're not engaging in the suicide that is out there. But if they have no other options, we talk about 17,000 things that you can come up with. I don't think any of those 17,000 things are anybody would identify, well, that's a better way for you to end it than this. This is an attempt to try to get to the best spot. I'm genuinely humble about this. I will stay open for the rest of my life to hearing other options about this, but where I am at this point in time is SB 128 is, I think, the best option we have in front of us at this point in time, and certainly better than an initiative that would be written on the same topic. So thank you very much.
Yeah, let me, as you had said, that maybe the changes won't happen, but I think history is a good indicator of the future, and we've seen with most bills, things change as they get going, and with Oregon as the example, things will change as if you try to make this common. I think there's a couple other things that we need to look at. If you go back to look at the Netherlands, who've had, this assisted suicide or euthanasia since 2002 for almost 13 years. A lot of experts say there's not a lot of palliative care that goes on there because there's not a lot of need to do this. And that's the worst thing we can have, because we know patient pain and suffering can be released through palliative care. We know a lot of that can happen. We heard a lot of people talk about, 30, 40, 50 years ago, pain was tough. Hey, my family went through both my parents dying, really nasty, nasty cancers, and very difficult. But I got to tell you, it was tough to see. Rallying our family around, people doing that. There's a lot of good that comes out of that we don't ever see that good. We don't see. All we see is somebody suffering. At the end of the day, is the worst thing I can think about if I'm sitting here thinking of my mom. Yeah, my mom took a shot and took her life. That's the worst thing I can think about versus my mom made it to the end, family around her. That was a kind of important, I would think, for most of us. And I think of a friend of mine now whose wife is going through some really difficult times. And the doctors 6-7 years ago basically were saying, you maybe only have about 6 months to live. That's about it. And she has been able to spend this time with her family, and he does a tremendous job getting her out. Her, family comes and spends time with her, and all this extra time they had. Because at one time I may make a decision that would lose all that for the rest of their family. And what does somebody want to do? They want to leave a heritage and memories for their family. The worst thing I can think about, oh yeah, my mom was really in pain, so she took her life. That's not good. Even though we'd want that. We want mom to be out of pain, dad to be out of pain, our uncle, our brother, our sister, whatever it is. But is that the right thing to do? There's days that are out there numbered for us, and we need to deal with that. We can't allow the emotion to overcome what we believe is true and right. And I think that's important. And through that, just from the medical side of it, how many people have gone through treatments and have lasted longer and longer, and doctors have found other cures through that work that have really helped move people to greater lives. And we are all living longer and longer because of that. There's so much that we don't see that when we go down this path, we take away from all of us. We take away from a society whose life is so important. We as a society believe in life. We are willing to spend tens of millions of dollars to find that person lost at sea because we believe in life. Remember years and years ago when the little girl fell down the pipe and the whole world watched as they took her out? Because we believe that life was so important. And life of our relatives, even though they're suffering, it's still important. And what are you going to say the next? Because that person was born disabled and they're suffering, but they're going on and it's a miserable life. We're going to say that's not worth life? It's not worth it to us? You tell those family members who have to suffer through that, but they say, I will do whatever it takes, quit my job to take care of that person, because that life is an individual life. And that's what we're dealing with here. If somebody wants to go do this, they can fly to Oregon and go do that, if that's really that important to them. You know, so we don't need to do this issue. We don't need to do this.
All right, come on now. We're back on the board here.
If it's that important, come on.
Let him hear what he
we
wants
want
to
to make it easier, but that's what's critical here. Life is important for us. And so I look at this and I say, okay, we are sitting here going to make some recommendation by the Board of Supervisors that is going to say our legislative analysts or now people we say we support this as a county. Well, we can see we don't support this as a county. We can see that. There's parts that don't support this, big portions that don't support. They can't be here to support this. So I'd like to make a motion right now that we do not support this as a full board, as a board, but the board individually write their own recommendation letters as they want, because we can see already two of us aren't going to support this piece. And if the individual boards want to write letters, that's going to be just as much. But I do not want from this Board of Supervisors to say, we as a county of almost 1 million people support this, because we know that's not true. So that would be my motion, that we recommend personal letters supporting by individuals or non-supporting by individuals if they do. So that would be my motion. And that way every supervisor can do their own thing.
There's a motion but not a second.
John, you want to second that? Let the supervisors, if they want to, do their own thing? Privately send letters?
Well, I'm going to oppose it, but on the other.
Come on, John, stand up for what you believe.
It fails for lack of a second. We're going to move forward at this point. Okay, as chair again, I'm last to speak, and this is not easy. This is a struggle, but for me, it gets down to personal choice. It gets down to it's not. There is no nobleness in suffering. Well said. There isn't, and having seen 3 family members, all of whom made different choices, by the way, because they had the option to do so, or they took the option to do so, that it comes down to me that it is that personal choice. It comes down to what my beliefs may be, both religious and moral and otherwise. It comes down to, and I think here's the thing on this is that I too think that the initiative process in this state is very, at times, very convoluted, I think the original intent of initiative process was good, but as we've seen over decades now, we have had initiatives that haven't been so good. I think doing this legislatively and with the senators, good work on this where there are the safeguards of both the patient, the doctors, the steps that must be taken, that this isn't a choice that's made instantly. This is a choice that is made by the person who has the choice to be made, the right to make that choice, the time and the professionals to reach out to make that choice. And it does not exclude family. It includes family in the discussion. And palliative care, a brother who went through palliative care, it was excellent. And that I think the more education, the more outreach, the more hospice work that's done, that is invaluable to families and the person who's suffering. But there may be a point where that person says, even this is not working for me, and I need some dignity in how I decide to move on. I just think this is it's a good bill. It will continue to open and allow for further discussion and dialogue in communities. And as this is a personal choice, there will be lots of dialogue and further advancement of the community compassionate care discussion. So I personally believe in this, and you see we have some disagreements, and I think that those can certainly be expressed, and this does not preclude individual board members from writing letters. Does not. But I'm going to support the action.
So I move the recommended action.
Please vote.
And Madam Chair, I just want to share for the people that I really believe that you believe that it's important that we support our families, but it's just my belief that life is extremely important, and that's why I'm opposing this at this time. It's not because I don't believe that you're not hurting, because we've all gone through it, but I just cannot support this at this time.
Okay, did we get a vote there?
No, I
Okay.
too just want to thank the people for coming and testifying. It really did bring out, I think, a lot of the issues, and all of the points were made, so that's why I was able to be brief. Thank you.
Okay, that goes forward with a 3-2 vote. Thank you all for being here. Take a 5-minute break.
Right there. Thank you. So this here chart, these are the results of the sampling. On the left column, you can see the initials that stand for the various locations where the monitoring occurred. And then the next column underneath where it says highest one-day concentration, those are all the concentration amounts. And you can see at the bottom it's got that 16.92, but let me share that the Department of Pesticide Regulation, they developed a reference concentration, and the reference concentration also in parts per billion is 40 for one single day. So we did not exceed that. And again, this sampling period is from August 22nd to September 30th of 2005. The next column shows the average for 1 week concentrations where the reference concentration is 26, and you can see that even, again, that bottom location, 9.33, we were still below. We did not exceed that amount. I'm not remembering what the average concentration again, and again, that speaks to my limitations at understanding and knowing this information.
What is the I'm sorry, what's the reference number? What is it that we're comparing these numbers to?
For the highest one-day concentration column, 40.
Do you have that listed on here? No. So
No, it would be in the document.
Okay, so it's 40 for highest one day. What's the reference number for 1 week?
For the 1 week, it's 26. 26 parts per billion.
Okay, and then the average, is there a threshold on that one too?
I didn't see that in the report.
Okay,
That's why I
thank
don't
you.
have it.
That
I'm not
helps.
sure what happened there.
The annual.
Good question.
The annual target is 0.14, correct?
Yes.
This isn't annual because we don't know what this average is for the monitoring period, but we don't know what the monitoring period.
Well, this was not annual
exactly
sampling.
Right.
This was other than, and that was what I was trying to point out, that this is kind of apples and oranges between the other sampling. And anyway.
But if I could, I just want to make sure we understand this data.
Yes.
This is the same data that has an annual target of 0.14. There's no annual.
No, this is not that type of sampling. This is not that type of sampling. So,
is the target for this pesticide on an annual basis 0.14?
it is currently, and I don't know when that was established. So it may have been before that. A great question for the Department of Pesticide Regulation.
Okay. So
I wish I knew.
Sure.
Mr. Powers.
Thank you, Chair Long. Mr. Gonzalez, I think, correct me if I'm wrong, the purpose of these slides is to respond to the board's direction to disclose what tests were run before 2010, right. and that's what you're doing. But at the same time, it's also illustrative of the complexity of it, and that's really further justifying the need to have a DPR come down here and explain these results.
Yes, and thank you again.
This is back in 2005.
Yes, and
I don't pretend that we're going to have a complete explanation of the results here today, but what I think is germane to today is for us to understand how little we understand about the information, and for us to understand perhaps how little testing was done during periods of more significant applications than we have now, with less safeguards than we have now. I'll get to it right now then with that, and that is, this is all we have is a test in 2005, a test in 2006. We just have the 2005-2006 testing, and we don't have it on an annual basis, which is where we have a target, right? And so we don't really know how much our residents were exposed during this period of heavy application. That's what I think is probably a fair analysis. We just, at least at our own level, we don't have any data that gives us assurance that things were okay.
A great question for Department of Pesticide Regulation.
Great, thank you.
And the other sampling from 2006 is the same list, with the only difference being that the background site was a different school. Instead of in Ventura, it's in Thousand Oaks. Other than that, all the other sites are the same. And there's just a map showing that again. And in this instance, in this sampling in 2006, it's the same. It was the same result. You see, for the highest one-day concentration, we never exceeded the 40 parts per billion, and for the highest 1 week average, we did not also surpass the 26 parts per billion. And again, this sampling was over the period of June 14th to August 6th. And that was all I had to share with you. I also look forward to Department of Pesticide Regulation being here and answering some of these questions that I cannot answer. With that, I want to turn it over to Matt. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Carroll?
Good morning, Chair Long, members of the board, Mr. Powers. For the record, Matt Carroll with the CEO's office. If you recall, in the previous sessions, your board had some questions about responsibilities and reporting authority for the Agricultural Commissioner. So we worked closely with the County Counsel's office, who did the heavy lifting and looking through the legislation, and we were able to define what I believe is a lot more specifics on this than we had in the past. So I'll just start at the first couple bullet points on this slide as background. As your board remembers, the Ag Commissioner is appointed to a 4-year term by the County Executive Officer with the concurrence of your board. That's delegated to the board by statute, but your board in the CEO's ordinance, which is County Ordinance 4235, delegated that to the CEO with the concurrence of your board.
And excuse me if I could just interrupt right there. I had a question actually from the reporter yesterday, and I just want to follow up. For our county council, the Ag Commissioner is an at-will employee or a four-year term employee?
We will touch on that.
This is the classic attorney answer, both. He's appointed to four-year term.
Right.
And he was reappointed to an additional four-year term recently. And during his four-year term, as to any of his duties under the direction of the state, which is the State Department of Pesticide Regulation and/or the State Department of Food and Agriculture, he can only be removed for cause in a trial board type of setting that the state runs. But he also has duties, local duties, in addition to his state duties. And as to those duties, his employment just falls under the county's, whatever rules would apply to that position. And the agricultural commissioner position is at will in the county. It's not one of the civil service protected jobs.
So I was asked a question yesterday and I couldn't answer it, and so I thought I could answer it right now. So thank you.
Okay, great. All right, the last point is background. The Ag Commissioner must have a license of eligibility by the State Department of Agriculture to hold that position. And just for your background, we know it's pretty limited. There's 157 individuals in the state as of this morning with that. 53 are currently serving as agricultural commissioners, and the other 104 are a combination of retirees and deputies, the large majority of that being employed as deputies and subordinates in other jurisdictions. So with regard to responsibilities, the Food and Agricultural Code requires the Ag Commissioner to enforce and administer state laws on the use of pesticides within the county. That's strictly the use of pesticides. The Commissioner exercises that authority under the direction and supervision, as Leroy indicated, of the Department of Pesticide Regulations on the use of pesticides. The Code also requires the Commissioner to enforce and administer state laws concerning quarantines, invasive pest exclusions, and pest monitoring, and that's done under the California Department of Food and Agriculture. So a little bit different supervisory relationship there. Yep. There is another slide there. Could you read? All right, well, I may have advanced that slide. Okay, that's fine. Okay, the code preempts, so that the state code preempts any regulation of pesticides that's not specifically allowed for in the code. And there's a couple aspects that are allowed for. The Ag Commissioner is allowed to adopt supplemental regulations, but those supplemental regulations have to be reviewed and approved by the Director of the Department of Pesticide Regulation. The Ag Commissioner is also allowed to put permit conditions on. So those are primarily the two things besides state code that the Ag Commissioner can do. Develop supplementary items that must be approved by the DPR, and then do the local permit conditions. As Leroy indicated, the County Board of Supervisors and the CEO may assign additional responsibilities to the Commissioner that do not interfere with the enforcement of the duties to the DPR and the Department of Food and Agriculture. For such local duties, the Commissioner reports to the County Board of Supervisors and the CEO and acts under your direction. And then we touched upon the last 2 points that were on the slide, that the Commissioner can be removed by the Department of Pesticide Regulations or the Department of Food and Agriculture for cause at the close of a hearing that determines that. And finally, your board can do so as he is an at-will, with the CEO, as he is an at-will, where it's determined that the performance of the local task is unsatisfactory. So with that, and if there's no other questions, that concludes the formal presentation. We'll take away a couple action items, and then I know your board wants to particularly ask two additional questions. So just in summary, we produced 2 known testings that are currently going on, the air and the groundwater testings. The Ag Commissioner is going to be reporting, I believe, subject to formal authority or request here at the end of your hearing, to your board annually on each of those tests, regardless of whether they exceed the thresholds or not.
Historically, we presented the only two, as Supervisor Bennett said, the only two test results, or the only two tests that occurred prior to 2010, and those were in 2005 and 6, and they were materially different with regard to the thresholds, the test conditions, and the application protocols that were in place at the time. Our office is going to work with the Ag Commissioner, APCD, the Department of Pesticide Regulation, and Air Resources Board to see if we can accelerate testing. If by doing the testing on our own, we can bring results back to your board more quickly. And then our office, as indicated, will work with DPR to bring them down in the June time frame to see if there's any additional questions, or to answer the questions your board has already given them, and see if there's any additional items they can address at that point in time.
Okay,
with that,
thank
Henry,
you. We have some questions here, but Supervisor Parks, you want to go?
Yeah,
first?
Matt, you just mentioned that the protocols were different in the two tests.
Well, I think Henry spent a bit of time on that first slide that talked about, we didn't have totally impervious tarps at the time, and now I'm getting out of my area of expertise.
Okay.
The measuring, the thresholds were different, as Steve, our Supervisor Bennett, talked about. They had the 70-year protocols in place now.
Right.
We don't believe we're in place at that point in time, but DPR can address exactly what the protocol. They use those reference levels, which were different than what they use today. So.
And just for the public, the time frame from when they did the test to when we got knowledge of the test. Can you give us that? Was it 4 or 5 years? No, I'm just wondering, do you know that answer?
Yeah, I don't. I can look on the publication date of that report, because that's when it would have come in, when we had the publication of that report that was included in your agenda package. But we'll run that down for you.
Okay, because that is specific to the request of seeing that we can do it in a more expeditious fashion, so we have the information, then we can actually have some action that's relevant to that test.
Yes.
Thank you.
Run that down.
Matt, can I ask you, if we do these tests, and it's not verified by the state and all that information goes out, and we put all this stuff out that we can't, how do we know what all the protocols are that make these tests equal to what the state's doing in the sense? I mean, how are we doing that if we're just doing individual tests? I mean,
Henry, do you want to join me on that one?
because, I mean, are we opening ourselves up by saying things that sound different, even though they may be accurate, but they sound different than what's going on?
Part of what we were looking at doing to replicate that testing is we need the equipment. We need the same equipment. We need the same protocols, and we would want the ARB to do the sampling for us. We're assuming that they're going to want to do this, and if we ask DPR to do the characterization of the sampling data, that's also assuming that they're going to want to do that, and not feel that we're stepping on their toes.
Well, I guess that's where I'm coming from a little bit. Are we going to be looking like we're stepping on toes, and we preempting? I don't know if Leroy may say we preempting their authority and doing what they're supposed to be doing, and then if you try to push them and okay, we'll do it, and then some other counties, well, why aren't you doing more for us? And are we going to end up paying them to do? I mean, it just seems crazy. Some of this stuff. I mean, the state's there. I don't know. Maybe I'm missing it, Mike.
No, well, I think that's part of the exploration process.
Yeah.
So as part of that process, we'll ask these regulatory agencies if they'd be willing to do that, and we'll report that back to you. That will be part of the evaluation.
Okay, so.
And also, if there's a different option, I would like to know that too. There may be very qualified labs that do this all the time. I don't know. So we have two ways of looking at this too.
And the other issue would be, let's say we got these results, they're different, we got them from wherever, the regulatory authority to do anything with those results would have to go back to DPR.
Yeah, and then we're telling the public, well, we got this result, they got that result. There may not be worse or better, but they're all different. Why are they different? And then we start this versus having one people. Anyway, I think we're opening a can of worms, but we'll see what comes back from the state and what you guys work out.
Supervisor Bennett, you had questions?
I do. Thank you. A few questions first. So, Mr. Gonzalez, you feel confident these are the only tests that are going on out there here in Ventura County?
That fall into the criteria of the directives from the board, yes.
That fall into the criteria of testing for
yes.
pesticides?
As a matter of fact, I'm not sure that they really do, but I think that is important testing that is occurring here in the county that I think is has value to be following.
Okay. And do you have, what is your access to these? Is it, do they report them directly to you first? Do they release them to the public, or do they only report them to ag commissioners throughout the state? What access do you have?
This type of information, DPR will gather the data. Of course, you got to wait for the whole year to be done with all the collection of the sampling, and then they review it, they validate the information, and then when they're done, they release it. They'll release it to us, and they'll release it to the public. We will get a heads up if there's something of controversy that if there was something of controversy for our county, we would likely get a heads up.
And so that's one of my questions. You said you'd give us an annual report. If you get one of those heads up,
if I get a heads up, you'll get a heads up.
All right, great. All right. My next question is, they had the testing in 2012, and by their reports, in June of 2013, they officially certified that we had exceeded the targets, the annual target, in June of 2013. And nobody at the school got notified about this for 15 months until another group started asking questions. When were you notified about it? When would they give you the official report that says we've exceeded the target that they put together in 2013, in June of 2013? Do you know when you would normally get that, or?
I probably got the same letter that was released by the Department of Pesticide Regulation back then. I don't have more information.
In June of 2013?
It would have been, yes, whenever that letter was dated, that's probably when I got it. But I'd have to go back.
Okay, but you weren't aware that you got a letter that, in your testimony to us, when you said, I didn't know we were over until I started looking into this, at the beginning of this year. So when you got that letter didn't register that we were over the target.
I don't recall exactly what I thought at that time.
Okay, all right. So that's one of the concerns that I have here is, as we're setting this up, I just don't want us to leave this phase without being clear. And like you said, if you get a heads up, that's one thing. But you got a standard official report that said we're over the targets in June, and it certainly is not something that you reported to us, or I don't think it even got on your radar screen too much, because at the time you said I wasn't aware that we were over. So I want to make sure that the regular reporting you will be reviewing, and as you said, be reporting that to us, right, as you get that. Right? And then can you identify for us, you must know, when are these reports going to come out, the approximate time frame? When are we going to get these annual reports? Is it going to be each April we'll get the report for the year before, or each August? Do you know at this point in time?
That is a question better asked of the Department of Pesticide Regulation.
Okay. Another question that I have for you is that you have the ability to put on, and they mentioned, people have mentioned that quite a bit in our last hearings. They said, in addition to DPR, you have the ability to put on even more regulations if you feel like those more regulations are appropriate. Is that correct?
They're conditions. They're conditions of use for restricted pesticides.
Great.
So they have limitations.
So to some extent, if we have a problem here in Ventura County, is it fair to say that we're counting on the Ag Commissioner to be our first line of defense if for some reason we have a specific problem, like at the school, the concentrations are higher than you are comfortable with, and you think something should happen, and you think you should go to DPR and say, hey, I want to put these additional conditions in, et cetera? Are you the first line of defense?
As Ag Commissioner, I don't work alone. We have a staff
sure.
of a number of ag inspector biologists and deputies, and we work in close partnership with the Department of Pesticide Regulation, since we are working under their under their wing, and also with Fed EPA as well. So there's many individuals involved in this, but for us here locally, I would be the person that your board has appointed to be.
You're the accountable person, but certainly
Yes.
when I say you, I mean your department. Your department is the first line of defense for us with regards to, hey, there's something specific. The state regulations may not be adequate. We're concerned about the kids at Rio Mesa High School. We want to do something in addition. Is that correct?
That's not incorrect.
What's that?
It's not incorrect.
It's not incorrect.
But that's only
Great.
part of the
All right.
part of the answer.
I certainly realize that. So here's one of the points that I would just like to make. We're talking at the policy level here.
Yes.
Do we want an ag commissioner to be as knowledgeable as possible about these test results, et cetera, so that they can be that interface between us and DPR? And be able to say, hey, there's something here. I'm not the expert, DPR is, but there's something here that we really need to be paying attention to. There's something here that concerns me, or there's something here, board, that we all should be asking questions about. I guess I'm expressing my personal, and hopefully at some point in time at the appropriate time, we'll have a conversation with the board. I want that to be one of the qualities of our ag commissioner.
Yes.
Somebody that doesn't just say, I don't know, go talk to DPR. To be able to be knowledgeable. I don't expect them to be the expert, but I expect them to be somewhere in between the expert and the complete novice in terms of looking at those results. So do you see that as an appropriate role for an ag commissioner?
Yes, and I'm definitely an expert in the area of regulatory implementation. Mm-hmm. I am not an expert in air monitoring sampling. I defer to the Department of Pesticide Regulation because it's their purview.
I appreciate.
They have the experts, and so when they tell me this is something to be concerned about, I listen. If they tell me this is not something to be concerned about, I listen then too. I defer to the experts.
I appreciate that you defer, but are you going to be knowledgeable enough about this to identify areas where you have concerns, where we need further explanation from them, et cetera?
Yes.
Okay. And then, County Council, if I could just ask, what do we have the authority to do today? I know this is receive and file, and then it also says give further direction. For example, our original direction said identify the test, tell us which ones you recommend that you study, but then we're supposed to say which tests we want you to do. Do we do that today? Can we do that today, or can we not do that today?
Well, I don't know if we even have enough information. If we'd have the state come down and talk about what they do, what would we be asking people to duplicate things, or what?
No, here, it's very simple. They haven't identified very many tests. We've got the air quality test at Rio Mesa, and we've got the water quality test. The ag commissioner is saying, I recommend that I monitor those tests. I'm just saying, do we today say, we agree, monitor those tests, so that we officially are giving direction to the ag commissioner, we want these tests monitored, that's all. Right? Do we do that today, or do we have to do that in a separate motion? I mean, a separate.
I believe the board can do that today. That's
Okay.
fairly noticed.
All right. And then Supervisor Parks has been asking the question about, doing our own testing. I don't know. I mean, I want to make sure if we start down that road, we think it through carefully, that we don't have unintended consequences, et cetera. So I want to make sure we have an appropriate conversation about that. But is that something we can do today, or is that something that we have to do later?
It would be to come back with information that our CEO would be looking at in terms of finding out mechanisms.
I'm not saying do it today. I'm just trying to find out what we have in terms of authority. I mean,
I believe the notice allows for the board to give further direction on the prior direction to identify, monitor, and report the results of government tests. And it could go beyond that and ask that staff come back with some additional, if the board wants staff to return with some information on other activities, like to perform, the county should perform its own testing. I think you can ask staff to return with that, but you probably couldn't direct them today to go out and start doing their own air monitoring.
Okay, great. Thank you. I'm just trying to be clear in terms of that. So thank you, Mr. Gonzalez. I appreciate it. You don't have to.
Mr. Powers had something there.
Well, I have one more. I just one more
Okay.
thing in terms of my comments
Okay.
before I go. I appreciate Supervisor Foy's comments about concerns that we might be, if we do our own testing, then there may be confusion with DPR. But when you use the term, it seems crazy to ask that. I don't think it's. I think that's further than I think is appropriate. I don't think it's crazy for us to consider this. I don't think it's crazy for us to even if we get into that, if that's what we have to do, if we're not comfortable with what we're getting in terms of test results and
no, I'm not against
DPR.
you saying. I'm just saying until we hear what they can do, what they will do, or can we buy extra services or whatever it is, then we would know more instead
that's
of
fine.
determining something now.
You use the term it's crazy.
Yeah,
and I
okay. I understand what I meant.
crazy.
I mean, for us to go
Great.
through that.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Mr. Yes.
Go ahead. No, you go ahead.
Thank you, Chair Long. Just a couple clarifying points on the in terms of discussing with DPR qualifications to discuss the test results, particularly on the air monitoring. They actually expressed to me concern that we might be trying to interpret them and not have the background and the skill set to do that. So that I just want to put.
They might not be, or
we might not. That just so anybody else might not have that. They have special expertise to be able to interpret that data. I also want you to know that I did ask them. I said, as we go forward here, it would help for our board and I think our community to have sort of layperson explanations of these results as well, so we can understand through the science bottom line, what does it mean? Are we exceeding these standards and so forth, and what does that mean from a public health standpoint? Mr. Gonzalez had a quick question for you on permit conditions. I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, but in the past you've actually applied permit conditions when pesticides are being used beyond what is required by the state. Have you done that?
Yes, the state will, from time to time, based on their information, studies and whatnot, experiences, recommend such conditions to ag commissioners. And we generally take those, but we have the ability to go beyond that. If there is a specific situation that we are aware of that requires some additional condition, we can do that. For example, we have here in the county, we have the quarter-mile buffer around schools where restricted pesticides cannot be used when the children are in school. When school is in session, there's a quarter-mile buffer. That's specific for Ventura County.
And the state does not have a quarter-mile buffer around schools?
No.
Wow.
So that's a condition that you imposed.
Yeah.
That's a condition that I inherited.
It's good that you impose it, but it raises concerns that the state doesn't have even a buffer around schools while kids are present.
Right.
It's likely not necessary in all situations.
So and those kind of things in terms of time frequency, notice to schools and that kind of thing, I think you go beyond what the state requires on several occasions. So I just think that's important to have in the context. And then the last point I would raise, just to make the record clear, Director Leahy called my office after he'd received communication from Supervisor Bennett and Supervisor Foy requesting further information. So just to make that clear, and then we had that discussion. So thank you.
Madam Chair, I just want to thank you, Henry, for bringing this information to us, on the test and so forth. But when my initial concern was when we started talking about this many months ago was the public health and safety and supporting our ag community, and I think that's extremely important that we create a balance, because I believe it's important that we keep our school children and our families safe. And that's this whole thing came about because of the pesticides that were surrounding Real Mesa High School. And I think it's important also that we create a balance, and I've been mentioning this before, that we have the ag community that provides thousands of jobs, for the community, and we have to create that balance and then let us know exactly what's happening, because we have a $2 billion industry that we need to protect, but at the same time we need to protect our children and our families from pesticides and fumigants and so forth. And I'm glad that you are working on this, and you are going to work with DPR, you're going to work with those agencies to bring back that information that we want and that we can discuss with you and make your recommendations. And I think it's important that it was shared that you keep abreast of those things and let us know right away. And I know you're not the expert on your portion of what you do, but the DPR and those other agencies are experts on that part of their on pesticides and fumigants and so forth, but I think it's important that you bring that to us, that information to us, or whatever you find out. And my whole idea is here to protect our constituency and protect our families, our children, and so forth, and also to create that balance, to keep our industry and also maybe find other ways of using pesticides and fumigants. And I know you're probably going to be working on that too, to come out with some type of pesticide, hopefully, or some organic or non-organic or whatever materials that we can use, around the schools. So anyway, I just want to thank you, and I think it's important that you keep us abreast of what's happening. And thank you for that.
Okay. One last.
Yes,
comment?
if I could, I just want to talk about the big picture here. And the big picture is, to what extent do we rely on a state regulatory agency to say, hey, there's nothing to worry about, and we should take that to the bank and not worry about it? And I believe that when you say, hey, if they tell me it's something I should worry about, I worry about it. If they tell me it's something I shouldn't worry about, then I don't worry about it. That's not the position that I believe we in Ventura County are in at this point in time. Because if you want to have the ability to say, hey, we're the regulators and don't worry about it. If we say it's okay, and then your behavior has to earn that credibility. And so far, we haven't had that credibility earned here. Now, there may be things that DPR can do to earn that credibility, and that would be welcome if that's the case. But with the letters that we showed that had conflicting information in there, we had even advocates for pesticide use saying, they were head scratching and saying, we need to ask DPR about that. We're trying to ask DPR about that. But when you send up an email and you don't even get acknowledgement that the email got there until, somebody lets them know, hey, that hasn't happened, those aren't not ways to earn credibility. And so I think the big question is, what do we need to do in Ventura County to, as Supervisor Zaragoza said, assure our residents that we are safely using these strong chemicals at the same time that we have all these people living here. And if DPR earns our confidence, that's one thing. If DPR doesn't earn our confidence, we have a responsibility, including having our CAG commissioner help us find some other ways to assure our residents that we've gotten there. I look forward to hearing from DPR. I look forward to you monitoring these tests. This is a beginning, but we're not there yet to where you are. I'm not there yet where you are, which is to say, if DPR says it's okay, it's okay. I believe that is not the appropriate position for the Board of Supervisors to take. I don't even believe it's the appropriate position for the Ag Commissioner to take, given the circumstances that we have here in Ventura County at this point in time. But that's simply a disagreement, a professional disagreement with you.
Let me clarify. DPR does not work in a vacuum. They work with other entities like the Air Resources Control Board, the California Department of Public Health, the Office for Environmental Health Hazard Assessment, Fed EPA. There's many different other entities that they have to consult with before they render some of their decisions. So it's not just that it's a whole process that is occurring and that's been occurring for decades long that has us here. Are we done? No. Will it continue to improve? No doubt.
Good. That's what we like to hear. And continue to improve.
Did you want to go? Okay. We're dealing with a potential situation where you could be harmful. So that's where obviously we get alert. And when you have a potential of not finding out about the information for years, that is just unacceptable. And what we're looking at are two reports from 05 and 06. I feel that we need to be able to have more regular monitoring, particularly in areas where we have found that there has been an exceedance. And I think that we need to get it more expeditiously. So whether that's taking the step to do it ourselves and using our Air Pollution Control District and having them run it through the Air Resource Board and the DPR, if that's going to get us better tests in terms of getting it in a faster manner and then also getting it more regular, I'd be all for that. But I do want to find out what our options are, and if we can have our staff take a look. Even today, Mr. Villegas said, yes, it would be faster, and you said, no, maybe not. So this is information that we can find out and come back to us with. But if we can achieve that, I think that is something we need to look at. I don't have confidence in how it's been done in the past, so that's where I stand on
And to clarify, the 2005 and 2006 data, there was no exceedances. Now, I came here in 2008. I have to believe that that information was distributed probably to my predecessor, but since there was no exceedances, it's really kind of non-news, I believe. I provided that information based on a request, a directive by this board to provide information from 2001 to 2010. That's why that information is coming to light. Possibly, again, I don't know what happened in 2005 and 2006 as far as whether that information was shared at that point.
I understand also, but just you look at it, what happened in the year 2006? We had a test from August to September. Well, what happened in June? You know, I mean, I just feel like if we had more regular testing, we'd have better information.
Great question for Department of Pesticide Regulation.
Okay, thank you.
2-second question.
Yes.
Henry, is there any way we can work, because you have a good relationship with the ag community, that we use some type of other materials around the schools that they can use as pesticides or the 3,1-D, whatever, in other sites, but around the school within a certain distance, that we can work with other materials other than what we're using now? Work with that community, work with the ag community, work with DPR?
All the time, all the time.
And
I have to know who I'm regulating and who are who are those that might feel.
And do we have to use that type of material around the schools? You can use them in any other places, not close to schools or residences, but something that we can work on.
I do not tell the growers.
You can't tell them, but work with them.
To do if they're doing it within the law. If they step outside that, that's where I.
You know, the law says too we have to go at 55 miles an hour, but if we're going at 70, you know, we can kind of slow down and say, hey, wait a minute.
I'm the highway patrol of pesticides.
But anyway, just work with them is what I'm saying.
Definitely.
Anything else?
Sure.
Let's wrap this up. Okay.
Yeah, that's,
okay.
and I'll make the motion, and that is, you know, you look at this, and again, I want to emphasize, if you're a regulator, you need to earn credibility. You don't just get it because of saying we're the regulator. And you should be open to questions and people asking questions. I think it's a fair question to say that if the one-year standard is 0.14, I shouldn't say standard, the one-year target is 0.14, that is the 1 day of 40 acceptable? Is the 1 week of 26 acceptable? We don't get to ask those questions, you know, in any kind of, you know, and I think in the future we're going to need to be able to ask those questions, and that's what I hope, you know, better communication will result in. But it's difficult. We need an intermediary to help us in terms of doing that with DPR and be able to say that's at least a fair question to ask. But I think if you said to most people, you know, send your kids to Rio Mesa High School today, but they're going to be at 40 parts per billion today, right? Because they're spraying. No problem, just as long as the 1 year average doesn't go over 0.14. I'm not sure everybody would be really comfortable with that. And it is important for people to be comfortable rather than what I believe has partially been true, is there hasn't been an interest in letting that information get out because they don't want to deal with the reaction to that information getting out and what kind of questions people would ask with that. So, thank you. I'll make the motion that we receive and file the report, that we ask for further information on our own testing, Supervisor Parks has been asking, and that we officially direct the Ag Commissioner to monitor the tests that he's identified as the tests that he recommends that he monitor, and that he also get back with us with as much specificity as he can as to when, so that we can anticipate. What I don't want to do is just go, oh, the Ag Commissioner showed up and put it on the agenda. I want us to know, hey, we're going to get this report in April. We're going to get this report. We're going to get this water report in such. I want us to have an estimated time. So that'd be my motion.
And ask DPR to come too.
We've already done that, but I'm happy to say, yeah, let's ask DPR to come and answer these questions.
Does that include water and air?
It's water and air.
Water and air, right. Okay.
Okay. So that'd be my motion.
There's a motion and a second. Mr. Powers, anything that you wanted to add that would change anything in this motion?
No.
Okay, then let's vote on the motion. And then, Mr. Powers, you can comment.
Thank you, Chairman.
Mm-hmm.
Just echoing Supervisor Bennett's comments, I think that was sort of the purpose, especially as we started out, was to report as much information as we possibly could in terms of exceedances, what that meant, even in some cases where some folks didn't want us to report it. So we wanted to get that out so we could start having this dialogue, and that's the same spirit. And just to be clear, and I'm not saying you were saying this, and I don't believe Henry or our office is saying this, this is not an abdication to DPR. If they say it's okay, it's okay. It's more bring them down, have them explain, hold them accountable for the data. And that's why I said explain it in a layperson way so we can understand, and perhaps have our experts and public health officer evaluate it too in terms of public health impact. So,
well, I'm going to be frank. That is what I'm hearing you say. But what I heard the Ag Commissioner say was, if they say it's okay, it's okay.
Okay.
And
Well, that's not what we're saying.
I'm just saying I disagree with the Ag Commissioner, all right, in terms of that. But I'm not hearing, and quite frankly, people earn credibility by presenting the hard stuff.
Right.
And to some extent, you've earned some credibility because you presented some hard stuff. You know, by presenting the hard stuff, you earn that credibility, and you go, hey, we can do better. When you think about the hospital reporting, it's the self-reporting of the negatives that gets you the credibility, you know, that have people go, okay, well, there's a modicum of trust that starts to grow.
You don't agree 100%, right?
Okay. Motion second. Everybody vote? Did you vote? Vote? We did. All right. Good
Thank you.
discussion. Once again, thank you. Okay, we're going to finish the 10 o'clock time certain, and this is on the Donlin Road matter. Mr. Fleisch.
Good afternoon. Chair Long, Mr. Powers, Supervisors. For the record, I'm Dave Fleisch with the Public Works Agency, and I'm here today to bring an item that's requesting you approve the plans and specifications for the Donlin Road Realignment Project and award the contract for this project to Toro Enterprises for $2.221 million. Before I ask you to take that motion, I have a brief presentation about the project, and it's been a long time coming, so I thought it was worth taking a little bit of time to do that. Long time coming, 32 years. First time the county looked at this project was in 1983. So I wouldn't ask what anybody here was doing at that point in time, but I certainly wasn't thinking I was going to be dealing with this project 32 years later. We're in the beginning stages of the environmental documents when I got to the county in 2010, and so we're now where we're at. I would like to take a moment here in looking at this history, and particularly in the last 3 years from the time we completed the ER till now, to talk that there was a lot of events that had to happen, particularly just getting Caltrans's cooperation. It took us about 18 months to get the encroachment permits from them, and I'd like to thank Supervisor Parks and my boss, Jeff Pratt, for intervening with the director of District 7 in order to get them off of their bureaucratic tendency that they were at the point and get that moving to the point that we could get an appropriate permit. I would also like to thank specifically on the Transportation Department staff, Chris Hook and Allison Sweet, both who've made about a dozen trips to Caltrans specifically for this project to try to walk through one by one the issues and the concerns that they had. And without having done that, we'd probably still be working on the encroachment permit. So big thanks to them. So the hard part's done. The easy part's the construction. Just real quickly, the project area, what you see there, the road across the lower, horizontally across the lower portion of that is Los Angeles Avenue or Highway 118. The intersection there you see is at Highway 34, and Donlin Road's about 200 feet to the right or to the east in this case. We're going to simply realign that so that it lines up with Highway 34. It is a safety project, and although there's a lot of benefits to 118 and the safety of 118 and 34, the primary benefit for us is to deal with the Donlin 118 intersection, which today has about 3 times the state average for accidents at that intersection. Not at 118 and 34, but at 118 and Donlin. And so that's really what we're trying to eliminate, is that safety concern. So it, again, realigns that 200 feet to the west to create a normal 4-way intersection at 118 and 34. Right now, that signal is split phase, and what that means is when you're going east on On 118, the west is red, and when you're going west on 118, the east is red, and that's what makes it really difficult to get through that signal. Because we're adding a 350-foot left turn lane in the eastbound or in the westbound direction, which is almost 4 times the length of what's there now, we should be able to eliminate that split phasing, should be able to move the traffic much more effectively through that intersection. In addition, we're increasing the lanes on 118 to 12 feet from their current 11 feet and adding shoulders that are 8 foot in width, which is the Caltrans standard, and most of them there are in the vicinity of 2 to 4 feet. All of those things were negotiated through with Caltrans as we work through this. There's a concrete arch culvert over Coyote Canyon Creek, which brings the new Donlin Road into the existing one. Important to note with this, we have prior traffic impact mitigation fees that were collected in 2001 and prior, and we're using that money exclusively to fund this project. So this isn't taking away from any paving resurfacing work we're doing or anything else. We're using that funding, which is wholly appropriate for this. This is what it will look like when it's complete. Again, you see the new Donlin Road heading up from the intersection. It will come to a T at the existing Donlin, and then the traffic will go either right or left. The current Donlin Road will remain as is. It will be cul-de-sac, so you can't get on and off of it from the 118, but there's utilities that need to be accessed at the very near the 118 juncture with Donlin, so we'll need to maintain that. It'll have a curb, and people won't accidentally drive down there. It'll be signed and curbed so that they won't do that, but we do need to maintain that access for the utility companies. Again, you see on the westbound direction, the 350-foot left turn lane, and there's also a left turn lane being added in the eastbound direction as well. Because this project has as much interest of the public, although it's a relatively small project in terms of the dollars and scope, it's pretty significant. We're trying to do a lot of outreach. We have a logo we set up here, and you see that there on the slide, Donlin Realign, and it has the dates on it. We have a website, which you see there. If you go to that today, it says coming soon. That site should be up within the next few days, and pending your board's approval of the contract. And that will have ongoing information about the project schedule, what's going on, what have you, that people can access. We'll have ongoing Facebook and Twitter posts both to that web page and things that are happening. We got individual signs that'll be out there. We're working with our media consultant to make sure we do routine press releases as well. We also have I made a presentation in the MAC last night that I think was pretty well received. They're happy that this is happening finally. And then there's a groundbreaking ceremony on the 5th of June, which is Friday at noon, essentially after the VCTC meeting, and there'll be invitations coming out for that shortly that all of you will receive to be there for that. Just quickly on the schedule, the details of that, we expect, presuming your board awards the contract today, the contractor has about 4 weeks to get documents and papers and things in. Expect them to start in mid-June. Because we're working in a water course, we want to get that work done before we get into the rainy season. I say that very carefully, the rainy season. And so the work that's to be done along the drainage ditch and over Coyote Creek will be the first couple of things that are done. It's a precast concrete arch culvert, so that gets essentially dropped in. Then the signal work and our new Donlin realignment will go on itself. Then finally the 118 work that we're going to be doing, and then once all of that's done, we close the old Donlin and open the new Donlin. It's also important to note that the work done on Highway 118 will be done at night. I got asked that question last time, exactly what does that mean? Generally, it's after 8 o'clock at night is when they will be doing that work, so to minimize the impact on traffic. And contractors actually generally like to do that, by the way. It's much easier for them to do that work in the evening as opposed to during the day and fighting with the traffic. And assuming everything goes well, we hope to have a ribbon cutting in December, January timeframe. So, pending any questions?
Not so much questions, but yay! And I think 3 supervisors here have all had this intersection in our district at one point, and the pleasure to have it in mine right now. And it just seen how one thing leads to another. I didn't realize until you pointed out that the split phase of the signal can't occur until they extend the left turn lane. So that's a really nice benefit, and that will help the flow of traffic. But also, as we all sit on VCTC, we know that they're now considering or going to run a bus down 118 and then down Lewis Road that will also serve the Somas community, something they couldn't do before because of the basic gridlock that happens at that intersection so much. So just very positive for the community who fought diligently, and as you saw, the lawsuit that was mentioned, but this was really something that came from that grassroots effort to protect their community from having this major interchange that was originally proposed. And going up, we had both the Transportation Commission and the county and Caltrans all looking at one vision, and the community's voice finally getting heard. So I'm really pleased for the community. I'm really happy for our Board of Supervisors. One of the things you didn't put in the project background was we actually voted unanimously to call for the no project alternative when the Caltrans recently came in with an EIR, what they wanted to do with this intersection. So very pleased with the fact that we're finally getting out there. I hope everyone will come to the groundbreaking after the VCTC meeting on June 5th at noon, that the whole community is invited. It's great for the community, but more importantly, it's great for the region because it has been very difficult to get through that intersection, and it may actually reduce traffic on other roads because people can now use this more efficiently. So kudos to you and to Allison and Chris also. Much appreciated. So I'd like to make a motion if I can.
Are there any questions? We've got a motion on the floor. I'll second it. And please vote. And yay. Yay is right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good work on it. Thank you very much. Okay, now we're going to finish our regular agenda because I think we can do so quickly enough. Yeah? Item 26, Healthcare Agency, Behavioral Health. And we'll get to our budget presentations. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chair Long, members of the board, and CEO Powers. It was very encouraging this morning to hear Jason Meeks in the drug court and how we have just these great communities surrounding youth and providing services for youth around the areas of recovery and sobriety and wellness. So it's very timely today that I'm coming with you with these two recommendations for the Behavioral Health Department to request an approval and authorization for this director to sign a second amendment agreement for the collaborative education services with Aspiranet beginning July 1 of 2015, and for the establishment of 7 new positions to do in-school supports. In June 30th of 2011, the state mandate for county mental health agencies to provide mental health services to students with disabilities transferred to school districts and to SELPA. As a result, VCOE and SELPA has contracted with the Behavioral Health Department to provide special education mental health services. And it's noteworthy that over the years, many of the counties have struggled with making this program work, and our county has been very both efficient and effective thanks to the work of Susan Kelly and her team and the great partnership with Mary Samples over at SELPA. Due to the increasing demand and an amazing correlative increase in funding, we are able to propose a second amendment for the co-eds agreement with Aspiranet that will extend for an additional 1-year period and increase the contract by $300,000 to deal with the growth. This is a program that supplements our intensive emotional services at the in-school portion of the program. What Aspiranet does is address home behaviors and symptoms and family challenges that jeopardizes a student's success and academic success. So per VCOE and SELPA, we are also increasing our intensive social emotional services, our in-school programs, to different regions across the county, including the underserved populations of Santa Paula and Oxnard. This growth has continued, and these 7 positions are 6 clinicians and 1 office assistant, and we will be providing, again, mental health support services in the schools. Both recommendations are fully funded by short dole Medi-Cal, EPSDT, realignment, and whatever isn't covered there is covered by the VCOE and SELPA agreement. So there's no net county costs.
Questions? All right, there's a motion and a second. Please vote. No questions, no speakers. Thorough report. Thank you.
Thank you.
That passes. Thank you.
thanks also to Elaine for really getting her arms around our behavioral health department. I know there's a lot going on, but we really appreciate your good work.
Good job, Elaine.
Item 27, CEO's Office, adoption of resolution, issuance, sale of fiscal year trans.
Yes, thank you. Paul Dursey from the County Executive Office. We had inadvertently left off the actual resolution from the board letter, so we were trying to blame computer error, but early indications keep pointing back to me, so we're just going to say we planned it this way. So anyway, we've handed out that resolution, and we are asking for your board to adopt. Last week we came and asked your permission to issue the trans, and these are the legal documents required for that trans issue. We're asking for $170 million. So far the cash flows look like we're going to be borrowing about $145 million, and we will be prepaying about $170 million in retirement contributions. So the entire amount of the borrowing plus an additional $25 million or so will come from the general fund to prepay our retirement. So from a cash standpoint, most of the borrowing, it's for general purpose purposes, but we'll be using it primarily to prepay retirement.
It's great. I want to borrow another $100 million to throw into the retirement. It'd be good, yeah.
Any questions? Okay. Action by the board. There's a motion and a second. Please vote. And that passes unanimously. Thank you. Item 28, General Services Agency, intention to levy and collect assessments for Oakview School.
Good morning,
Good
Chair
afternoon.
Long, members of the board, Mr. Powers. My name is Greg Bergman from the General Services Agency. This morning, or this afternoon now, we have 3 recommendations for you to adopt and approve a resolution indicating the intent to levy an assessment, to provide preliminary approval of the engineer's report, and to set a public hearing on June 16th. Available to answer any questions if you have
Are there
them.
any questions? We've seen this before.
Moves the recommended action. Moving the recommended action, the community's doing a great job of supporting their own project here with this tax, right?
Motion and a second. Please vote. And that passes unanimously. Thank you again. Item 29, Supervisor Parks.
Move approval to reappoint Suzanne Duckett and Elise Lazar and Mel Silverberg.
There's a motion and a second. Please vote. That passes unanimously, and we don't have correspondence, so now we can go back to our 10:30 time certain. We're going to start some more budget presentation, almost on time, sorry.
That's right. I'll just kick this off to let you know that
Good.
our planned presenters for today are the Public Defender, Resource Management Agency, and Human Services Agency. I'll just let Steve Lipson start off, right? Or is it Chris?
Our Public Defender is up first. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Long, Supervisors, Mr. Powers.
We're going to go straight through.
What's
We're
that?
not going to eat.
Oh, I'd like
Three
the
of
Public
these.
Defender presentation. Then magically it appears. Okay. But I can get started without it, so. All right. I'm here to talk about the Public Defender's Office. And I think this is a real interesting time in the criminal justice system. I don't think it's just a political system, but seasoned, but everyone's talking about it, Republicans, Democrats. Everyone's talking about rethinking the criminal justice system and overhauling it. And I've heard a lot of talks about it, but the thing that caught my ears, and I want to bring your attention, I thought summarized it really well, and that was this. This is our mission statement, but one thing I heard that really grabbed me was one of the politicians said, in many jurisdictions, it's better to be rich and guilty than poor and innocent. And our mission, my office's mission, is to make sure that's not true in Ventura County under any circumstance. Everything we do is mandated either by the California Constitution or specific statutes. We're a volume business. You can see who we represent. We do about 20,000 cases a year, and it's just what we do, primarily criminal, but we also do some probate and mental health. I guess I could have just started and got right to the chase and say thank you very much. And initially, thank you, Mr. Powers, for listening to us. Your people, Paul Dursey and Frank Chow, are phenomenal. And I think they understand the concept that the criminal justice system is a system, and the system will not work well unless all parts of the system are funded appropriately. And we've had great success over the years dealing with the CEO's office because they understand that. This year we came to them and said we need 4 positions. The first is an attorney, not for criminal matters, for probate and mental health. We have 700 people on probate conservatorships. Those are either young adults with developmental disabilities whose parents are no longer legally allowed to make choices for them, or seniors with some form of dementia who can't make choices. And we have another 300 or so on what they call LPS, or mental health conservatorships, people with mental health issues that can't take care of themselves. And the reality was the workload was crushing our people, so we explained it to the CEO's office, and they recommended another attorney. We also asked for 2 law clerks, and Proposition 47 is, in my opinion, the most exciting thing to happen to the criminal justice system in the 30 years I've been doing this. Proposition 47, which is also known as the Safe Neighborhood and Schools Act, was designed to reduce local costs of incarceration by dealing with low-risk, low-level offenders in a different way than locking them up. It passed in November, and since November to today, we've filed more than 4,700 petitions. That's piece of documents with the court where we go to court and we're asking that felonies be reduced to misdemeanors, misdemeanors be reduced to misdemeanors be expunged, people being released from custody, people being released from probation. And what's that done is 2 things. One is greatly reduced the workload of the sheriff and probation, but more importantly than that, for the big picture, it's given people the chance to get felonies off their record, get them back into the workforce, get them working, and everyone says the same thing. The best cure for recidivism is employment, and we're getting people employed. As I was saying, one of the things I appreciated from hearing Supervisor Bennett speak about the agriculture, we don't want any surprises, so I wanted to give you some ideas of things that are coming down the pike that are very interesting. Realignment and Proposition 47 have literally turned the criminal justice system upside down. And like I said, in the 30 years I've been doing this, it's the single biggest change by far. And although that's caused an initial spike in our workload, I'm confident that over the years it will bring things down. And we're going to be, all of us in the county, especially the justice partners, are going to be judged on how well we reduce recidivism. We can't just keep the same incarceration generation, locking people up for small amounts of dope, locking people up for small thefts, and locking them up for significant amounts of time, and then having them come out to our community expecting something to change. It's not going to happen, and I'm very proud to say that the dialogue is different than I've ever heard it, and the Public Defender's Office is going to adapt. And I hope our other justice partners adapt. The old way of locking people up as the answer has been a proven failure over and over again. You can't build jails and prisons and expect to solve society's problems. It doesn't work that way. So we are really trying to be in the forefront of it. We're trying to make sure that we give people options to incarceration and we lower recidivism. Mental health is always a huge part of the justice system, and dealing with the mentally ill and criminal matters is always tricky. I put Laura's Law up there just for not to opine on what you should do, but if Laura's Law is made part of Ventura County, it'll increase the workload of the Public Defender's Office. That's just a reality. And then one thing I did want to bring to your attention was the new change of law for Veterans Court. There's a new statute as of January that talks about veterans diversion. And basically it says the proposition that if you're a veteran and your problems stem from your military service, like you have PTSD, alcohol or controlled substance issues, and it's connected to the crime, you're eligible for diversion. Right now we have about 30 people in Veterans Court run by Judge White in Quorum 37. There's a talk that a year from now it might be 5 times that, so that's just something to give you a heads up on. Even though the justice system is adversarial and we fight it out all the time, we feel that the Public Defender's Office is quite skilled at working with our partners. We're collaborating with the district attorney and IT in an effort to stay a step ahead of technology, which, as you can imagine, is almost impossible, and coming up with a paperless pilot project. So we've designated, I believe, 6 attorneys. We're getting them tablets, and we're trying to figure out if they can practice law in court every day without carrying around papers. If you're interested and you want to see millions of pieces of paper, please come by our office. Our office is flooded with them, and I don't profess to predict the future, but I'm hoping 5 years from now it's not happening, and our attorneys will have tablets, and there won't be the stacks of paper that just keep going on and on and on. So we're really very excited about that, as is Mr. Todd's crew.
Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
To what extent is your effort frustrated by the fact that the state's electronic records effort collapsed?
None.
Okay.
That was the best thing that happened to Ventura County.
For that to collapse?
Oh yeah, if you're talking about VECIJUS, Ventura County Integrated Justice System, is the role model for the state. So I'm not trying to be flippant, because my job and I think about Ventura first. Statewide, it probably would have been a good thing if it went through, but Ventura County would have gone down, and everyone else would have gone up.
So we've said it before, but I think it would, for us, I think for the Board of Supervisors, I'm not speaking for them, but I sense it would be embarrassing if 5 years from now the Public Defender's Office is still flooded with paper. There's just no excuse for it except we didn't get it done, we didn't devote the resources, whatever. So I just want to personally say that should really be an important goal, because the efficiencies will go up dramatically if you don't have that paper all over the place and stuff. So I would just welcome hearing more in the future, about making sure we get to that spot.
I couldn't agree more. If you go down to number 3, we're teaming up with universities, and to get your point, we have law students from Loyola and Pepperdine coming in, and believe me, they're not old school, they're new, and the new people we hire want this. So yeah, we are totally committed to figuring out a way, and we have a system. We have VECIJUS, which is the envy of every other county in the state, and we have the data, and we're working with the DAs to figure out, can we get our attorneys discovery, the police reports, scanned so they don't have to carry around things like this. They have a tablet, and I'm confident it'll work. I don't know how quickly, but that's going to happen, and it is a high priority.
But all the agencies are going paperless anyway, so I don't think you should be left behind. I think it's important that we keep up with the rest of the agencies and the DA's office and the court system and so forth.
Yeah,
so I think that's the future.
We're working together. The court system just got wired, so we can have Wi-Fi in every courtroom now. So it's going to happen. It's just kind of a question of when. But we're trying to stay a step ahead of the game. Sometimes it works. And
that's smart.
Sometimes it doesn't. We're also collaborating with the Elaine's folks, and this is kind of like the public health model. What we're doing is we're sending public defenders into the high schools, and not to give them the scared straight or anything, but to talk pragmatically about what happens to you if you get a drunk driving as a high school person. The license suspension, the fines, the possible incarceration, and a way to tell them, and it's just kind of like health, prevention's the best cure. If we can prevent it on the front end, that'd be great. So we're excited about that. I talked to you about our collaboration with the law schools. And then the final one, number 4, is very interesting. I'm on the board of the NLADA, which is the National Legal Aid Defenders Association, the oldest legal aid group in the nation. They're set out of D.C. And they set me up with a professor from John Jay University in New York City who has a number of graduate students who is going to get access to our VECIJUS, and they'll crunch numbers in a way to figure out if we can become more efficient and effective. It's a pilot project. We're very excited about it. So hopefully that'll pay some dividends. But there's a lot of work to do, and this is the mantra of the governor and the law. We've got to figure out ways to change. Friday, we had a meeting with Senator Hannah Beth Jackson and the district attorney, the sheriff, and probation. We put our heads together trying to figure out what can we do to stop mass incarceration. What can we do to figure out ways to change the system? And one of the things we talked about was a new system where we have kind of like a pre-filing diversion. So the district attorney, as opposed to filing charges against someone if it's a low-level offense, They meet with them. We think about some counseling, some classes if they're nonviolent and low level, and we kind of divert them from the system. But we're all trying to kind of get our heads together to figure that out. And I'd just like to say, your decisions on our budget have greatly helped. And last year you approved a sentencing specialist. I'll explain how that's just paying dividends. But if we reinvest in the public defender's office, the ripple effect is huge. And let me just show you this one example, which I think is very enlightening. We represented this guy named Mr. Karamanis, and he had a horrible history of drug abuse, and he got sentenced to 12 years and 8 months. Because of realignment, he was not eligible to go to state prison, so he was ordered to do 12 years, 8 months in our county jail, the single longest sentence in the history of Ventura County jail. If you talk to Sheriff Dean or Assistant Sheriff Pennis, they'd say, we don't want people there for that long, it's crazy. But there was nothing we could do. Every person sentenced to jail on a felony case, we meet, and our sentencing specialists and paralegals have what they call a re-entry interview, and we try and talk to them about what their needs are. Well, fortunately for us, 3 years later, when Proposition 47 passed, Mr. Karamanis was one of the 4,700 people we hauled into court. We got a felony reduced to misdemeanor, and we took that opportunity to say to the judge, he's been in jail 3 years, he has 3 more years to do, wouldn't it be smarter if he was in a program? And we got him accepted to Delancey Street, one of the nation's best programs in Los Angeles. We told the judge, we will meet him at the jail, we will drive him there, we'll get him enrolled, and the assistant presiding judge, Judge Murphy, agreed. So for his last 3 years, he's not in our jail. If you just do the math, $128 a day, there's $140,000 savings on one person. And I know we had this talk, Supervisor Bennett, a couple of years ago about is that a real savings or not, because they might just fill up the bed, but we're doing what we can, and that's what we do, and this is an example of a person. And I can't predict if Mr. Karamanis is going to have a fantastic life after this or not, but I can say he's got a better chance of success by not being incarcerated. And that's what we have to do on a lot of people. There's no question about it.
Just a question on that. So
Yes.
at the Delancey Street program, what's that cost and who pays for that?
Zero. Doesn't cost anything. Doesn't cost the county 1 penny. He is actually on probation. He's released on supervised release, so probation will check on him. But no, it doesn't cost money for the county. That's an absolute savings. And then not as dramatic an example is Mr. Buer, who did want his picture on there, and he's one of these guys, lifelong addict, been to prison twice for selling drugs for thefts of less than $200, and our sentencing specialist connected with him. We got him resentenced under 47. We got him in Kepper House. He not only graduated successfully, he teaches there, and he also is a window glazer for not our hospital, but community, which is okay. They have windows also. And the point is, he's for once in his life, he's turned around. He's supporting his adult kids. He's got 2 children, about 20. And this is just an example that how things have to be. We really have to change the system, and we're trying it kind of one person at a time. So, in conclusion, the Public Defender's Office is adapting. We still, primary mission, we fight for people. There's still false accusations out there. People are accused of things they didn't do. We stand up and fight, and I hope you're proud, like I am, that we have some of the best attorneys in the county by far. You can go out and spend a lot of your money on a private attorney. You're not going to get someone as good as the people in my office. Not even close. But we're still trying to, in addition to that, in addition to aggressively defending people, we're trying to reduce the amount of people in jail, and we're trying to work with our justice partners to figure out a way to reduce recidivism, which will do 2 big things. One, it'll save the county dollars, which you could put somewhere else, and second, it'll really make us a safer community. So that's my presentation. I'd be happy to answer any questions if you have any.
Questions?
Just appreciate you're looking to go paperless and do those things, be more efficient. I'm sure your attorneys, especially the newer ones, you say the younger ones, will like that. And I know you have a good relationship with the CEO's office. We're funding everything we need to do that.
Yes, we are. We have requests, and we try to live well within our means. We realize that money can go a lot of places, and we ask for just barely what we need, and the CEO's office is very receptive to that.
No, okay, well, good. I've heard with the other agencies that you've also been a great partner with them, so I'm glad to hear things are going well.
Thank you very much.
As we I'm sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead.
As we talk about the district attorney's office, I certainly will advocate that it be a goal of both offices to get yourself as close to paperless as you can, and because obviously you're going to work together on that.
Yeah, it won't work if we go separately. That's why this pilot project is with they're on board, and we're going to pick the attorneys and pick the cases, and it's a test. See how it goes. If it works for 5 people, we'll expand it to 10 people and keep it going.
And I was just going to say, is there funding for another Jean Farley?
She's
irreplaceable.
We've tried to
great.
replicate her, but it didn't work. But she's doing quite well. Just
good. And as towards paperless too, I think that is a really good program to have the students go out there and take a look and see how they can work to see if you give some recommendations on some efficiencies there. It's a great idea.
Well, it's nice to have the vibrancy of the law students. They come in and they teach us things in their own way. So yeah, we're going there. Todd Howitt, my assistant, who's phenomenal, is launching the pilot project. He's way computer literate. So I think we're going to get it done. I don't know exactly when, but it'll happen.
There has been some amazing efforts done, just kind of going to like Code Across America, I think, is one where it's just all these different hackers, in a positive sense, get online and look at websites and give recommendations, and you really can get a lot of good information, see what others are doing, and so I look forward to seeing some positive results of that.
Well, we're also working very well with IT, which is doing well. Great, but the foundation of all this is facetious. I mean, the county has this resource that's the envy of every other county, and with all that information, we figure we can figure out a way to actually make it work.
Madam Chair, thank you for the presentation. What are the income qualifications to get your services?
Indigency, it depends on the circumstance. So if it's a minor crime, if you're accused of stealing something from Target, you can probably find someone on the street to represent you for $1,000. So if you have some money, you can afford that. If you're charged with a capital offense or significant crime, most attorneys don't take that for less than $100,000, so it just depends. So we have not a sliding scale. We look at each case, and the test is, can they afford to hire a private attorney? If they cannot, they do.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Real quick, Steve, how long is it going to take Prop 47 to kind of come through your system? I know it's a big push in the beginning, so.
Well, our office has been incredibly aggressive on this, and like I said, we've had 4,700 petitions. Prop 47 has a 3-year window, so for the next couple of years, it's going to be very busy. Our workload's gone up. We're hoping it settles down a little bit. One interesting sidelight of this is jury trials have gone way up because the old way of practicing law, of coercion, of threatening people with significant amounts of time if they don't plead guilty is kind of gone out the window. So we're not really sure how that's going to play out. What the best thing to do, because of this meeting with Senator Jackson, there's a lot of concern by the sheriff and district attorney. The best thing I think we should do is crunch the numbers, give it a chance, use evidence-based practices and see where we are. But it's clear the trend in California, and I think it's going to be nationwide, is getting away from just locking people up. The low-risk, low-level offenders are not doing anyone any good being locked up. We need to figure out programs for them, get them back employed, and it'll really make us a lot safer in the long run. I realize all my justice partners don't share that opinion, but that's mine.
I know you've expressed that a couple times today. In a recent conversation, somebody made the point that if you're not going to do true rehabilitation in prisons, then the building of prisons will still have to happen, but it should only be when you recognize that we failed. If you're going to put somebody in prison and not rehabilitate them, you just say we failed and just recognize. And so then the question you have to ask yourself as you think of how many prisons you have is, what's the failure rate you're willing to live with? You know, I mean, you have there's some that's the only option. What's the failure rate you're willing to live with it as a society?
I think the positive thing is if you talk to people such as Sheriff Dean or Chief Corney in Ventura, they don't want that. They say, look, we know that there's another way. Sure. And it's just kind of finding the ground that's comfortable for them. And you got to figure, we've had 30 years going in one direction, and just now, and you know, Ferguson and Baltimore, all these national events are bringing the focus. But the reality is, in my opinion, in America, we incarcerate far too many low-risk, low-level offenders, and the outcomes are not positive for the community. All these people are going to come back to our community no matter what. The question is, do they come back after being in prison, which is a breeding ground for learning how to be a better criminal, or are they going to come back with some hope of something? And that's why our sentencing specialists and paralegal play such a crucial job for our county, because they're the bridge between reentry, between being locked up and getting back in as a productive person.
Okay. All right. Thank you for your presentation, and
Thank you very
certainly
much.
support the quality work that all of your team provides.
Great.
Excellent work.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, just to echo that, I appreciate it. Not a big surprise that our public defender makes a strong case for his department, but really we do appreciate, from our office standpoint, you've just been an excellent steward of the funds, and you show results, and you're thoughtful about your requests. Sometimes it's an attorney, sometimes it's a legal processor, sentencing specialist, social worker. You really think about it, and it's very effective. So we just appreciate you and Todd and Aurora, all the work that you do. So thank you
very much.
Thank you. Okay, board members, we're going to take a brief break, right? Right? Sorry, RMA and HSA, but we're hungry. So, board members, 15 minutes? Can you eat in 15 minutes and come back here being happy? Okay, 15 minutes. 1 o'clock, we'll be back at 1.
And how Larry Zimmerman is
In
going
a
to
much
come back
better
and tell us
mood.
how he's going to give us back more money or all that stuff. I love it.
For both the past year and the coming year. So, we always like to kind of start with our mission and what we're about in the Resource Management Agency. It's a rather lengthy mission statement that we have. It focuses on what I think a lot of people think is our primary mission, which is that we are carrying out adopted laws and policies with respect to our community's health, safety, and environment. But we also like to emphasize, and you'll see it throughout the presentation today, the work that we do to try and educate the public, involve the public, and empower the public and the business community in taking care of our environment themselves. So perhaps we don't have to be coming in later in the process to enforce those laws. So it's a big part of our effort we've been making, I would say, the last 3, 4, 5 years to get out and educate the community, and you'll hear a lot of that. Taking a quick look at our budget, you'll see the lion's share of our budget is made up with our fees for services. We discuss those each year, and we're a big part of the fee resolutions and fee schedules that come to the board here in a few weeks. The good news about that is that we're relatively insulated from the federal and state budgets because of these local programs, and that's good for us. You see we do have a small little slice of the pie there for grants. We do make an effort to get grants. We're hopeful we're going to be receiving one to assist us with the TMDL and work in the Ventura River. Hopefully we'll be back to you shortly with that. That's not included in that little slice at this point, but we think we're on the verge of getting that grant, and we'll be back to report that to you, so that is some good news. This is how we spend that money. We're primarily a staff-driven organization. We have roughly 170 staff persons, very dedicated staff people, doing a lot of very good work to fulfill our mission. We take a look at our performance measures. That's something that the board's very familiar with. It's been made part of the budget now for the last several years. Wanted to highlight a couple of these. One that I might mention here at the bottom of the page, our building and safety plan check review. We've talked about that in previous budgets, and we had a contract for overflow work. We had money in the budget this year. We've been trying to recruit another plan check engineer. It's proven to be somewhat challenging, and I would say I would take responsibility for that. I was probably a little too cautious and got a little behind the recruitment curve. There's quite a demand for engineers these days, and we're now in the thick of that competition. But we're plugging away. You see, we were still able to knock a few days off of our processing. We want to do better, and we're hopeful we'll fill that position.
If you fill that position, do you feel like you'll make it to the 10?
Absolutely,
Yeah.
absolutely, yeah. And it's taken us a little longer to do that than we had hoped, but we are be going back out again shortly to see if we can get the right candidate.
Could you, at another time, provide historically what's been the general fund contribution to RMA? Maybe over the last 5 years or so. I'm just curious.
Okay, yes,
Does
we can
that
do
stay
that.
about the same? Is it?
It's, well, no, and we're going to get to that in a later slide, and we'll talk about. I don't have the historical numbers, but we can talk a little bit about that. Here's another set of our figures. We're doing quite well across the board in this grouping. We see not quite. We picked up a little ground here on our projected on our compliance and notice of violation. We have gotten a little busier. As I said, everything's kind of picking up. We've had the health inspections are going along nicely, and our response to our complaints, we're on target. So that's good work by our staff. Oh, sure.
You want to lower the number of food facility and pool inspections done per day by the inspectors?
No, we don't want to lower it. We actually were above our target in 2014.
So you're getting more done. Yeah, you want to be above that.
Right, and that's another. We're in the midst of some recruitments to get some more folks in there as well. But we're meeting our target.
Great.
This is kind of the last group. Kind of mentioned the bottom item, the planning, film, permit processing. That's something that the board, as part of the C awards that you just went through, we had an item there where we made some changes to that permitting. That is meeting our targets, and we actually hope to do better on that. We've talked about working with the EDC VC on the film permitting, and that has been slowed down a bit. They had a vacancy in their permit coordinator position, but they've now filled that position, and I've started some discussions with their new staff person, so hopefully we can make even more progress on that in the coming year. This talks about our fees, and we have we're not proposing any significant increases in our fees this year, and that is in part, we've been working with the CEO's office. They've been very helpful to us, and there has been an increase in our general fund contribution this year that has allowed us to keep our fees, in part, it allowed us to keep our fees constant and steady. We've also had our process improvement work that we've been doing has allowed us to be more efficient in our efforts. And then lastly, and I forgot this as a bullet, we take a look every year at some of our programs have trust funds, we call them, and what those are funds that are made available outside of fees that are set aside in an account to be used as needed to support those programs. We have one in what we call our Coupa program. That is our unified program for overseeing our hazardous materials programs. When we pursue, for example, with the district attorney's office, complaints against businesses, and there are fines levied, a portion of those fines come back. They are put into a dedicated account to assist that program when needed. So we have a couple programs where those trust funds have gotten to a level where we feel comfortable we can use some of those funds to cover our operating expenses. And so that is another way we've been able to keep our fees stable this year, is that we've been reaching into in a couple of our programs and utilizing those trust funds. So that's what they're there for, and we feel comfortable that we're not dropping the funds so low that we might be jeopardizing our ability to respond to an emergency or anything of that nature. The other thing that the trust funds and the additional general fund contribution allow us to do is to continue to provide a number of services that are provided at less than the cost of those services, or in fact there's fee waivers associated with them. I think the board's familiar with this list. There are a number of things that we do where fees are not collected by board policy. So important programs to a lot of our constituents and to the county in general. Everything we do, each year we always take a look at our fees, whether they're going up or down or sideways, and compare them to other Southern California counties. We've done that again this year, taking a look at our fees. You can see we're roughly in the, we should say in the ballpark, to use kind of a general term. Some of our fees are on the low end. Some are at toward the higher end fees, but the difficulty, as I always try and qualify these kind of tables, is comparing apples to apples. Fee schedules are very complicated, and they are all different. And so it's not so simple to find exactly the same item. We work very hard. We contact the counties and gather as much information as we can. But
where do we stand relative to these counties in terms of the percentage of their budget that is funded by fees and grants versus general fund versus Ventura County?
Yeah, we are generally on the high end of fees. So a lot of some of the counties, and let's see, well, Kern isn't on the list this year, but their general fund contributions will make up as much as 40 to 50% of their budget.
In Kern, how about these counties?
Well, Kern is actually 60, I think, but and I can't remember I can get those numbers for you. I used to put a little line in the bottom of the table. I didn't do that this year. I can get that information for you. Okay. But generally speaking, we are a county that has taken the fee-for-service policy
farther.
Not to the extreme, but I mean, we've applied it evenly across our programs, and it's a relatively new thing for a lot of counties. It's been in place in our county since I have been here, so certainly for 15 years.
So a lot of places, their issue is they're not applying it across the board, they're applying it in some areas.
And they're rather new at it. The recession brought a lot of counties and cities, the pendulum swung a little bit toward realizing they needed to generate more revenue through their fees.
You know, if you look at this and you see, I look at building permit, you know, we're at the top end with Orange. When you look at so many of them, or, you know, 2/3 of them or less, why was it such an extreme difference? I mean, I don't know why Orange is so high, but when you look at some of these, even Santa Barbara's $3,200, and I mean, but what is that? That I mean, some of these are out there. Santa Barbara's close to us. I don't know the cost of living. I don't. Why would it be such different? I mean, I could see $1,000 different. When you just look at twice as much, why is that?
Well, some of them, when you will look at their fee schedule, they will have a multitude of reference. So they actually may say something like high-end construction, low-end construction, for the same home, and they may have a different fee for each, or they may have some that will say coastal zone versus non-coastal versus this community versus that community within their county. And so there's quite a range of them. These are some averages that we picked for them, and that was kind of my earlier comment about we're not necessarily. I'm not confident saying I'm comparing absolute apples to apples here in these. And my feeling is that accounts for a large portion of it. The other portion is a greater general fund contribution to the program, perhaps.
Which could be, but I appreciate you being straight up about it, because some people say, don't show a high rate, we're going to look like we're higher, but I mean, maybe you have other reasons for doing it. But I agree. I mean, I do struggle that we don't get much general fund contribution, because people always say, don't I pay my tax? Can I walk in and get a permit? What am I paying for? I do it one time in my lifetime, but now I got to pay additional fees. But I see where you're saying other counties are doing more of letting the general fund pick up that cost. Yeah.
This is something that compares our vector control assessment. You'll be getting the engineer's report here in a few weeks. As you can see, our program, again, is on the lower end of the scale in this case when we compare ourselves to other counties. This is a graph that provides quite a bit of information. This triangle is the cost per capita. As you can see, Ventura is, we have one Kern County particularly low, but Ventura is on the low end of the scale. But what it also shows here in Ventura is that we provide more, what I will call extra services than any other county, even though we're one of the lower per capita rates. The blue represents the mandated programs, And that's primarily a review of every commercial scale and making sure the commercial scale is accurate. The extra work that's done are things such as package inspections to make sure that when you buy your pound of cheese, it actually weighs a pound. To check quality of fuel. We get complaints about people when they pump their gas that perhaps the gas wasn't high enough octane.
Chris, is those random checks or?
No, the fuel checks will be when we receive a complaint.
Oh, okay.
But the packaging checks are random checks. We also do scanner reviews, so that just about everything we buy now in a store is run through a scanner. We'll do a scanner check to make sure it's scanning the proper price, so that you bought that package off the shelf that said it was 99 cents, so they don't scan it through and it says $1.09.
That's not a required.
That's it?
No.
Chris, it's amazing. I'm just, this is something that I'm hoping the whole public is hearing, that you're going above and beyond, because this goes back to my personal belief that we want government to do what I can't do for myself, so I can't go do this. And you're protecting the public when they know they paid for something, they're getting what they paid for. This is great. That I appreciate that you pointed that out, because that's very, very important.
That's important.
Yeah, this is one of those programs that when the public sees us out in the field doing the check, they'll almost always ask our inspectors, what are you doing? And when it's explained to them, to a person, they are very appreciative and thankful and happy to see that this kind of review is being done.
That's great.
So while there are no increases, we always take a look at our fee schedule. I wanted to highlight a couple of things that you'll see. We've developed a new annual permit for our temporary food facilities. That's an issue that we've struggled with and had many discussions here at the board. And nonprofit temporary food facilities, and I won't try and get into the great detail, but there are limits to the number of events they can have. What we were trying to do, if the board recalls, was encourage them to get annual permits, so they would not have to come into the office for every single individual event. We were finding that the pricing was not particularly right for them, and so what we tried to do was we're kind of repricing and reestablishing the annual permit to encourage them to do that. Some were still coming in, saying, it wasn't really worth my while financially to do so. We're trying to adjust it to make sure they get in here and do that. It'll reduce our workload, and it will save them a few dollars. We worked with the surveyor's office on the legal lot line determination process. That was kind of a joint process between the surveyor and our planning department. I took a look at the program, decided that it really wasn't very efficient to be working in that manner, and what we've done is we've re-engineered the process. It now rests with the surveyor. We are stepping back in our planning division, so we're eliminating that fee. No more fees. We'll be available to provide some assistance on call to the surveyor, but it now rests entirely with the surveyor. So it'll be, we hope, a more streamlined process, and now no need for us to charge a fee or get involved in it in that manner.
Well, that's good. I'm glad you're working through some of those things and seeing different ways to do stuff to serve the public. That's great to hear.
Yeah, and then finally, there's something. This is again a rather unusual thing. There's something called the reasonable accommodation process, and that is related to, in part, to the Americans with Disability Act. We'll have a person has the right to request a reasonable accommodation, and that in essence is relief from a code requirement, so that they can lead a good life, right? Some of our codes, if they're strictly abided, would create a hardship for somebody who might have a disability. We actually had a case come up this past year, and we didn't have any fee to charge. We weren't quite sure how to do it. We kind of the fee schedule allows the planning director to identify something similar and process it in that manner, but it took quite a long time, and actually the fees got quite high. We talked with county council about it and felt that really that wasn't the intention of the reasonable accommodation, that it is something akin to the appeal, and that we should really have probably a cap on those fees. We don't want to discourage somebody who has a disability from coming in and asking for that accommodation. So you'll see a new fee in the schedule here in a few weeks for a reasonable accommodation determination. And what we're trying to do is, and so we'll be asking for relief from your cost recovery policy so that so it's not a hardship for someone with a disability who might come in and ask for that accommodation. Real quickly, wanted to run through just kind of, this is the quantitative view of some of the work that we do. You can just see on this slide alone, these are all Environmental Health Division programs. You can see this is over 43,000 inspections and field checks just in these programs alone. We spend a lot of time out in the community, and that is one of the reasons that we have been making such an effort over the past several years on our service and customer service and making sure, because we're out there talking with folks every single day. This just highlights some more of the things that we're doing. I touched real quickly on the top item that mentions the California Environmental Reporting System. That is a state requirement. We came to the board several years ago and talked about the fees and implementing that program. I put it up there because it came up when you were talking previously for Steve's presentation about the state's software programs. This is a state-run program, and it's challenging. They're having some difficulty implementing this computer system, and while we had hoped by now to be done with our kind of outreach and training for our customers, it's been clear that with the relatively constant changes that they've made in the program at the state, that we've had to retain our program of outreach and assistance. So we continue to provide, as you said last year, almost 4,000 of our customers, provide them extra assistance and help them get through this computer program. We're keeping our fingers crossed that the state will stop changing the program, and then we can get to a point where we're not having to do this level of outreach, but we don't know. I think Rick told me it's anywhere between 3 and 10 years. But hopefully it won't be quite that long. Another thing that we do that I don't think most folks realize is emergency response activities are a big part of what we do. I think this year we spent a lot of time talking about the emission incident, but we do a lot of things in response to either complaints, which would be the foodborne illness investigations, or to emergency response. And you probably read in the paper this morning and have heard about the incident in Simi Valley yesterday. We had folks from our Environmental Health Division out there yesterday. They're out there again today responding to that event.
So this is a classic example of where I'm not sure the public shouldn't get full cost recovery for this. What are the odds that we're going to get full cost recovery for our efforts on this? I mean, they blew it.
Well, in this case, this is not a cost recovery program at this point. This is responding to an unknown, say, the Simi Valley incident. We're not sure there's not necessarily an owner of the problem. Where there is, for example, in the Mission incident, we filed the claim.
I'm referring to this Mission incident.
Oh, the Mission incident.
What are the odds that we're going to get full cost recovery in the Mission?
Well, I mean, maybe I would defer to legal counsel, but the law gives us the right and the authority to ask for reimbursement from the responsible party. We've done so. In the past, we've been successful in doing so. I don't know in this event.
But it will be full cost recovery?
Mm-hmm.
All right.
That's correct.
For everything that we've done with recovery.
Right, we track our time.
Well, if Leroy he's guaranteed us he's going to win every case. So,
I can't comment on that at this time.
Very good. I mentioned earlier that the work that we do on our education and trying to, as I say, kind of empower our businesses. I mentioned the ACELA program, the Citizen Access. I mentioned to you last year how we had rolled it out and where we were. Just give you an update. We're up to 8% of all of our payments. I know that doesn't sound much, but 8% of all of our payments are now made through Citizen Access. And we now have, not counting county users, I know that question came up, I think, last year, how many of our users were actually inside this building and how many were used by the public. We're now up to almost 1,700 public registered users of the Citizen Access system. So we're continuing to get it out into the community.
And do we charge them a fee for using their credit card?
The
system?
The credit card system that we link to charges a fee. The county, we do not charge a fee.
similar to the same fee that the treasurer charges?
Yes, yeah, same system.
Same system.
Yeah.
On the food handling classes,
Mm-hmm.
I've had people, businesses call me and say, hey, I didn't know I had to go and train. How do we convey that information to the food handlers, or like the Knights of Columbus, for example?
Yeah, we have information about all of the classes on our website.
Mhm.
When folks come to the counter and inquire about permits and such, we let them know about the training classes. We have information at our public counters.
Yeah.
You can point them to any of those locations.
Yeah, because I've had calls where somebody's going to have an event, and you can't do it the night before, and that happens too. So is there any way that we can convey that information to, or send a letter or something, or?
We get out that information as best we can. If you, I can't think of any other.
Yeah.
Betty, is there any other means? If you have any suggestions, we certainly would be open to them. But we try and get that information out to everyone that we make contact
Or
with.
maybe individuals or people that have asked for permits in the past, or anyway, that's something we can work.
Now, I got to say that, your environmental health and all that does just a tremendous job. They really do a good job with everybody and working with them and all this kind of stuff. It's been just a real pleasure working with those people, and I know that the business community that I deal with and all the people, especially the nonprofits, having to go through some of that, they're very happy with how things have gone. So
I couldn't agree more. We have a terrific staff. Thank you. This talks a lot about, again, us getting out into the community. A couple of things I wanted to highlight here. We're going to be using our citizen access system to address our cross-connection device program. And I don't want to take a lot of your time, but that program, that's 15,000 devices that are registered and then inspected each year. Not by the county, they're actually inspected by private entities that contract for that, and then they submit the paperwork to our office. That has been done historically with them either walking in the paper or faxing the paper, and then we have to handle that. Talking about the paperless office, we are on the verge, and hopefully before the end of this fiscal year, we will have implemented a program that will allow them to submit all of their information electronically through the citizen access system, as well as pay the fees through that system. So we'll save ourselves a lot of paper, a lot of staff time, because when they do enter it, it will go right into the database as opposed to a staff person taking that piece of paper and entering it into the database. So it's going to save us a lot of time and effort, and also save a lot of time and effort on our contractors. And then I've also mentioned the single billing system for our weights and measures program. Real quickly, that was an effort, and that staff, and I think this is where you're seeing kind of the fruit from our Lean Six efforts, thinking about processes. We sent out previously about 2,500 invoices for the weights and measures fees, realizing actually that several entities will have more than one permit. Took a look at it and found a way, because they were at different times of year, they came in at different times as their business grew, tried to consolidate those, and where you have someone with multiple permits, lump them into a single invoice. So this year we'll be sending out only 1,400 invoices. We think it's going to save us about 500 person hours, and needless to say, a lot of postage and a lot of paper as well. So another relatively small, simple program, but great thing that's really happy to see the employees kind of take ownership and see how they can improve the programs. Here are some of our bigger programs. You received a presentation on our mobile apps. These are some of the big projects: the Simi Law Enforcement Facility, the Wireless Facility Ordinance. You're aware of the work we're doing on the Statical Area Plan and Local Coastal Plans. Those are ongoing, and the Environmental Health Division's efforts on the septic system requirements. A couple other large ones, the subdivision ordinance update revisions are getting going. We have our electronic document review, again in the spirit of the paperless. We hope within the next few months to have architects and engineers be able to submit their plans electronically to the county, again using the Acela Citizen Access program. So that will be a huge help. We will then be able to mark them up and send them back electronically, as opposed to them coming in, picking up their big roll and making those changes, and we will be able to electronically distribute it to the multiple review agencies. the same set of plans.
How difficult has it been for us to find people trained to do the computer technology side of this, to be able to mark up plans that are submitted by an architect, et cetera? Were you able to find those people pretty easily?
Our chief plan engineer, Roman Smith, is just taken to it. He's younger than me, so that might account for part of it. I know I wouldn't be able to do it. He's been terrific. He's got a real good handle in mind for the electronic and computer kind of workflow process, and he went out and visited others that are using the systems to identify which software was best. He's done a terrific job. And I know in our Public Works Division and Fire, they have folks on staff that have been very helpful in putting it together.
Okay, thanks.
And then the last item on this list, the county general plan update. The board authorized us to hire a consultant, and they have held their public workshops. And there's some photos from those workshops. They've conducted a number of interviews. I think they've spoken with each of the board members. And on, I believe, July 7th, we have the tentative date scheduled for the joint board and planning commission workshop, where they will present the preliminary results of all of that effort to the board. And then we hope perhaps we can get back to the board before the recess with kind of some recommendations for the board to take an action on. But that will be it.
Yeah, I was going to say, knowing that it is coming back, I appreciate the fact that we are getting out there in the community, and you're seeing some good attendance at these?
Very good, actually. You worry when you have those workshops in the evening as to what kind of attendance you're going to get. I think we've probably all been to workshops with just 2 or 3 folks, perhaps, that show up. We actually had, I think we had about, I'd say 15 to 20 people in our East County. We had an evening workshop in Casita Springs, excuse me. I think we had about 15 or so folks at that, and then we had the one here at the county that was almost an overflow crowd. A lot of other county staff people there, but that had about 40 people at it. So very good.
And then as I look at the general plan, there are requirements on what elements you need to have in there. Air quality, I think, is one. Open space is one. We have land use, obviously, transportation or circulation. Now that we're seeing the situation with water, it seems like that would be an element that we could have in the general plan. I don't know if people have been bringing that up, but it makes a lot of sense. Like, we don't grow unless we know that we have a circulation system that will be able to handle the growth. So it's the same issue now we see with water. We need to, seems to me, step up on that and have it more inclusive, so we are associate our land use correctly with the water availability. And right now we're kind of seeing what a conservative estimate of water availability is, and it may and more than likely get worse. But to me, this is something that all cities and counties should be looking at, particularly in California, to when we're doing our land use work, that we make sure that we are fully accounting for the water. I think it would be a great resource piece of information too, because we'll finally get a handle on the water resources. I know at one point we were trying to determine what percentage, is East County, West County, and what's, what comes in from the Delta, what comes in from the groundwater, and just kind of getting that information, I think, all in one place might be really helpful. It's something that our board can consider, but if we haven't already been hearing that out in the public, they just heard it here.
Well, I think needless to say, we have been hearing it in the public. It came up at every one of our public workshops, and I think it came up in a majority of the stakeholder interviews that we had. And there's a number of jurisdictions that have created standalone water elements. Others have weaved them through the document. That's the kind of issue that I would be shocked if the consultants were not bringing that back and presenting it to you and the Planning Commission and getting your feedback on how you want to proceed. For certainly that has come up, I think, in every workshop.
Good. Thank you.
Yeah. That concludes my remarks. I'd be happy to answer any other questions. And again, I appreciate the opportunity.
Any more questions? All right.
Just a quick comment. 2 things. One, Chris didn't mention, but they do, RMA, I think, does a great job with their customer service surveys, and they report them out quarterly, and I love it. Good stuff and some stuff that maybe folks are grumpy, but they call them back. especially the grumpy ones, and find out. And I think but I think that's great, and you work with them, and it surprises them a lot of times. So good for you for doing that. And then in terms of the general fund versus fees, that's something that we've been talking to Chris and his team about for some years, and so that's why we've been continuing to invest general fund in it, and this year increasing your general purpose revenue by about 10.4%, I believe. So trying to rebalance.
And the concerns from the public gone down dramatically. I call complaints concerns, They've gone down tremendously. So you're doing a great job. Your staff is doing a good job.
They're doing a terrific job.
Yeah. Good.
Thank you all. Thank you for the support, Mike.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Z, last in the alphabet, last today.
I'm accustomed to that. That's great. Chair Long, members of the board, Mr. Powers, Barry Zimmerman, Human Services Agency here, and I appreciate this time to go over our budget a little bit today. As you'll see, I only cover a few of the areas that we have, and I do appreciate that I'm the last, so there's no time constraints for me to go on, is there? So we'll try to make this, we'll make it as concise as possible here. First of all, we'll go over our budget and the numbers a little bit, highlight what's happening in the current year budget, what we've worked with the CEO's office on to establish next year's performance as well as our operation level. And then we'll discuss a little bit of the state impacts as well as various programs and what's happening in those programs that may either immediately be impacting or future impacts associated with the programs that you need to be aware of here. So in summary, here's our budget. It's a little bit small there, but it's highlighted out. We do have some growth in our budget in total appropriations as well as in net cost. Majority of the growth in appropriations relates to programs such as Medi-Cal and programs such as that continue to grow at a pretty steep rate, and so we continue that, and I'll highlight that as we go on further. This budget does increase staff. I know I've been here quite a bit, increasing staff, but all related to the demand of work that we've been showing. So we do show about 116 increase of positions at this point in time there. The majority of them, some 82 of those positions relate to Medi-Cal, long-term care, and IHSS programs and the growth associated with that, which are zero cost associated with it. They're federally funded or we have MOE structures in place to protect the county costs associated with those programs. Our objective is to, on our income programs, that's Medi-Cal, CalWorks, and CalFresh, is to make sure that we are fully utilizing the allocations that come to us. Those benefit us by taking overhead and other costs away from programs that are more net cost driven, such as children's and so forth within our budget. So it's important for us to maintain an optimal level to service, and it's based on demand as well. We're not going to exceed that.
Excuse me, Barry, could
yes.
you tell us why is IHSS, why is the budget down?
That in the total budget here is actually, it's a budget methodology that occurred from the prior year. So it's showing prior year to current year. It showed over appropriations in the previous year. So it's just adjusting down to where we are at. Yeah. So there. We actually, and this slide's probably a little bit better representative of what's happening with IHSS, but this is the detail of what composes of our net county costs. 2.69 million is the increase here, and the majority of that, 1.5 million, is related to children's positions that were previously authorized by the board, and working with the CEO's office, it was intended that we would catch up those full funding of those as the need arise, and we're at that budget point of staffing up those positions, and this would be a full year of costs associated with those new hires in children's. We also appreciate, and this is going to be a great opportunity, is to continue on with the HPRP homeless program. The Housing First model is really what it is, and so with working with the CEO's office and continue that program of the desire of the board to maintain that service. That is going to yield us benefits in the future as new bills, and I'll highlight that, new bills come out that focus in on housing and housing first models, that we will be in a great position to apply and acquire those funds, because we already have an excellent program in place today there. The IHSS net cost did increase by $230,000. It's a little bit larger than that, but due to the budget methodology, it was about $1 million is our MOE increase into that, but our net impact to the budgetarily was only $230,000. Like Steve Lipson said, that he required or requested an attorney for mental health and conservatorship work. Well, we're part of that network in the Public Guardian's office as well, and so we also are adding some staff associated with that office due to the increased workload demand in LPS, as well as probate conservatorships that are coming through our office. We have about a 200% increase in probate referrals at this point in time, so we've seen quite an increase in that demand level, as well as the LPS caseload. These are the mental health conservators that we do the investigation and also do the conservatorship with it. The public defenders there, there's a DA there, and mental health there. It's a pretty complex structure, and that workload has increased quite significantly over the year. So that's kind of a quick snapshot of where we're at and what the composition of our net cost increase results were. Some of the areas that we're looking at that are both beneficial to us as well as we need to be aware of in our budget is the state. The state has a great impact on our services and what they require us to do and perform. We're looking for Medi-Cal expansion associated with the expansion that is occurring with the enrollment of Medi-Cal in general. This year, the state augmented the Medi-Cal allocation that we received, and we're asking at the state level an additional augmentation that should be showing up in the May revise at the end of this week, and that would help solidify our revenue as we plan next year. The other item here that just to highlight is that this is the first year the reduction, what we call the CalFresh match waiver. What transpired during the recession, starting in about the fiscal year 2009, with the growth associated with individuals needing CalFresh benefits, the state absorbed any cost over our allocation. So we were able to expand and deliver services to the community without resulting in a net cost to the county. The state now has a policy over the next 5 years to phase that out. And so this is the first year. It has little to no impact on us due to our allocation being high enough, and so we don't hit that there would be any cost with it. We do think it will be, on the outside, it could be a couple $1 million, but we think over the 5-year period, as allocations increase, we'll be able to level that out and not have a significant impact to the county with that. Other items that are in that we're looking at the state is the funding for foster parent and kinship recruitment and retention support. Earlier this year, we asked for your support on a bill to augment the budget of $30 million to allow us to get more funds to recruit in light of an initiative that is coming in children's that I'll highlight a little bit more in the reform efforts that the state is proposing as well, which this becomes a critical component in order to stabilize our children's system. And it's the direction we're headed to better serve our kids there. The other area is that we've had huge demand associated with the CalWorks housing program. This was a special pilot project that we applied for at the state. There's 18 counties that received funding for this special project to concentrate to stabilizing housing with CalWorks clients. And we were one of the top proposals in it. We received the funding, some $850,000 to do it starting in November. We've served somewhere around 62 individuals at this point in time, families, and we have a waiting list close to 100 at this point in time, or cases that we have identified that need some kind of assistance, but the funding's flat at this point in time. So we're hopeful that we can work with the state to increase those amounts of money, because the demand and the need is definitely there. So those are some of the risks associated with the state budget that are pretty, that do cause an impact for us. Realignment is really a big, we both have 91 realignment as well as 2011 realignment, which is driven on the economy. It's a big part of our budget, and so we're always concerned over the general health of the economy.
Two questions, Barry.
Yes.
How much are other organizations lobbying with us on this increase in funding that we need to get for the
CalWORKs, the CalWORKs as well as the foster parents? It's a number one priority for our association. So it's our association, and many of the advocacy groups are lobbying for it right now.
So when we see the headlines in the paper that Democrats are asking for more funding for social programs, is it primarily these programs?
It's one part of those programs. Yeah. Right. There's a lot of requests right now at the state level for various programs at this point, and we're trying not to get lost in that noise. The frustrating part is that revenues are up significantly at the state level, to the tune, I think, of $3.6 billion is the projection, but the majority of that is allocated or going to be earmarked to the school systems. And so we're actually working on a very small discretionary pot of money at this point.
Could you go back one slide?
Yes.
And one other question. When you say the IHSS maintenance of effort situation contingent upon the success of California's coordinated care initiative, what's that mean?
All right, the Coordinated Care Initiative is an initiative with the IHSS recipients and managed care. And what it is that they want to enroll the IHSS participants into managed care and have managed care manage the services. And thereby it's a savings at the state level to do that. The MOE in our agreement with the state is that counties are held harmless basically in running the IHSS program. And it's built on the financial back that CCI works. Right now, CCI is not generating the savings the state wants because the enrollment rate is about half of what they anticipated. And so there is a poison pill in the CCI initiative that will potentially unravel the MOE that is protecting us from cost growth associated with IHSS. So it's on the outside because the state really wants CCI to succeed, but it does need to be pointed out.
What's the range of exposure for us financially?
Well, we would then, for example, we're capped at 3.5% growth on the MOE. Prior to that, we had 17.5% cost of every dollar that increased.
Dollar figures?
I don't know off the top of my head. So it's I don't know how much net cost in IHSS. What's the MOE? $10.6 million. Okay, so it's $10.6 million is what we cover now. So whatever growth above that, we would be paying 17.5%.
So it would be a couple $1 million a year.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. So I'm going to touch on a few areas within the agency just quickly. The children's, a little bit about Medi-Cal and the uninsured population and basic needs, what's happening there, and why we're requesting 82 positions associated with that. We'll touch briefly on the aging population, which is a new and growing service area that previously was just kind of there as a base, but now it's becoming more prominent as the population begins to age and the issues become more complex. And then I'd like to discuss briefly on the homeless, what we've done programmatically to date and what we've been sponsored by the board and the CEO's office to perform, and kind of the characteristics or the environment of the homeless situation that we're seeing today. With children's here, and this is due to the CEO's and board's efforts, this graph here really shows all the efforts and the policies that have gone into place. This is the workload. This chart is supposed to portray what is the workload and what are the resources to meet that workload. So the green line is the resources that we need to meet the demand that is happening within the children's area, and the orange line is the demand or the need. So it's basically saying we have so many kids in the system, we need so many case-carrying social workers to work with those children. If you notice in March of 2011, and right prior to that, in 2010, your board authorized the first increase in children's positions in order to meet this gap that we had associated with the caseload. And so we go over the time over the next 2 to 3 years as we've been adding and growing the structure of children's and trying to marry those two lines together. And you can see if everything holds according to our plan and we hire the remaining 8 people and don't lose anyone else in September, we'll actually be meeting up with the current caseload, the number of children, which is around 1,200 children in the system today, and the number of case-carrying social workers that would be required to manage those cases. We will be at a good, reasonable level there. And that's all due to the efforts of working with the CEO's office and bringing policy to your board to put those positions into play.
So you're saying those are in hundreds for when it comes to
that
the need?
That would be, yeah. So
the scale on the left is hundreds?
The scale on the left is actually the number of FTEs needed based on the work. So we would end up about just under 110.
Oh, the FTEs needed.
Yeah.
Okay, got it.
Okay, so it's not the number of children or that per caseload. So that's what it's matching up. So that's been a great benefit to our system.
And your drops, March of 14 and September 14, that drop, was that because of people leaving and difficulty in terms of hiring?
That's just the process there, yes. Right. We kind of go into waves where we'll be really stable and then we'll get a number of attritions out and then we have to bring it up. We see in September, so September 14 we see really the turn upward. And that was due to last summer, you approved like close to 79 positions or something like that, and we said we'll try to hire them all by December, and that's the big uptick that we were able to really streamline our HR process to get them in and get them on board.
How confident do you feel that you're going to make it by September 15?
I think we'll be fairly close that it's acceptable. So there. I think we'll always have a little gap due to just natural attrition. What we hope to see over time is that we can start with this of putting enough caseworkers on the cases and developing this structure around teaming and preventative care that hopefully we'll start seeing children decline coming into the system and become a better balance. That's our goal.
We'll be able to identify that we're meeting the standard for number of cases to social worker?
Yes, if that
you believe
true.
In another year?
Barry, you think you're going to stay there for a while? That the actual two.
Yeah, I hope so. We're continuing. So we have a philosophy now, and with our admin HR group is basically we're on a continual hire as opposed to kind of a cycle hire, and so we're just continually hiring to keep the watermark at the level it needs. And so
because you had quite a few peaks and downs there in the 2013.
Yeah, so the result of this has been very positive. We've always met our timely response and immediate responses, so that's within 24 hours or 3 days. We've been above 90%. The national level is at that rate, and we're currently at about 94% is where we're projecting at the end of the year. So very well. When we were having those gaps, in particular from the 2013-2014 range, our 10-day referrals were starting to lag behind. And we needed at a 90% level is the target, and we were hovering and starting to decline because of the workload. And so we were about 88% or so. With the most recent, we're starting to say 10-day referrals are around 97% today. So that's really a product of the right staffing levels in order to meet those referral needs out into the community. So that's been a great benefit to us.
Very quick question, if that's okay. Two things. One, first of all, thank you for highlighting the need and actually achieving that hiring level. I mean, that's a lot of work to recruit that many social workers.
It has been, yeah. And so I commend the staff, the admin staff in particular that worked that, because not only were they hiring social workers, we were also ramping up for healthcare reform and so forth. So it's a very busy office.
Right.
They've done a tremendous job there.
The other component that's not addressed in your numbers that you shared with me that I thought was important too is, the response times are good and they're making those good decisions, but also the caseworkers are getting to do more social work and spend more time with the families, which is better for the families, the kids, and I think probably helps with the morale of the social workers. As well.
Absolutely, and that's the direction we want to be in. We want to be working closer with the families versus just respond to a safety issue and leaving the family hanging. So that's the goal. So thank you for highlighting that. So some of the system areas continuing on with it that we're working on in children's is that with KDA implementation, we've implemented fully that we screen all our children for mental health issues and identify them and refer them appropriately to mental health. We're achieving that goal. 90% of all children entering the system are screened. We were able to, this year, to catch up and screen every child in our system. So we had about 900, if you call it a backlog, to go through and screen them into mental health profiles in order to refer them appropriately. And that's the first step in getting them the right services associated with mental health. Additionally, as Mike pointed out, this is another initiative. It's called Team Decision Making, is a TDM for short, is a big initiative within the agency. And this is where we can more readily sit down and structure an appropriate plan around a family by constituting a team together. And this would include parents, relatives, anyone that is a significant individual into the child's life, as well as other service providers can come together and team around a child. They are very important. We did a Lean Six project around it to streamline that, of which we feel we've reduced the equivalency of about 3 FTEs associated with that in order to do that. So there's some soft savings associated with it, but the importance of this, and this is what I wanted to highlight, by invoking TDM structure into the system, when we bring someone in through a referral and set up a TDM and work with them, we may find a solution to place the child with a relative or some other environment, or put safety measures into a home where the child doesn't have to be brought into the system. And by doing that is a great savings to us, not only workload-wise, but to the cost to the county as a whole. So as an example, in December of 2014, we held 13 TDMs. January 2015, we held 17. And after we did our streamlining and so forth in February, we had over 27 TDMs held. And it's continuing to become part of the standard practice associated with working with children. What that means that if the hard savings goes, if we're able, in which we did achieve, if we were able to, out of the 27 that came in, we were able to defer 9 children and not bring them into the system, but place them in a relative or outside our system, that equates to about $750 savings a month per child. And on average, a child stays in our system about 7.7 months. So that's about $425,000 savings if we're achieving that level associated with it, and we know it's a better outcome for the child. So that's that. By staffing appropriately, we're able to invoke best practice models and really work these cases the best possible way. So that brings me to this big initiative, which is transforming a little bit the child welfare system. It's called the Continuum of Care, or CCR. Initiative. It's a bill right now at the state legislature, AB 403, that looks like it will go through. And in summary, what it does, it eliminates the option to have congregate care as a service placement for children, meaning that group homes or shelter care would not be allowed, only under special circumstances or new licensing requirements for the shelter. So that means that more placement into family-based homes would be required in order to handle the children and to place them in a safe environment. That's why previously the risk of the state not funding enough money for retention, outreach for foster parents and foster homes, as well as, and they don't want me to use the term therapeutic foster homes, but homes that have, I don't know, it's a CMS issue, but therapeutic foster homes where troubled kids can go versus putting them in a sheltered environment. And so that's the initiative. It will be a 2-year phase-in, roughly, is what it will turn out to be, is the estimation. But that will be transformative, basically, into our world as far as how we work right now, because we do use a shelter very heavily, which Casa Pacifica does a great job at running it. and they'll have to transform into what's called a short-term residential treatment facility. So only children with treatment issues can go there. Not right now. We might take a multi-sibling set because just the time to get them placed. They would go to the shelter first, and that would not be an option under the new law and regulations if passed.
And when you say the shelter, you mean you say the shelter?
The shelter. So Costa Pacifica runs a shelter as well as a group home.
Okay, got
it.
And sometime in the next month or so, make an appointment with me and talk to me.
Yeah, absolutely, because, there's a lot of components to this piece here. It's very, because there's a lot of practice policies that will be coming out from the state in the next, after this bill is passed, that may have some significant impacts on how we're doing it. But that's why we think we're in a good position, one, staffing-wise, as well as the philosophy of TDM, as well as what we call a quality parenting initiative, to work with parents and have foster parents work with the biological parents in order to train them, mentor them, and to allow reunification to occur. So all that's kind of culminating together as a philosophical approach to best manage the children in the least restrictive care with the highest outcome. So that's coming. We can talk further about that as well when we meet. So that's children's. There's a few other things that we have listed here. That one of the big areas is foster parent recruitment and retention will be a big emphasis. We've already started that. You heard that a couple weeks ago. That Elizabeth does a tremendous job, and we continue to grow the quality as well as the number of foster homes across the board, and we appreciate that. Let me jump, because I could go on for a couple hours, and I know associated with that, but we'll move on to another program at this point in time.
You have a big agency.
And so the other ones we'll clip through. This is really our Medi-Cal and the growth period associated with Medi-Cal and the rollout of ACA, which if you see in January we had 112,000 individuals enrolled in Medi-Cal, and the number keeps growing. As of this printing, we were at 199,000, which I think at the rate we were going when we put this together, we should be well over 200,000 right now on it.
That's a lot of people whose lives are better off.
Yeah, they have great access. It's a 75% increase there. There is some concern. The volume's large for us. And so that's a big workload associated with it there, but it represents out of 800,000 round up to 900,000, 200,000 individuals on the rolls is a lot of people in the county. So we took another look at it and said, well, what's really happening here? And what we wanted to take a look at is what is the current state of the what you call an echo or a social economic structure of the county, what's going on, because I think that's relevant for us to understand what we're dealing with here. So just to explain the chart a little bit, the white line is kind of a baseline. Those are categorical eligible individuals for Medi-Cal. So that's like your foster parent, foster children and so forth automatically get Medi-Cal. The orange line there is those that meet the federal poverty level at 100% or lower. And so what we wanted to take a look at this chart and say, where is our growth in Medi-Cal occurring? Is it occurring with the expansion population, which would be at like 138 up to 250, that range, or not? No, what we're seeing is kind of a historical trend, but just the volume growing, that we're seeing a greater number of individuals that are making 100% or lower added to the rolls. Now that is over the long run, as far as our program sustaining, we're looking that we also want to deal with anti-poverty issues and so forth, and how to elevate these people out of that circumstance is going to be the long-term goal there. But that's what it's showing here in the graphic as we look at the demographics associated with the county.
So the orange is the 80,000 is the, or...
Yeah, it'd be close to just
78.
under 115,000 individuals is what that orange is represented right now. So that's a fairly large, so a family of three making about $20,000, which obviously we know there was an article today on rent and the cost of rent and so forth. So that is a dilemma, and I put it there because that adds pressure into some of our other programs. We'd like to move these individuals out of these circumstances because,
So,
over time that's not healthy.
So Barry, if we hear all this stuff about the county getting better, and it sure doesn't look that way with jobs-wise, right?
Well, there's yeah. I mean, the economy's improving, but the economy for which segment is the question.
Well, I was going to say, because
So-
you look at those others, even your blue and your light blue and
Yeah.
whatever, purple, yeah, they're expanding a little bit, but that's a huge increase on this, the poor getting poorer.
Yeah, absolutely.
And there's just no jobs, no opportunity for these people in this county.
Oh, yeah. There's no progression in their ability to earn
Yeah.
more, and so there is a widening occurring, and we see that very evident. And I wanted to show this.
That's a
that
great chart.
It's a little bit different than what we hear as the economy's expanding. Yes, but there's segments that aren't expanding with it, and that's what it's showing.
On a percentage basis,
Yeah.
even a small increase in either of the purple colors would actually be a pretty significant percentage increase because they're starting smaller. I mean, it doesn't
Yes.
look like it, but there's probably some increase. I don't have the data in front of me there. But it does show that all the people at the bottom we're having more and more people that are not, whose incomes are simply not going up, while
Absolutely.
other people's incomes are moving smartly.
Right, absolutely. Even the 250 level, you're still talking a family of three around 45, 50,000. That's still pretty meager associated with it. So it's a pretty telling chart. I wanted to
Can I
put
ask
it there.
them,
Yes.
is it the growth of people in that category coming from a growth in the population or a decrease in the people that are of like middle income?
I don't know the source of where they come. We haven't really, delved into the details of saying, were you at this level and now due to recessionary activities are you lower, or is it that we've done a more effective job in having access opportunities? That's a
probably
great
a
question.
statistic we can get from our clients too when we
Yeah.
bring them in. What was your income in the last few years or some, so we
We
know
could
if
do
they're
a-
declining or if we're just growing
Sure.
that base.
That's an interesting question, but when you look at this piece, if you look at from 2009 to 10, it went up a little bit. I imagine recession hit some, but it stayed pretty level, not too bad, but it really took off 13 to 14, 15. So this is when all this recovery, all this is happening. So what is the...
Well, it's two things that's occurring. Is the recovery was happening as well as the healthcare reform was rolling out at the same time. So there's under the law that everyone has to be insured. So those that may have been working low-income jobs without insurance would be required to come in. And since they don't qualify enough to go into the covered California, they would become a Medi-Cal recipient.
So they may have been there but not really known to the system?
Yeah, they could have been not known to the system. Now, the 100% below means that they were all eligible for Medi-Cal prior to the new law. So it's above 138 is the new expansion group, which we see some growth, but not to the same level. So it really shows there was a significant number of what I would say working poor without benefits out there that were there. Now, there's a term being thrown around. I don't want to get into because I try to stay neutral in everything, but there's a term that came out of Silicon Valley called socializing the profits. And the term is related to businesses, and in particular businesses understanding the government on what services are provided and will allow them to go to government services versus providing services through their company. And knowing that is a kind of a business discussion at this point in time. So we will drill down more in that, and so I'll bring some more data back, but I think those are great questions because this is really thought-provoking for us on how to really put in programs and services to really move individuals is our goal, not just to sustain them, but move them out into a betterment situation. This is the CalFresh, and so this is still similar to another indicator, because this is really, CalFresh is a benefit that is really contingent based on the economy. And we've seen that historically, except for in this past recessionary period and the current recovery that we're in now. In the past, we would see evolutions in the CalFresh program based on the economic cycles, in particular employment. And what we're seeing here is that individuals are still qualifying significantly for aid assistance with food at this point. The average household is about 2.1. That's on our caseload, significant increase over the last 8 years. And the average benefit's about $275 a month is what the average benefit for a family associated with CalFresh. So that's kind of the current indicators of what's happening economically and with the low income that we're providing a safety net for. At the state level, and there's been support of your board to look at these initiatives, is the state earned income tax credit. SB 38 is moving through right now. The rapid rehousing, AB 87, and this is one that I was telling you earlier, that by us having an HPRP program or a Housing First program in place, this will be another pilot program in which $250,000 will be allocated to several counties that apply, and we will be in a good position to get that and match our funds there, as well as we're looking for the additional funding for CalWorks. We've had both testimonies from our representatives up in Sacramento on all these areas in order to put initiatives in here that are more driving initiatives that will be anti-poverty initiatives. So like the state earned income tax credit is one of the known ones to incentivize the appropriate behavior, because it incentivizes work in the sense of that's how you get your benefit, and it provides that income that they can elevate themselves into a better circumstance. So, if that's not depressing enough, I'll go to aging. So.
I was going to say that would have to be the most depressing slide, that prior slide. I mean, you go from 1 to 10 to 1 and 4. That's unbelievable.
Yeah. So
it's mostly
that's the service economics that's going on right now. So I think
Barry, is most of that because of the Health Care Act? I mean, the big expansion is a whole lot of people that weren't getting any health care help.
It's both the combination of the two, of healthcare and CalFresh.
Right.
So those are the combination of the two, because if one's eligible for one, they're eligible for the other as well.
There are a ton of people that are getting some help with their health care, and they would now qualify.
That's correct.
Who weren't getting any help with their health care, right?
That's correct.
Even if they're just getting partial help.
Yeah.
Barry, maybe you mentioned this too, but to implement the Affordable Care Act, the state expedited the enrollment process for the new population. But at the same time, they expedited it for the currently eligible but unenrolled folks. And so you had a sort of a double whammy happening right there too.
Yeah, that was our...
It's scary that we're in a coastal county and that 1 out of 4 people got to rely on government for some type of help. That's just a scary place to be.
Yeah. So there's beyond myself, there's a greater economics discussion that should be occurring for the community. Now we'll go to aging, as we're all experiencing this. So we do have some, I'll just highlight some of the challenges associated with the aging population. We're seeing it age faster within Ventura County. So the growth rate from 2007 to 2013 is about 5% as population growth. Our aged population, that would be those 60 and above, have grown at 22% over the same time period. So if you can see that is 4 times the rate of population growth is the seniors' population growth there. So the issues with it is really affordable housing, health care, caregiving, and social networks associated with the well-being of seniors is going to be future topics and issues to be discussed. This is a chart just showing you relative to some of the programs that deal with seniors. The trend line is at the top, 154,000 seniors at 60 and above that exist in the county. We're having increasing term caseloads associated with long-term Medi-Cal cases. Those would be individuals that are in treatment facilities, skilled nursing from convalescent homes and so forth is what that population would be serving. IHSS caseload, and then the APS referrals have significantly gone up over the same horizon. So that's what we've been noticing and seeing. You heard today about the FAST team and their efforts associated with seniors. We're seeing more and more of those cases, and very complex cases associated with adult protective issues. We have implemented strategies around adult protective services that I'd like to highlight. 3/4 of all the cases we intervene with, and it's a voluntary program, so not everyone has to accept our services, but those that we're able to access, we have a success rate of 3/4 of them were able to resolve the protective issue associated with the referral. So that's a great benefit there. We do that through like the FAST team and various other teams. The FAST team is really the financial team, but we have multidisciplinary teams around very difficult cases that help yield those results. As well as, and I brought this up, we showed you a while back an electronic tool called the TRIO, which is a risk assessment tool associated with seniors. With that, there's an approach associated with it, how you approach it, and what multidisciplinary disciplines you have associated with the case. We call it kind of the Ventura approach. We've been around the nation communicating this best practice model because our tool has been validated through the University of San Diego, has validated as a legitimate and tool that can appropriately predict and is reputable as far as the outcomes on it. So it's considered a best practice in that regard there. So we're proud to say that the Western Illinois is adopting our approach on it, and we've trained the state of Hawaii and Colorado on these exact structures as well on how to deal with APS. Unfortunately, we were not able to travel to Hawaii. They sent a delegation here, so but I think a follow-up trip is needed. So that's been very positive for us with the APS system. The state does have an augmentation for training that is coming out since adult protective services is becoming a bigger topic as the aging population. Finally, and I'll wrap up with homeless services, a little bit of what's going there, because that is also a very high demand area. And in particular, as we get better strategies to serve the homeless, the demand is increasing there. This is kind of an illustration of the kind of 4 major programs that we have running right now or have run associated with the homeless. As your board put a policy on the winter warming shelter that was very successful this year of diverting families and children from staying in the shelter. Obviously, I think out of all of them, we only had two families that refused to participate, but in it, St. Vincent de Paul served 66 families, and Lutheran Social Services served 11 families. And so that we, out of the $75,000 that was allocated by the board, about $70,000 was used for that service front, which was a significant increase from our projection of, I think the prior year the count was around 14 families, and so yes, it increased significantly.
Nice effort on that, and I know you guys kind of have to scramble when we come up with those initiatives at the last minute, so I appreciate that. Talking about scrambling, I know this is a budget and not issues,
Sure.
but I just want to get it out there. The winter warming shelter is going to be closed.
Yes.
And we've got a challenge, and that we've got to start thinking. And so when you come to meet, I'd like you to meet about those 2 things, that continuum care thing and also this winter warming shelter being closed. But we have a real challenge here in the cities of Oxnard and Ventura, where there'll be no winter warming shelter for next year.
Right, and that will be a huge challenge for us. It's a good intake point. We do service a lot of people through that.
Yeah, with our homeless, staffers, et cetera, they've got, it'll throw us all kinds of changes in terms of trying to deal with that. So anyway, let's just make sure we talk.
Thank you.
And just also on that, Supervisor, Christine Madden from our office too, and the homeless team there are working on plans for that as well.
Great.
So.
Also, I'd like to just comment, these successful programs and the numbers, this is just an excellent sheet to see and be able to point to when people ask, what are you doing for the homeless, for example. You look at your website and it's very focused on how to get services and making sure people have access to, you know, and portals and all that, but I don't really see this kind of information out there, and it would be helpful to be able to do that.
All right, we'll take that note. We need to promote ourselves.
I've had that situation come up multiple times, and I just want to, you know, it's hard to go through the budget and try to say, okay, this is a homeless program, that's a homeless program, for example. So it's nice to have it. You do it really well with the foster kids too. You know, you just get a really good sense as how many we serve, and so that kind of information is helpful.
Thank you for that feedback. We'll do that there. So these are the programs. As I said, working with the CEO's office and the policy's recommendation to continue the HPRP program. Very successful, 498 families, and this is really a housing first model is what it turns out, and the success rate of stability is 86%, which we're seeing across the nation, that this strategy and putting in best practice has that kind of yield, which is a tremendous turnaround associated with the success of families there. Just to look at the profile of the continuing efforts associated with homeless, I know there'll be more reports on this in detail. This kind of gives us a profile of the homeless population based on the count, which we use to help understand what we're looking at and where we need to concentrate our services there. It is showing a significant number of chronically homeless adults there, which is where the warming shelter and so forth is going to play a huge role or a solution in that area there, as well as the non-chronically homeless, which is a lot of these families that are living in cars and so forth, or surfing from house to house.
And while you have them separated out as to unsheltered versus physical disabilities and mental health and all, are those, some people obviously fall in multiple categories, correct?
That's correct. Mm-hmm. That's correct. So per HUD requirements, they're categorized certain ways because some are categorized as chronic homeless by a disability and so forth. So that's the terminology there. What I'm illustrating here is kind of the solution side of homeless, is that we have subsidized housing like government intervention, emergency shelters, that can be CBOs as well as government, transitional housing or social housing is one solution. Non-market housing, so these are affordable rentals where you have low-income rental, restrictions on growth of rents, as well as affordable home ownership where they may be under like a Fannie Mae restriction where they can only appreciate so much per year, that there's special financing of loans associated with it is another option, as well as just the general market. Today we know the general market is high. There was an article in today's paper about the increasing rents associated with just the commercial market. In general, in order to invoke the best practice in this county, it really is that a combination of things need to be done. But, housing first is the most successful model, but you also have to have the stock to do it. And so in absence of that, there's other methodologies. RAIN is considered a transitional housing, which meets a need, but we get them at the same success rate as a housing first model there. But that's the dilemma, or the discussion is, where do we go in order to meet the demand is going to be the question associated with it. So what we've kind of shown with our HPRP program is that we have relationships with many of the property owners in order to place individuals into apartments. And as you know, we started this program with ARA and with your board's support in 2009. And we were able to really rapidly move people into housing and stabilize them, and so to get them secure. Our program right now is based on sustainability, so it's not housing first with wrap services. It's kind of a housing first light model is what I put it, because they have to be able to sustain themselves after our intervention period, which is fairly short. So in 2009, the vacancy rate was fairly generous in the sense that we were able to make a lot of arrangements and work these relationships to place people. If you know today, the best estimate and data we could gather, the vacancy rate for rentals is around 2.8%, so it's cut in half. And that would be the total market, not just low income. And so that is kind of the dilemma associated with the solutions. So really, with the housing challenges, it's trying to balance out the resources available and the barriers or the solutions, the demand and the solutions, and trying to come up with that equilibrium.
I just want to say, and one of the real challenges, I mean, this really points out that try to do housing first when you don't have the housing units is an issue. And we continue to have the proposals to build housing units that aren't going to fit for these people. In other words, the truly low-income housing units are not what's being proposed. We still have the advocacy that we need more executive housing, we need more, and that's, somehow we have to get that message out that we need low-income housing to house these particular people. But that's a policy issue, and this is a budget item.
Well, but let's talk on that. You can't, in this county, you can't do it because you can't find a lot that doesn't cost a couple $100,000, right, John? Yeah. $200,000, put a 1,500 square foot house, it's going to be $700,000. I mean, the city of Moore Park alone is going to cost you $60,000 a door for permits. I mean, how can you build low-income housing in this county?
Yeah, so there's going to have to be some exploration on how to deal with low-income housing as well as the general housing and land costs here, which I don't have those solutions, but more than willing to participate in them. But
Barry, you're supposed to have every answer when you come up here.
Yeah, thanks. So, perfect timing. That concludes my remarks. So anyway, that gives a profile of the budget a little bit. We've been supported well in our development of the budget with the CEO's office to continue on the important services based on the demand and need that I've illustrated here, and with your support of setting some of these policies in place long before this budget cycle that really have started to pay dividends in the services we provide. So if you have any further questions or follow-up, I'll be more than happy to entertain.
Just no questions. Just your agency has just the umbrella, the breadth of what are the core mission and work of what we do in this county, and to be able to, I appreciate the PowerPoints and for us to be able to take those on the road as we're out talking in the community to help us to look at what best practices, what innovative approaches to the solutions to some of this can we collectively as a community come together on. The housing thing for veterans, for homeless, for seniors, the home share, maybe we need to, I'll throw something out there. Maybe we need to revisit that property out there on Lewis Road. I don't know. At best, what can we do there? Or, we've had issues with that property, and knowing that it's probably not the best place to put people who don't have other resources. They become isolated, and the high costs as we're seeing of the rain shelters continue to go up. And but what are the best practices? There are currently some state legislation that's looking at trying to replace what we lost that was good about RDA, and that is funding sources for housing, for low-income housing, subsidizing, and we'll see which one of those ends up sticking once they come out of the sausage factory. But I don't see this profile getting better in the sense of the high cost of living in this county,
and Madam Chair,
the marginalizing of the poor.
And the rents are getting higher and higher all the time.
If we aren't able to think creatively. Yeah.
Look at here in Southern California, the rents have really gone up. For a one-bedroom, what is it, about $1,500, $1,600, and two bedrooms about $2,000 plus dollars.
$2,100.
Should we buy old motels? Of course, depending on what neighborhood you buy it in, right?
Yeah.
Barry, could you have your staff send this PowerPoint to me, and I imagine the other supervisors just like to have it.
Electronically would be good.
If you'd send this PowerPoint. And the other thing, you've got a huge challenging mission. You've got a challenging budget situation, et cetera. But I'm really impressed with how much you guys are accomplishing and the positive attitude you guys have been able to take with all kinds of issues, whether it's homeless issues, whether it's foster care issues, whether it's adult protective services and adult aging issues. You guys seem to keep stepping up over and over. And I know that we don't see the day-to-day challenges and the day-to-day frustrations that some of your staff have out there, but if you'll pass on that we're certainly in their corner and we certainly want this to work and we want them to have professional work environments to keep doing good work, because this is what we're really about in county government. This and public safety are what we really need to do well. And so anything you can do to pass that message on to keep everybody fired up. But thank you for you and what your staff does out there.
I appreciate that. We'll get the message out.
Yeah. And I agree, because Melissa, we call Melissa almost every single day, so she's always helping us out. Thank you.
Do a great job. Thank you.
And there's others too. I just mentioned Melissa.
Okay, anything else, board members?
Thank you for the time.
Just well said. Just Barry, thank you and your team. Great job.
Thanks, Mike.
All right, thank you all, and we are now adjourned. Woo-hoo.
Can I get a receive and file?
Oh, we got to receive and file on this. Move to receive and file. Second, please vote.
I'll call you if I'm gone.
Yeah.
You finish.
I'll be around. Yeah. Okay, that passed, I think.
I think we're supposed to be out there at 3:30, so I'll probably leave at 3:15.
Oh, okay.
So
Oh, yeah, you better get going. All right, so board members, we'll see you next week on the 19th, and it's a long board meeting next week. Heads up.
Why is it so long?
Because you have a bunch of stuff on it. I don't know why it's so long. I just looked at the event.